General Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of kicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Elmo Tanner, Orm Downs, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. Well, now to music. Here's Ted Weems and the boys in a bit of a prophecy. There's a great day coming mañana. And now, folks, I want to introduce a swell guy, and I want you to know him and love him as we all do. He's a fine father and husband, and just to prove how he watches over his little family, he won't even let his wife serve alphabet soup, for the fear the letters will spell a naughty word. Folks, it's Gary Moore.
Oh, thank you. I've seldom had such a lovely, and that was so delightful, so refreshing, and so corny. I did enjoy that very, very. I tried some alphabet soup in a restaurant the other day, and when I asked the waiter why he had his thumb in it, this is going to kill you. He said he was groping for words.
Corn.
Awfully good there, isn't it? Well, let's get into the broadcast. What do you say? Well, we won't have to grope for words today, friends, because, matter of fact, we're not going to have to grope for words on our questions, because I know what they are, but the boys in the band have really got some tough ones coming up. Of course, General Mills will pay $10 for each question actually used on our program today, and anyone who beats the band will receive a guaranteed minimum of double money, $20, and a case of delicious kicks. But now that sum might grow into $25, $50, or well, even $100. Keep that bonus in mind. And say, if you haven't made a try at beating this band of Ted Weems, why not do it today? Send your question to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's fun, and it might pay big dividends. Well, now, from here on throughout our quizzing program, the part of it is unrehearsed, and as the boys don't know the questions and probably don't know the answers either, listen for the boom of those $half on the old bass drum, and boys, ready or not, here I come with item number 1. We have a letter from Marie McNeil of New York City, which tells us a man was trying to return some merchandise to a department store. He was sent from sales clerk to floor man to head of stock and so on without result. When he finally had reached the president, what very popular current tune title was his question to the executive? And Marvel Maxwell is the first one to put her hand up a split second behind Country Walk.
I think that would be Where Do I Go From You?
Where do I go from you? That's right, Marvel. All right, can you sing that for us?
Where do I go from you? What happens after my dream falls through?
Very nice indeed, and Marvel is still looking very charming in the dress that I like best of all. That's the one that has the 3 cherries on it. Reminds me of that slot machine down in St. Louis. Except, of course, you'd need a few more lemons on there. One down in St. Louis had so many lemons in it, you pour a slug of gin in there and pull the handle and a Tom Collins came out. Ah, St. Louis. Anyhow, Margaret Houston of Omaha, Nebraska writes, a child goes outdoors with a big sack of candy. What current song hit tells what the sack of candy will draw besides flies? And Art Winner back there, put his hand up.
Playmate?
What?
Playmate?
Playmates is right, by George. Yeah. Can you play that on your trumpet, please? Boys, fine, and it gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard, Dr. Winter. Very nice indeed. And now, Pete Chichillo of Toronto, Ohio, tells us a child prodigy on the violin gave a concert which went off very, very successfully. A current comedy tune title tells you the disparaging remark he proudly made about an earlier contemporary of his. What did he say? Things get tough sometimes, don't they? Oh, there's Joe Hooven back in the back row. All right, Joseph, what is it?
Who's your hootie?
Who's Yehudi? That's what he said, sure.
Yeah.
Referring, of course, to Yehudi Menuhin. All right? Well-known violinist, formerly a child prodigy on the fiddle. Can you play Who's Yehudi there, Pop? You better... That's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much. It gives you 10 points. We would like you to go further, but you've got to play it later on the program. Mr. Weems just put that question in there to make sure that the trumpet section knew how it goes when they get around to playing it in its entirety. You know, boys, the way you leap some of those questions, I must warn you that someday you're going to break a leg jumping at conclusions, it says here. Ted, can the boys play by note, too?
Well, we can try to find out, Gary. We used to be able to. Tune, by the way, is Where Was I?
And I'm sure that Perry Como's going to do a grand job of singing it. Perry?
That you surrendered to a sigh. Where was I? The moon was high. The night that you first listened to a lie. Where was I? That you would melt in someone's arms some night, and I was right. The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where was I? And I was right. The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where, oh where, oh where, oh where was I?
Mr. Pearson? Mr. Pearson!
Yes, Miss Maxwell.
What is this I hear about a $10,000 prize contest on kicks? Is it true?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Then why haven't I been told about it? What do you have to do? What is it all about? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
And now, Miss Maxwell, just relax, please, while I tell everybody the good news. Ladies and gentlemen, General Mills, maker of Kicks, is offering $10,000 in prizes for finishing the statement, "New vitalized Kicks appeals to me because." I'll give you the essential details and tell you all about it a little later on the program. But make up your mind right now that this is one contest you're going to enter because it's easy, it's interesting, and somebody is going to win those prizes totaling $10,000.
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things? $10,000 for it? We're on the wrong end of this program. That's the whole trouble. The audience is getting paid more than we are. Well, anyhow, here's our second group of questions, and so far nobody has managed to beat the band. Elsie Geis of Woodhaven, New York, writes in this fashion. There was a loud knock on the executive's office door, and as his cute stenographer jumped off his knee, what instruction did he quickly give? Well, don't look at me. That's the question. Hey, good enough. And Parker Gibbs has got his hand up in the air. All right, Parker.
Please take a letter, Miss Brown.
Please take a letter, Miss Brown, for sure. Can you play that, please?
And then it goes on about...
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute, Parker. Now, is that all you're going to do?
Well, he says take a letter, and it's a love letter, and then she gets tears in her eyes, and so it ends up with a punch, you know.
Right.
It's, the letters to Miss Brown, that's the secretary.
You're breaking my heart. Could you tell me also about Goldilocks and the Three Bears? You know that one?
No, I don't know
we'll
that.
have to let that go because, as a matter of fact, you did play an identifying portion of it.
Yeah, please
yours
take
was
a letter, Miss
identifying
Brown.
portion there. Anyhow, and it gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard, Parker. Good enough for you. What'd you say, Billman?
Let me hear that once more. Sing it.
You want me to sing it again?
Yeah.
Well, our next question, friends, is if you know the duties...
Let me hear it.
Now, Pete, never mind. Not at these prices. I can't knock myself out for nothing. If you know the duties of a sideshow barker, you can answer the question of Hal Muller of St. Louis. A former sideshow spieler, not satisfied with his new job of selling tickets, requested the boss to give him back his old job. In asking for his old job, he used a catchy melody of quite a few years ago, and we find it necessary to pun a bit on the last word of it. Has anybody got any idea what the tune might be? Here's a former sideshow spieler, not satisfied with his new job of selling tickets, and so he asks the boss to give him back his old job. And in asking for his old job, he used a catchy melody of a few years ago, and we find it necessary to pun on the last word. Give anybody anything? Thousands of dollars they pay for this time, you know that. And, I mean, thousands, and nothing's happening. You boys are just sitting here. I'll leave a call for 5 o'clock. I'm sorry, time's up. The answer is I want to go back to ballet. You get it? Sure, ballet. Who? That's a very good question, and the whole band has to rise and throw 50 cents in the old bass drum. That's fine. Good enough indeed, huh? And that makes Hal Muller of St. Louis the first person to beat the band, receive a full case of Kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more if we keep that $100 bonus in mind. Now poetry from D.H. Stinson of Los Angeles, California, which reads, "The clay pipe said to the old corn cob, I know we both have trouble, but mine are worse than yours, my friend." Hey, and that goes, several hands going up in the air all at once. So let me see, Pete Fieldman's got his hand up. So many of them up, I had a hard time making up my mind. Wait a minute, Pete. Now, wait a minute. Look, before you open your mouth, before you start anything, last week we had a question here concerning dogs, the answer to which was Mark.
Yeah, I know, I was wrong.
And you said trees.
Well,
you remember that?
But I thought that was the right answer.
Well, I just want to warn you that if you got anything like that this week, Mr. Weems will be looking for a guy who plays alto and baritone and doubles on the trombone and wears a size 37 suit. I just wanted to warn you before
I'm really hurt.
Huh?
I'm really hurt.
Well, I'm
Man
sorry.
makes one mistake in his life, and you're the kind of a guy that don't even let him live it
I'm
down.
awfully sorry.
Go shout it from the rooftops.
All right. Now, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. Now, let's get this question again. The clay pipe said to the old corn cob, I know we both have...
the answer to. You don't have to say it again.
I know we both have... Listen, I'm getting paid for this, and I've got to do it. I know we both have troubles, but mine are worse than yours, my friend. What's the answer? Oh, now you're going to make me coax you. Now you score. Come on.
I'm forever blowing bubbles.
Oh, yeah, that's right. right, good. Can you play on your trombone, Pete? Please? I'm forever blowing bubbles. Thank you. That's Red. No, not now. And that gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard, Pete, and I'm awfully sorry if I hurt your feelings. Now, how well do you fellows follow the sports column? Ernest G. Smith, Jr. of Braintree, Massachusetts, wants to know what recently current song title might have been the remark of Ed Oliver when he was disqualified during the 1948 National Open Gold Tournament, and several hands went up. Ralph Blank over on the piano. Parker Gibbs had his hand up.
Sounds like he might have said, I didn't know what time it was.
I'll explain that to the folks. Why?
Because he teed off earlier than he should have.
That's right. That's absolutely the right answer. Can you play I Didn't Know What Time It Was, Ralph? Gives me till you're fine, boy. Really, I'll tell him when he's solid, Pillman. You're putting 10 points up on the scoreboard. Now, boys, to answer this question, it'll require only common sense. That stuff right there. Berdina Eaton of Red Oak, Iowa, asks, who was it who crossed the United States from New York to San Francisco on crutches a few years ago? And the Red Ingle's got the answer.
A little man that wasn't there.
No, take that saxophone out of your mouth. That's not right. No, I'm sorry, Red.
You know anybody else that did it?
No, as a matter of fact, the answer is nobody. That's the name of the song. Nobody did that. You see? It's a lot different from what you said. Don't you get that? Can you play nobody? You play like nobody sometimes. Yeah, you can play nobody. All right, let's hear you play.
Something about
You're playing nothing. You're not playing nobody.
The lions came out, and if the lion's going to eat me, who's going to help me? Nobody.
What's this?
Isn't that the nobody?
Why don't you and Parker Gibbs get together and tell each other stories?
That's Bert Williams.
I don't care to know the synopses of the story. I'm not much on plots. I just want to hear the tune, Nobody.
Well, the only time I ever heard it, Bert Williams did it, and he talked it. He didn't make any money.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bert Williams passed on some years ago, didn't he, Mr. Harris? That's right. We can't take him up just for you, Red. I'm awfully sorry. So I'll tell you what we'll have to do. We'll have to just ask you to throw 50 cents on the old bass drum, 50 cents on the old bass drum, and Berdina Eaton of Red Oak, Iowa, becomes the second person to beat the band, receive a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which might be much more, keeping that bonus in mind, and probably will.
I got to dig that up, too.
What? You got to dig up the 50 cents? Boom, there it goes, with a very bad tone, too. Well, now, boys, you showed sociability, if nothing else, back there during that group. If I'd asked you to join me in a drink, but I don't think there'd be room for all of us. Ted, how about some music now?
It's on the way, Gary, under the title Polka Dots and Moonbeams.
Well, and we'll hear Elmo Tanner doing the whistling.
about this contest now. Would anybody here be interested in winning $5,000? That's what the first prize is. Would any of you care for the second prize of $1,000, a third prize of $500? If the idea appeals to you, listen to this. Somebody is going to win each of those big prizes, and there are more than 1,000 other money prizes besides. Altogether, 1,113 people are going to finish in the money. Why shouldn't you be one of them? All you have to do is finish this statement in 25 additional words or less. New Vitalized Kicks appeals to me because. Get it? You start out with these words. New Vitalized Kicks appeals to me because. Then finish the statement in 25 additional words or less. Now, I think nearly every good listener to Beat the Band knows about the new Vitalized Kicks. You know that this tempting, tasty, ready-to-serve corn breakfast food now provides the most essential vitamins and minerals of whole corn in full grain strength. Vitalized Kicks supplies precious vitamin B1, vitamin G, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. And in the actual amounts nature originally intended you should get from corn. Important? You bet. So much so that this vitalization angle, no doubt, deserves a place in your statement. Not to mention such outstanding Kicks qualities as its new different flavor, its appetizing form of golden round bubbles, and the way it stays deliciously crisp in milk or cream. Now then, do this. Get a package of Kicks, tear off the top of the package, and send it with your name and address and your contest statement to Beat the Band, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Your entry will be judged on the basis of originality, uniqueness, aptness, and sincerity. The judge is Professor Lloyd D. Harold of Northwestern University, and his decision will be final. In case of ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Your entry must be postmarked before midnight, Monday, September 16th. This contest is limited to residents of the United States. Now, you may send in as many entries as you like, but make sure a Kicks package top is sent with each entry. That prize money is waiting, so go after it to beat the band.
Righto, and here we are in our last group of questions for this afternoon with two fortunate people so far having managed to beat the band, and now poetry from Mrs. Ruth Spencer of Auburn, Maine. Weenie roasts are loads of fun for crowds of girls and guys, but I have one complaint to make. The You got to fill in the All right, and Country Washman was the first one to put his hand up.
The smoke gets in your eyes. I couldn't think of what smoke was.
That's right. Well, anyhow, you got the right answer. Smoke gets in your eyes. Can you play that on the bull? Oh, that's going to be brutal. Never mind. No, you can't double on pianos. All right. And now here we go with one more quick question we have time for. Howard J. Lasan of...
Hey, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Tom, Gary, with no more time. Gangway for a gang pay, son.
Well, look here. It's Folding Money Pearson, folks.
Yeah, you're not fooling.
Say, Ted, will you play a pretty tune, please?
Well, here's our version of I Found a New Baby.
Oh, that's the one we want to hear.
Well, folks, we added up our 2s and 2s and we got a 4s, only the 4s happen to be some 9 questions used on our program for which General Mills is ready, willing, and able to pay $10 each. 2 smart people beat the band today and collect $60 apiece. Our grand total comes to the amount of $190 paid for questions on this day of grace 1940. Well, we might ignore the old bass drum, but that'd make 7 of the guys in the band mighty sore because they tied, and all 7 of them walked down and pick up the money. Gentlemen?
Oh, fine indeed. Well, folks, thanks and goodbye. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks for the grand questions, and hearty congratulations to the winners. Keep up that good work and send in those questions, will you? Just address them to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. We'll be looking for them.
Folks, remember, we want all of you to try to beat the band. $10 to you if we use your question. Double money, $20, plus a case of Kix is your guaranteed minimum if you beat the band. And that sum may be much more. Remember the $100 bonus. It's a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course, payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. So get in the game. Who knows? You might be a band beater. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us next week. Now, in the meantime, if you'd like to put a new thrill into breakfast and still save that extra 5 minutes in the morning, get acquainted with that delicious new quickly served breakfast cereal that stays crisp in milk or cream. Kix, K-I-X, Kix. And remember, we want you to try to beat the band. Goodness, look who's beating the drum now. General Mills itself, no less. And with a total of $10,000 in prize money. $5,000 for the first prize, $1,000 for the second prize, $500 for the third prize, and over 1,000 other money prizes besides. For doing what? For simply finishing this statement in 25 additional words or less. New vitalized Kix appeals to me because. Finish that statement in 25 additional words or less. Then mail it with your name and address and the top from one package of Kix to Beat the Band, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Send as many entries as you like. Just be sure a separate Kix package top accompanies each entry. All entries must be postmarked before midnight, September 16th.
Smoke Gets in Your Eyes is from Roberta. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Pearl Harbor had just happened, but it was a very long way between those days and the work of the war. Mobilization and training, the factories building the weapons, and the ships to take men and equipment to face a very powerful enemy. This transition between working for self and working for one's country, for some, was not a very easy one. So I wrote a play called Johnny Quinn, and a very lovely and a very talented actress named Olivia de Havilland gave it life.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Plays for Americans by Arch Oboler. As a further contribution to national defense, NBC brings you a limited series of new plays dedicated to people of goodwill everywhere who believe in the inherent dignity of man, who fight together now for life, liberty, and happiness for all. This is a war of men and ideas, and these will be plays of the men and the ideas that make up our America of today. As the first of this series, we bring you the talented Miss Olivia de Havilland in a new play, Johnny Quinn, U.S.N.
I'll tell you of pleasant things. The way your father looked, the way he talked, walked and walked and laughed. And what he thought. Your father was born in a little place called Far Harbor, in a cold little sea-swept town in Maine. He died on a day when the sun was very warm and very bright in a place they call Pearl Harbor. Let me tell you. I think he must have been a very funny little boy, your father. I didn't know him then, of course, but I've seen pictures of him at 7, standing as if he had a board against his back, and his eyes kind of popping out because the collar of his Sunday suit was so very tight around his neck. But I'll tell you something else. Even in that silly old picture, and even though he was a very small boy, there was something in his face that said,
"What's it all about? What's it all about?"
Hey, what'd you say, Jenny?
I said, "What's it all about?"
Taking your picture, that's what.
Why?
Oh, now you hold still. Blame flash powder. Because your mother told me to make your picture, that's why. Now stop twisting. Look at the birdie.
What birdie?
Oh, stop talking. Steady now, steady.
Why does my mother want my picture?
Oh, for land's sakes. You think these wet plates don't cost money? What do you think she wants your picture? Because mothers are darn... I mean to say because she figures you'll never amount to a darn. So she wants to have a picture to prove you did one thing in your life that you were supposed to do. Stand still for a couple of minutes in front of a camera.
But why does she want me...
Now, Johnny Quinn, you stop asking whys. Just stand there and get your picture took.
Always, yes. Always wanting to know why he had to do things. That was your father at 7. That was your father at 17. When I first met him. High school.
Here, Ann, I guess these are the seats. 6 and 7. I'll go first.
All right, Oliver.
Gee, we're so late. Oh, pardon me. Come on, Ann.
I'm with you. Pardon me.
Excuse me, couldn't we get by there? Beg your pardon. Here, Ann.
Yes.
You here, me here. Oh, gee. Weren't we lucky getting such swell seats?
Yes, we were.
Gotta find out what the score is. I wonder if anyone...
7-3 their favor, beginning of second quarter.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I sure appreciate... Oh. Hi, Johnny.
Hi. How about introductions?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. Ann Griffith, Johnny Quinn.
Hello.
Glad to meet you. Johnny Quinn. I've heard that name before.
Have you?
Ann, look at the program. That Edgewood bunch sure got the weight on us. Look, here it says...
Wait a minute, Oliver. John, why should I know your name? Are you somebody important?
Ann, look, the program, it says...
Oliver, please don't keep interrupting me. Johnny, I've just gotten back to town. We've been traveling. What do you do at school that's so terribly important?
You better watch the game, Ann. I'm taboo.
What's that?
Yeah, no touching, no speaky to, no seat.
But why?
Look at the scoreboard. There's your answer. The guy won't play football. How do you like that?
Johnny, is that true?
Yeah, sure. What do you keep looking at me like that for?
I don't know.
Will you meet me after the game?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Come on, meet me. I want to talk to you. Yeah, I want to talk to you.
And that was how I met your father. After the game, we met and walked.
Cold?
No. You?
No.
Walking too fast?
No.
Johnny.
Yeah?
You asked me out to walk and talk, but we just walk.
Why talk?
Johnny, why are you so old?
What?
You're not like any of the boys I've ever met. You're not much older than I am. Why do you act so old?
Wind's getting bad. I think we better go.
No, Johnny, no. You've got to tell me. What's the matter? Please tell me. Just walk and tell me.
Tell you what?
Who you are and why.
Well, I'm just Johnny Quinn.
No, please, you know what I mean. Tell me.
Well, my father was what everybody called a swell fella. He never asked questions. Somebody'd come to him for a loan, he'd give it. Sign a note, he'd do it. Buy a drink, he'd buy it. Swell fella, everybody said. But when he got killed when I was 11, they took the house away and everything away. My mother had to go out and do day work. There wasn't enough of that in the little town where we lived, so we came here. She's still working. Yeah, I work, too. I got this afternoon off. I don't want to go to school, but she makes me. I don't play football because I haven't got the time. My father never figured things out, but I'm going to all my life. I got the right to ask questions. I got the right to know why I do anything before I do it. I've got a right to know what's in it for me. That's all there is to it.
That's what your father told me. I've got a right to know what's in it for me. I didn't see him much after that. He went to classes, and right after them went to work. Didn't have much time for girls. And I didn't have much time for thinking of him, studying and just growing up. But I did think of him every once in a while. His thin, hard face, and the way his jaw was always tight, as if he was expecting life to hit him, and wanted to be ready for it. And then I heard that he'd left school. I didn't see him again for 3 years. We met again at another football game.
3rd down and 5. Quinn substituting for Parkson.
Freddie, who's that they just sent in?
What'd you say?
That substitute. Who is he?
Oh, that's Quinn, 3rd-year man for state. Paper said he was hurt. I wish he was. We'd have a chance. As it is now,
The field glasses, please.
Well, sure, but say, he's not that good looking, believe me. Believe me.
Through the glasses, I saw it was Johnny, all right. Johnny Quinn, who said he wouldn't play football. I sent a note down to the dressing room. We met after the game. He looked quite prosperous, and he had a car.
Enjoy the game?
Yes. You're very good, aren't you?
Lucky.
No, good. They were right wanting you to play for them, Edgewood High School.
All that, I'd forgotten.
Why did you change your mind, Johnny?
About football?
Yes.
Simple.
Is it?
They pay me, the alumni, tuition and $60 a month.
Oh.
I needed college training. I'm getting it at the price of running a few touchdowns. Where'll we go?
Johnny, I want to ask you something else.
No, wait a minute. You've forgotten.
What?
Me, I'm the question asker. I want to know how you've been and what you've done. How did a skinny girl turn into someone so beautiful?
I want to know about your mother, Johnny. Is she all right?
She died last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No reason to be sorry. She lived a hard life.
And you still think you're hard, don't you?
Sure. I'm out for Johnny Quinn.
I don't believe that.
You better start believing it.
I wouldn't like that, Johnny Quinn.
No? Well, that'd be just too bad. Yeah, just too bad.
He said that, your father, to me. His lips said it. But his eyes... We didn't meet again for another year. This time it was at a party.
And now, my dear, I want you to meet a man to remember. He gives no quarter and asks none. Johnny Quinn. Johnny, this is...
I know.
You've met?
Yes, we met.
Well, forgive me. Do forgive me.
How are you, Johnny?
I'm fine. I see you are. Shall we...
What's the matter?
I just heard myself asking you if you'd like to go off someplace and talk. That's what we always do, isn't it?
Yes.
Look, I got some tickets for a concert. Someone gave them to me. I didn't want to go alone. That's the kind of thing you like, so let's go. Okay? Okay.
It seemed so strange at the time. Your father wanting to go to a concert. And it was Tristan, of all things. But then I knew so much and yet so little of him. We went. We sat high in the balcony. The music. I can hear it now. Love music. But while it played, my eyes kept going to Johnny Quinn. His eyes were closed, and his thin face was at peace. And as I looked at him, his eyes opened, and he looked at me, and he smiled a slow smile, and I loved him. I loved him, and I was afraid of him, because somehow Johnny Quinn to me was what was wrong with the world. He was the man who had nothing and wanted something and would do anything to get it, no matter whom it hurt. He was the man who had something, and to hold on to that something would do anything, no matter whom it hurt. He was Johnny Quinn. And somehow, all at once, I loved him, and I wanted to change him. And that night, he turned his head and spoke to me.
Anne.
Yes?
I tried to find out where you lived.
Did you?
Yes. Anne.
Yes?
Will you marry me?
Johnny.
I said it and I mean it. Will you marry me?
Oh. No. No, Johnny. No. No, no. So he asked me to marry him, your father, and I said no. I said no to him. As we left the concert, he was very angry.
Well, put it into words at least. We've walked from 6 to the river and all you've said is no. I know I haven't had time for a build-up proposing like this, but, well, I'm a sudden guy.
Not for a husband, Johnny.
All right, I've heard that. Put it into words.
Yes. I will. Do you know there's a world outside yourself?
What kind of a question's that?
I'll ask you another. Did you see today's headlines?
Headlines? Sure, of course I did.
What were they?
Why, Chamberlain got back from Munich today.
And what does that mean to you?
Should it mean something?
I'm asking.
All right. So they sold out the little guys. So we'll have peace for a while. So what? That's the way the world is. Big dog eat little dog. So for a while, everything's quiet.
And that's all it means to you?
For Pete's sake, what should it mean?
Well, doesn't the fact that the price of Munich will be that hundreds of thousands of little Czech people, good people, are going to be hurt mean anything to you?
Oh, now, Anne, are we going to start on politics?
Politics? When you use it that way, I'm afraid I don't know what the word means. I'm talking about people.
And I'm talking about us, you and me. What have we got to do with what's happening to foreigners half the world away?
That's just it. Once you said, what's in it for me? I'm asking that question now, Johnny. What's in a marriage for me to a man who thinks of the world as a hunting ground and everybody but himself the prey to be hunted?
No, Anne.
No, let me finish. You haven't known me at all. And I hope that I didn't quite know you as I know you now. The world's full of people like you, Johnny. People who think they can live apart from the stream of mankind and not eventually pay for it.
I talk of marriage and you stand up on a soapbox.
Oh, Johnny, for the last time, try and understand me. Oh, I know what a terrible thing your childhood was, but you're a man, and you've got to have a man's values now. You're a man in a world of men where all the oldest hatreds and cruelties have come to life. And the fight against those is reality, nothing else. This is a time in a world when you've got to take sides. You're for those things and you shut your ears to persecution, or you're against them and you start in fighting. Which are you for, Johnny?
The same one. Johnny Quinn.
And so I went away. And I didn't see your father or hear from him until a few months later when I got a letter from him. I read it. And at first I couldn't quite believe.
So, there it is, Anne, right on the line. I've joined the Navy. Air Force.
Johnny Quinn? Navy? Air Force? Johnny Quinn a part of something? Johnny Quinn listening to anyone but himself? I couldn't believe it. Until I read the next words.
No, Anne, I haven't got religion. Just being smart. You see, I've figured out that aviation is going to be the ground floor to what you apparently don't care about. Cash in the bank. Since the Navy will pay for my training and a salary besides, well, here I go. Yep. Still dog-eat-dog Johnny. You know, I couldn't quite answer you that night you lit into me. I never was much good at off-the-cuff answers. But maybe I can put it into words right now. What's wrong with the world is not the ones like me who say, this is my life, let the other fella take care of himself. No. What's wrong is your kind. The ones with their heads up in the nice pink clouds. The ones who talk truth and honor and justice and forget the plain fact that the only thing that matters in life is cash in the bank. So it's off I am to a nice, cozy little session at the taxpayer's expense, Anne. When they've taught me all I want to know, I'll be back to call on you. Maybe by that time, you'll be off your little lace-trimmed soapbox and ready to listen to good common sense.
That's what he wrote me, your father. You'll be off your lace-trimmed soapbox. I put the letter away and knew that I had to shut my mind and heart to every future thought of Johnny Quinn. I tried to. And then one day, the doorbell.
Hello, Anne.
Johnny.
I'm cold.
Come in.
Anne.
Your uniform. Very nice.
I wanted to see you very much.
I'm going out.
With me?
No.
Then listen, just a minute. I leave for Hawaii tomorrow.
Hawaii?
The squadron. We're ordered out.
Oh.
Anne, look at me. All the things you talked about, being part of the world and having to do something about it, I sort of believe that now.
Johnny.
Sounds crazy, doesn't it? But you've been in my mind so much, I guess your ideas climbed in, too. Anne, before I go, marry me. Say it, Anne. Marry me. Marry me.
That night, we were married. Your father and I. And the next day he went away. And just before he went, he said something to me.
Well, Anne, it's just a minute.
Yes.
I think I better tell you something.
What?
I may be gone for quite some time. I mean, before I can send for you.
I know that.
It might be some time.
Why do you keep saying that?
Well, because I'm going out there for a purpose. I want to get all I can out of it for myself. Having you out there might slow me up. Oh, Anne, that's just what I want to say. I haven't changed. It's still Johnny Quinn first and then the rest. What I told you yesterday, well, I wanted you so much, I just told you what you wanted to hear, that's all. I wanted you to know that because I wanted to be fair. Well, aren't you going to say something? And the train.
Yes, the train. Get on the train, Johnny Quinn. Get on it and don't ever come back to me. I don't want you. Ever. 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 When I started to tell you all this, my son, I told you I'd talk of pleasant things. This isn't, is it? A woman marries a man for what he says he is. And then he isn't. The train went in a moment, and he went. And then the only memory of him were the letters that began to come. The letters that I didn't believe. And now, December 7th. I'll tell you about that. It was early in the day. The telephone rang. Hello? Hello?
This is long distance. One moment, please.
Who?
Ready with New York. Go ahead, Pearl Harbor. Hello? Is this Mrs. Joan Quinn?
Yes.
Just a moment. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Hello? Hello, Ann?
Yes?
How are you, Ann?
All right. You?
Well, that's why I phoned you.
Johnny, you're all right.
Oh, sure, but my letters. Ann, you never... Well, gosh, tonight I just couldn't sleep. I just had to talk to you. Ann, I'm not going to tell you how much I love you. I do, but there's something else I want to say, very much. In all these months I've been stationed out here, the Navy... I mean the men. Ann, I want to tell you...
Johnny? Johnny? Hello, Johnny? Operator, we're cut off. I was talking to Hawaii, someplace in Hawaii, Pearl Harbor.
Sorry, the line's been temporarily disconnected. Sorry, the line's been temporarily disconnected.
I hung up the phone. I sat there, I waited. He'd call me back. He'd tell me what he started to tell me. I waited. He didn't call. The hours went by. He didn't call. And then a radio across the hall.
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor? What of Pearl Harbor?
Japanese treacherously attacked Pearl Harbor.
Attack? Pearl Harbor. Johnny, I went back to the telephone. He'd call. He must call. He never did. But let me tell you what he did do, son. On that December 7th. The enemy, while talking peace and friendship, suddenly began to bomb and burn. And Lieutenant Quinn took off in his plane and went up high into the air and saw a formation of enemy bombers down below and dove down through the sky and crashed the enemy and died. Just that, my son. The enemy, one plane, and Johnny Quinn. Men have a word for that. Heroism. Before this war is won, there'll be other wives and mothers to cry for and be proud of that word. But your father's dying was a special thing, because what he did was how he told me what he wanted me to know.
Ann, I want to tell you. Ann, I want to tell you.
Sorry, the line's disconnected. Sorry, the line's disconnected.
I know what Johnny wanted to say. I know it as clearly as if I'd been right there next to him, that moment before he turned the plane down toward the sea.
Ann, let me tell you what I've got to tell you. They broke the phone connection, didn't they? Well, no matter. Now I can say it. All my life, I thought it was just Johnny Quinn against the rest. And what I got was mine, no matter how I got it. And then I got you that way, and didn't have you. And then I joined the Navy, and didn't have that either. But why, I asked myself, why? I'm smarter than the rest. Why should they who have nothing have something? And I take what I want and never have it. And then I got out here, and met the men of this squadron. My squadron. The way they talked and flew, and all the big and little things they did day in and day out. Suddenly I saw they weren't out of step, I was. Me, wise guy Johnny Quinn. For they were giving something all the time, and I was taking. That was the difference. But why were they giving? I tried to find that out. What percentage was in it, this giving business? Yes, what was in it that they should give and take a punch at anyone who asked what they were getting for it? And then I thought of you, Ann, and all your words I'd laughed at, hadn't listened to, hadn't understood. And suddenly, as quick as the dive I'm going to take now, I understood it all. You were part of a world. And they were part of a world. The world of all the people willing to die for something bigger than themselves. Yes, you were all in step with every man and woman and kid who'd ever stood up under the whip, or charged across a no-man's land, or died in a concentration camp, or hung upon a cross. Yes, you believed something bigger than the world itself. You believed that every man who stood up for the right to be a man was your brother. That every woman who spoke for freedom for her children was your sister. That every child born under God's son was your child. Remember? Which side are you on, Johnny Quinn, you said? The side of those who hide and say, let me alone, the fights the other fellas to win for me? The side of stabbing in the back and slow starvation for the children and the gangsters standing on the backs of all the little peoples? No, Ann, not that side. Your side. The side of dying, maybe, but living in that dying. Your side, Ann. Yours, 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 yours.
And so, my son, I've told you of your father. The way he walked and talked, and even what he thought. That's all there is to say.
Why, Mrs. Quinn, are you still awake?
Yes.
And whom are you talking to?
My son.
Oh, don't you think you'd better wait until tomorrow, when he's born?
Yes.
Well, good night. Sleep well.
Good night. Good night, my son. Good night, Johnny Quinn.
You have just heard Miss Olivia de Havilland in Johnny Quinn, U.S.N., the first of a limited series of new radio plays by Arch Oboler. The National Broadcasting Company brings you these dramas as a further contribution to national defense. Mr. Havilland appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers and the Hollywood Victory Committee for Stage, Screen, and Radio. With Mr. Havilland was Alfred Ryder. The original music was composed by Dr. Frank Black, who conducted the orchestra.
The Columbia Workshop. Tonight we're to hear the... Tonight we're to hear the... Well, maybe I'd better turn this over to our director, Perry Lafferty, who is supposed to have situations like this under control.
Thanks. What Harry Clark was trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that tonight the workshop is going to present... Jenny, please, mind your manners. You'll have your chance in just a few minutes. Now, will you promise to be quiet until we're ready for you? That's better. I'm not going to tell you, listeners, anything at all about Jenny. That'll be taken care of in the story itself. But it might be a good idea to explain just why the workshop decided you ought to hear about her. When we received Mr. Maurice Daubier's script from way up in Bangor, Maine, it seemed nothing short of imperative that the tale of Jenny be passed right on to you because of its sheer impudence and delightful nonsense. To decorate the saga of Jenny, we asked Van Cleve to write a score suitable to the situation, and Tom Tully to play the part of Mike, who will, during the story, explain just how all this happened. All right, Van, give a tug to the musical curtain so we can begin Maurice Daubier's tale of Jenny, the bus that nobody loves.
Yeah, Mike, maybe it's true, but I don't know.
Listen, it's true, all right. Just give me a chance to tell you the whole thing.
You mean there's more to it than what you said?
More to it? Well, I didn't do nothing but touch Jenny's surface, so to speak. Let me jump back to the beginning. Yes, sir. Back in the old days, when bus service was just beginning between Boston and New York, Jenny was quite a machine. She was queen of the road. She could whiz along at 40 miles an hour all the way, and she didn't give hardly no trouble. She was real proud of herself, too. You could feel it holding her wheel. Sort of a quiet, throbbing pride. Like a dame that knows she's got everything but don't boast about it, because she ain't got no need to boast. She had a nice, pleasant voice, too. All the way, on every run she took, you could hear her engine purring. Jenny was always happy, and she liked to hear the things the passengers said about her.
She's a beautiful job, Mike.
Isn't it wonderful, darling, traveling this way? So clean and cozy, too.
Oh, it isn't smooth. Hey, this bus is a mess. All the time it was like that. People saying nice things about her. And don't you think Jenny didn't appreciate them? She was just like a person. When she got a compliment, she just tried all the harder to live up to it. And she liked the people, too. The traveling men, the honeymooners, and the kids. Particularly kids. But times change, you know. Progress. They kept making bigger buses, more comfortable ones, faster ones. And it wasn't long before they took Jenny off a run. Shoved her right out of the picture.
What happened then, Mike?
Well, one day it happened that all the regular buses was full up, and they needed an extra one to carry 4 passengers who was left over. So they brought Jenny out again. She'd been eating her heart out all alone, sobbing in the dust and dark until her paint was cracked. Because the poor gal didn't know why they'd taken her off. She'd always done her best for the company and the traveling men and the kids. She didn't know all the improvements they'd made in buses, and she was happy when they brought her out. Happy even when she found out there were only 4 passengers. She figured business must have fallen off. But her motor was knocking brave and hard, and she was all set to show them she could still do the run just as good as always. I was going to drive her that first day out, the first time they'd used her for 3 whole years. And what a day it turned out to be. Well, Jenny, old girl, it's been a long time since I sat behind your wheel. How have you been? Oh, that's fine.
Hey! Is this the bus to New York?
This is it.
What's the idea of running this old rattle trap?
She rides smooth, mister. Not quite as comfortable as some of the others, maybe, but she'll get you there.
Now, listen, I gotta get to New York in a hurry.
That's okay. We won't be long on the road.
Yeah, you gotta say it, I suppose. You work for the company.
I've driven this bus for years.
Well, it looks it. When did it go into service? Just before the Civil War?
Joey, I guess this must be it.
Watch your step, lady.
Ma, why don't we ride in the pretty part? We were too late to get the tickets, Joey. I told your father he was wasting time, but no. He had to have a second piece of pie at that cafeteria. Oh, where is he now?
There he is, over there. Hey, Pop, this bus is crummy.
Marvin, don't drop that suitcase.
Hey, driver, what's the time?
2:35.
How long do we gotta wait here? That other bus pulled out 10 minutes ago.
These are the last passengers. Watch your step, sir.
Well, we got plenty of room anyway. Come on, Marvin, don't dawdle. No, dear. Yes, dear.
That other bus is halfway to New York now, of all the rotten luck.
We won't come in far behind her. Watch your step. I tell you, sir, I know this bus. She's got more on the ball than people give her credit for.
See, Ma, these seats are rotten. Look, they ain't got no springs. I can't balance.
Your father, Joey, he's responsible.
Mammy, I ain't to blame for these seats.
It's your fault we're sitting on them. If you hadn't dawdled back at that cafeteria...
Now, dear, how was I to know they put us on an old bus like this? I thought it was up to the minute the bus company would take better care of their passengers.
How was you to know? You saw.
Well, dear,
I bet you forgot to get me that movie magazine, too. Leastways, I don't see it anywhere.
Hey, Pop, where's my Superman?
There, you see? You go right out and buy them magazines this minute.
You'll have to hurry. We're pulling out right away.
Well, I should hope so. Listen.
Mamie, dear, did I have some money?
I should say not. You got change from the cafeteria.
But, honey, that's my allowance.
The least you could do, Marvin McIntosh, is to spend a little of your own money for the company of wife and child.
I can't hold this bus more than 3 minutes longer.
Not jumping seahorses. 3 minutes more at this stand. I get to New York quicker if I walk.
Hurry up, Marvin. Don't keep everybody waiting.
Pop, don't forget my Superman. Hey, get me some bubble gum, son.
All right, Joey. Superman and bubble gum. Super gum and bubble man.
If I don't make my appointment, I'll be out $1,000 and maybe my job.
That was Jenny, champing at the bit. You see, she'd been getting sore at all these cracks, and she was just in the mood to show these mugs that she still had the stuff. By the time Marvin got back, we was 2 minutes behind schedule. But Jenny made that up the minute we got out of Boston and hit the open highway. Yes, sir, if I hadn't known that Jenny was an old girl, I'd have thought I was driving one of them swanky new jobs. She ate up the road, I'm telling you. How'd the passengers like it? Well, even the guy that was in the hurry was impressed. Of course, Jenny didn't ride so easy, so while he stopped complaining about her speed, he started to beef about the bumps. Still in all, I think we'd have caught up with the bus that started out ahead of us, and I think we'd have let her into New York. If it hadn't been for something that happened 5 miles out. The New York to Boston bus passed, and when Jenny got a look at that baby, she just give up. She'd never seen the new buses on the line, and she was so humiliated that she broke down. Of course, it didn't take long to get her started again, but I could tell that her heart wasn't in it no more. She didn't do no more than drag along the road. And Mr. Tough Guy started to grouse again.
Listen, Bud, I can make better time if I walk. Any self-respecting snail that couldn't beat this person to walk ought to shut up shop. Can't you stiff her up anymore?
I'm doing all I can, sir.
Well, would it help if we got out and pushed?
We won't be more than a few minutes late. Hey, kid, you better go back and sit down.
I ain't touching nothing.
Go on now, you might fall down.
Not when we're going as slow as this, I won't.
If anything happened to you, the company'd be responsible. Now go on.
Hey, Ma! Can I stay up front here? Of course you can, Joey. He says I can. You tell him we paid money to ride on this bus, and I guess we can ride any way we want to. Yeah, Ma says I can stay up here in front.
Okay. But don't monkey with the dashboard.
I ain't touching it. Don't you let him pass you, Joey. Oh, I ain't scared of him. He ain't so tough. What's this funny-looking button, mister?
There's a sign up there that says, don't talk to the driver while this vehicle is in motion.
You couldn't call this motion.
What happened if I pushed it? The button here, huh?
Well, I'm getting fed up with this little brat by this time, and I'm all set to poke him in the puss if he don't behave. I've taken plenty from passengers in my day, but there comes a time when a guy takes all he can stand. And even if it means my paycheck, I intend to chastise the kid. So I says, you try it and you'll find out. Just at this point, the speed demon says in a loud voice, never mind the kid, hurry up and get to New York. And just at this point, the kid pushes the button on Jenny's dashboard. And just at this point, as true as I'm standing here, Jenny, with us inside her, is sitting right smack outside the bus station on 43rd Street in New York. What? But that's impossible, I'm telling you. Well, we all just sat there for a couple of minutes like we'd been hit smack between the eyes. Then the woman screamed, ow! Joey said, gee! And the guy that wanted to get to New York fast started to use words he shouldn't have before women and children. Then he stopped all of a sudden and just sat there staring out at the city like he'd never seen it before. I guess I was the first one to come to. I said, hey, kid, what button did you push?
This one here.
There it was. And I swear I never seen it before, a little gold button.
I didn't do nothing. All I did
Keep
was...
your trap shut, I gotta think.
Open that door, let us out.
All that happened was he said, get to New York, and you pushed the button, and wham, here we are. I got it. You got what?
I know what this is. It's a mirage.
Yeah, that's it. Like I was reading in straight bush science magazine.
Listen, kid, when I say when, you push that button again, see?
Sure.
Get back to Boston where we started from. When? It worked. There we was, right back in front of the bus station on Boylston Street. I knew it right away because it wasn't as noisy as New York. The only trouble was there wasn't no parking space available, and we was on top of another bus.
What? On top of another bus? Are you kidding?
I'm not explaining this thing, see? I'm just telling you what happened. We was just perched up there. There wasn't no accident or nothing. We rested up there just as easy as anything. But Mother McGee was squawking so loud, I decided we better change our spot again. So I said, get back to New York. And the kid pushed the button, and so it. We're back in Manhattan again. This time, the guy that was in the big hurry didn't waste no time. He staggered down front and says in a husky baritone, "This is where I get off." I started to open the door for him, but I forgot to keep my eye on little Rover. All of a sudden, I hear him say,
"I wish we wasn't African."
By the time the door was opened, the guy that was getting off stepped down right in front of a lion that hadn't finished his dinner. Well, Hasty Puddin' jumped back into the bus with a yell. I cuffed Junior and sent Jenny back to New York. By this time, the sidewalk out front of the bus station was crowded, and a blue coat come up waving a stick and shooting his mouth off. I opened the door so I could hear what he was saying. He started off by trying to pull that oldie about.
Hey, what's going on around here?
But before he could get the words out of his mouth, he was nearly knocked over by the rush of refugees from the bus. First went the guy that was in the hurry, and brother, did he really mean it. Then Mamie dragged Joey out, and Marvin followed him. But she sent him back to pick up the movie magazine he left. Finally, there was I alone, with Jenny, a policeman, and a couple hundred bystanders.
Are you going to answer my question, buddy?
I didn't catch it, officer.
You would if you stay in one place long enough. What kind of a game you been playing with that bus?
You gotta ask Jenny. She's the only one got any answer to that.
Jenny who?
Jenny, she's a bus.
Any company'd hire a loony to drive for him ought to have its license revoked. Now, come on, get out of there.
I can't leave Jenny. It mightn't be safe.
I don't want no lift, see? You're going to the station.
What for? What have I done?
I don't know. All I know is I can book you on lots of charges. Running from drunk and driving to create the disturbance.
You want to smell my breath?
I got better ways of spending my time. Now, come along.
Listen, officer, get inside of it.
And have you maybe pull a knife on me? Not on your life.
But if I tell you what's been going on, you wouldn't believe me. All I want to do is show you.
We're going to the station.
Okay, anywhere you want. I can take you there in 1 second flat.
Are you coming out, or do I have to pull you out?
What station you taking me to?
49th Street Precinct, and I ain't it.
Well, I ain't coming.
Okay, you asked for it. I'm getting in.
Jenny, 49th Street Police Station.
Don't tell me. And there you were, huh?
Say, you're catching on quick. Yeah, there we were. The cop hadn't noticed nothing. All he had in his mind was hauling me out of the bus, and I went along quiet. We landed on the sidewalk, and he turned around.
All right, move along. Break it up.
His jaw dropped 7 inches. He looked up kind of dazed at the door of the police station. Then he looked at me. Then he looked at Jenny.
What's going on around here?
That's what I've been trying to tell you, officer. This bus ain't no ordinary bus. It's well, I guess you'd call it a magic bus.
How did we get here?
All you have to do is say where you want to go, then press this button, and there you are.
You can't do this to me and get away with it.
You got no call to run me in.
Oh, no? I guess reckless driving would cover it.
So they put me in jail. That's justice for you.
Now, what happened to Jenny?
You don't think your story's all over, do you? Say, mister, it's just beginning. Well, I didn't think they'd leave me in jail for long. I work for a big company, but it's a company that's got a heart. They sent someone down to pay my fine, a Mr. Siegelbaum, one of the company lawyers. A good guy, too. Well, when we got out on the street, he led me over to a big car and said,
"Get in, Mike."
"Yeah, thanks." Boy, it sure feels good to be out again. Say, Mr. Siegelbaum, where's Jenny?
Jenny? Your wife?
No, I ain't married. Jenny, the bus.
Oh, the bus. The bus you were driving?
Yeah. Where is she? Is she all right?
Oh, I presume so, yes.
They put her in the garage?
Yes, they did.
Good old Jenny. Who'd have thought she had it in her?
Oh, who indeed? Well, Mike, I'm taking you to the office, Mike. Mr. Black wants to talk with you.
The president? Hey, I never seen him before. What's the matter? They're not putting me on the carpet for this, are they? It ain't my fault.
Oh, no. It's just that, well, Mr. Black wants to find out a few things. Something is certainly the matter when a bus behaves as abnormally as Jenny has claimed to have behaved.
What do you mean, claimed? You mean you think I was lying about Jenny's being a magic bus?
Lying, Mike?
No. I wouldn't accuse you of that. You've been with this company a good many years, and we've never had any complaints about your morals or your habits.
Well, thanks, Mr. Black. I always tried to do my job the best I knew how.
And no one could ask you to do more.
Mr. Black, let's get down to cases.
All right, J.B. Mike, This is J.B. Buckman, our public relations man.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure, shoot.
What was your favorite reading when you were a child?
Huh?
J.B.'s a psychologist, Mike. He's always asking questions like that.
Oh.
What are you getting at, J.B.?
For instance, did you ever read fairy stories or the Arabian Nights?
No, I didn't read much of anything.
Now look, J.B., I don't question your methods. But aren't you going about this from the wrong angle? It isn't as if Mike started this story about a haywire bus. It's those confounded passengers who've been raising all the row.
I think I can give you your answer, Mr. Black.
Already?
Already. It's a simple case of mass hypnosis.
Fine. That's just fine. Excellent. I knew we could trust you to come through, J.B. What's it mean?
It's almost impossible to explain. But it's a recognized fact that at certain times, a wave sweeps over even quite ordinary people. A wave of hypnosis. Sometimes it's induced by a spellbinder's voice. Sometimes it comes quite unexpectedly and for no obvious reason. Take the Hindus. The Hindus are masters at the art of creating mass hypnosis.
Sigelbaum, find out if we've got any Hindus working for us and fire them.
Oh, we don't have any.
How about digging up one so we can fire him? Make a good feature story and show that we're right in there serving the public interest.
J.B., are you trying to tell us that this whole thing was a figment of the public imagination?
Exactly.
What about the people in the bus?
They were all victims of suggestion.
You think that bus ain't haunted?
Of course not. It's just an ordinary bus. In fact, a very ordinary bus.
Yes, Hilda. Oh, reporters. Tell them I'll have a statement for them in 5 minutes.
Buckman, you're going to stick to that line?
It's the only reasonable explanation there is.
Gentlemen, would you like to take a little trip in that ordinary bus?
A trip?
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Hilda, tell those reporters to wait. I'll have a statement for them in half an hour.
Is this the bus? Nothing very distinctive about it.
Mike, now, where's this magic contraption you claim makes this bus jump around?
There.
Where?
There's a button right there, sir.
Oh.
Now, if you gentlemen will just sit down and tell me where you'd like to go.
This is sheer nonsense.
That's what you say. Okay. What's your first stop?
I think Mr. Black should be allowed first choice.
Me? No. You boys decide. Light me a cigar, Sigelbaum.
All right. I'll play your silly little game. Let's make it the South Sea Islands.
Which one?
Tahiti.
Tahiti it is. Okay, Jenny, give. How do you like that, Buckman?
This is impossible. There's a way of proving whether it's real or not. There's a coconut lying out there on the grass. If one of us could go out and pick it up and bring it back into the bus.
Okay. Hold everything. I'll go. Here. Cat.
Well, that settles that. Now, where are we?
Tahiti. And it's not bad. Not bad at all. Look at that flock of girls coming towards us.
Look at something else. Look at your watches. What time is it?
It's 11 o'clock.
It was 11 o'clock at night, just 2 minutes ago. Right now, we're in the middle of tomorrow morning. How do you like that? Now, don't you wish that this was something simple, like mass hypnosis?
Great Scott, he's right. Mike, get this bus back to New York.
Okay. New York, Jenny. Same place where we started from.
Phew. Thank heaven, it worked.
This is black magic. I don't want anything more to do with it. Let me out.
You can't leave, J.B. You've got to give me a story for the reporter.
Take them for a ride and let them make up their own story.
I wonder...
well, what is it, Ziggy?
Well, if this bus is capable of shooting through space, I wonder if it can shoot through time.
Make them get away from that button.
Come on, Ziggy. We'll go up and have a conference. You can play games later.
All right.
You want me?
Of course. We couldn't do without you.
When you come to me, I can do without the stuff.
Right.
Mr. Black, there's only one solution.
Yes?
That bus must be destroyed.
Hey, wait a minute.
That sounds pretty drastic to me, too, J.B. Seems to me we ought to consider.
If you don't get rid of that tumble-down piece of witchcraft, I promise that this company is going out of business, and going out fast.
Well, what makes you say that?
The public may like fantasy and fiction, but give them a touch of it in real life, and they'll panic.
Siggy, I think J.B.'s right. If we scrap the bus, the trouble's all over. If we don't, if we keep it on the regular run, and the papers go to town on the story, we're going to have one problem after another.
But think of the opportunities. If this bus can travel through time, think what a great thing it'd be for the historians, for everybody.
Yes, but think of the temptation of criminals. Suppose a bunch of gangsters got under this and shanghaied the bus someday when it was on the road. There'd be a crime wave that'd knock this country on its ear, and there'd be no way of stopping it.
Well, I still think...
I've made up my mind. All I want is to run a nice modern bus company, run it quietly, and make a good profit. J.B.'s right. We can't afford to keep this bus in commission. The best thing to do is just to tear it to pieces and sell it for scrap. We'd better do it right now, too, before those reporters start snooping around and find out something that they shouldn't. Mike, you're elected. Drive it around to the garage and have it dismantled.
Well, I never felt so low in my whole life as I did when I left that office and went down and got behind Jenny's wheel again. I guess there's a price you gotta pay if you're different, and Jenny'd gotta pay it. I run my hands over the wheel and tooted the horn just for luck. And then I decided to do it. Much as I hated it, I knew there was only one way I could save Jenny from the scrap heap. I got out my tools, and I started to work to take out that button. Jenny didn't complain, not Jenny. But then she wouldn't. She was made of fine stuff, Jenny was. Then, just as I was finishing, Siegelbaum came running over to me.
I'm glad I caught you, Mike, before you ran her over to the junkyard.
Yeah?
Yeah, I talked Mr. Black around. He's going to keep the bus, let it out to private parties at a big price.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
I didn't say nothing. I couldn't. I just showed him what I'd done. He stood there, staring at the hole in Jenny's dashboard. Leave me draw a curtain over that scene. You still listening?
Sure. Go ahead, Mike.
I tried to put the button back, but it wasn't no use. You can't fool around with magic, I guess. Jenny was just a plain, simple bus again. Just an old bus that'd see her best day. She'd had one flash of glory, but now it was over. She was just an old, broken-down hack, and so was my heart. They got rid of both of us, Jenny and me.
I don't like stories unless they have a happy ending. I told you that before you started. Here I've been listening for a half hour and you spring this on me.
What makes you think this story ain't got a happy ending?
Well, has it?
Sure it has. Come on with me outside, right in front of my house here.
All right.
There's Jenny now, standing at the curb. She didn't go to the junkyard.
Well, I'll be.
Come in, Jenny.
Hiya, Mike. Let's go.
Take your time, Buster. You see, mister, a club down on the east side border. Buster here meets me every Sunday at this time, and we go on and pick up a bunch of other youngsters down the block, and we all go out to the country.
Hey, that's fine.
There ain't much dough in it for me, but that don't matter. Taking them poor kids out to green fields makes me happier than I've ever been in my life. And that goes for Jenny, too. She always likes kids. Likes to see them having fun. And they're crazy about her. They love her, see? And that's what Jenny's always needed, affection. Why, I never seen her run smoother or faster than she does every Sunday. She's starting a new life, all right. And it suits her fine. Well, I gotta go now. See you later.
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Mike.
You have just heard the Columbia Workshops production of The Bus That Nobody Loved, written by Maurice Dalbier of station WABI, the Columbia Network affiliate in Bangor, Maine. Tom Tully was Mike the bus driver. The special score was composed and conducted by Van Cleve. Al DiCaprio engineered. Sound was by Charles Raines, Jim Rogan, and Max Miller. In the cast were Jim Backus, Henriette Kay, Roy Fant, Tommy Lewis, Howard Smith, Eddie Mayhoff, Winfield Honey, and Sandy Strauss. Perry Lafferty directed.
Howdy, folks, and welcome to Melody Ranch with Gene Autry. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend. Transcribe, your friendly local merchant who sells and displays healthful, refreshing, delicious double mint chewing gum invites you to meet all the folks here at Melody Ranch. Johnny Bond, Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. But right now, here's the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
When it's roundup time in Texas and the bloom is on the stage, I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range, just to smell the bacon frying when it's sizzling in the pan. Hear the breakfast horn in the early morn, drinking coffee from a can, just a-riding, rockin', roping, pounding leather all day long, just a-sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song, how it beckons and I reckon I would work for any wage, just to be again, to be free again when the bloom is on the stage.
When it's roundup time in Texas and the bloom is on the stage, I long to be in Texas, back a-riding on the range, just to smell the bacon frying when it's sizzling in the pan. Hear the breakfast horn in the early morn, drinking coffee from a can.
Just a-riding, rockin', roping, pounding leather all day long, just a-sweating, swaying, swearing, listening to a cowhand song, how it beckons and I reckon I would work for any wage, just to be again, to be free again when the bloom is on the stage. Well, thank you very, very much, folks, and howdy, friends, and thanks for dropping around to visit with us this Saturday night. Yes, sir, we're always glad you could come, and sorry when you have to leave. But that half hour in between is strictly for your enjoyment. And another thing for your enjoyment is delicious, refreshing double mint gum. Yes, sir, folks, for the very best in downright chewing satisfaction, take it from me, the gum for you is healthful, refreshing double mint. And remember, it costs so little, tastes so good. Oh, that's very pretty, Bond. Here's a melody I dare say is familiar to most of you. It bears the simple title, Yours. And we sincerely hope it is. Yours till the stars have no glory. Yours till the birds fail to sing. Yours till the end of life's story. This pledge to you, dear, I bring. Yours in the gray of December, dear, or on far distant shores. I'll never love anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours? the gray of December. Here are on far distant shores. I'll never love anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours?
Well, thank you very, very much.
Hey,
And now,
Artery. Hey, Mr. Artery. Can I talk to you for a minute here?
why, sure, Pat. What's on your mind?
Well, I just want to introduce you to an old pal of mine. He just got in from prospecting in the hills, he did. Mr. Artery, this is Wendy Wilson.
Well, I'm mighty pleased to meet you, Wendy.
And I'm right pleased to meet you, Bucko. Pat's been telling me a lot about you. Yes, he has. He sure has.
Wendy, he is somewhat of a talker, Mr. Artery.
I never would have guessed it.
You know something, Bucko? Your face reminds me of a fellow I used to cut timber with up in the North Woods. That fellow didn't have no arms, but he could cut more timber than a 2-minute camp.
Now, wait just a minute here, Wendy. How could this fellow chop wood without any arms?
Used to take a hatchet in his mouth and turn somersaults.
Wendy is going to stay on here at the ranch for a few days, Mr. Artery. That is, if it's okay with you.
It's all right, Pat. I'm glad to have you with us, Wendy.
Well, thanks, Bucko. It's mighty nice getting back to civilization after years of panning for gold. But I'm heading back for the hills soon.
Oh, is that so? Well, tell me, Wendy, just where do you plan to do all this mining?
Well, wherever I pitch my tent, Bucko, and believe me, I've had some experiences. Well, I'll never forget one time up in the icy areas. I had to cross a wide ravine because there was a 10-foot grizzly bear charging down the hill at me, so I grabbed a hold of a slim vine and swung out over the canyon. Well, sir, for a minute I thought I was going to make it, but then all of a sudden the vine snapped and I crashed to the bottom of the ravine filled with jagged rocks 1,000 feet below. Later on, I was walking up there.
Tighten up on the reins there, brother. Now, look, if you fell 1,000 feet on a jagged rock like you said, well, you'd have been killed.
I was, but not bad enough to stop my trip.
Here, Wendy, there's just some things you can't expect us to believe.
You mean to say you think I'm stretching the truth, Bucko?
Well, I won't say you're stretching it, but I'd sure hate to be around when it snaps back.
Well, thank you, Bucko. Maybe you better sing, girls.
I know not where on earth to find you. I know not how or where to start. I only know I'm here without you. And there's pins and needles in my heart. The days and nights are growing longer. Since first you said that we must part. I only know I can't forget you. With these pins and needles in my heart, I always see your face before me. You smile at heaven's work of art, but now you're smiling at another, and there's pins and needles in my heart. Sometime, somewhere we'll meet again, dear, and love will make the teardrops start. Someday you'll know how long I've waited, with these pins and needles in my heart, with these pins and needles in my heart.
Oh, very fine, girl. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Artery.
Now, look, what in the world are you so excited about, Butler?
I'm working a crossword puzzle here, and I'm sort of stuck.
Oh, yeah? What word you stuck on?
Well, this word right here, let's see, it's 26 down.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, a delicious, refreshing, chewing treat. 10 letters.
Pat. I'm ashamed of you. The word's very simple. Double mint.
Well, how stupid can I be?
I don't know.
Now, anybody everybody knows the answer to downright chewing satisfaction is double mint.
Well, not just anybody, Pat. Everybody.
I'll say, boy, am I dumb. Now, let me just write that down here. DOUBLEMINT. There.
Double mint always does it, Pat. Yes, sir, friends, if you're looking for a cool, refreshing chewing treat, take my advice and treat yourself to a package of the best you can. Delicious, refreshing double mint gum.
Right.
And now, folks, here's a song that never seems to tire in popularity. About a cowboy and a certain pair of blue eyes. Why are your eyes of blue, so blue tonight? What have I done to make you cry? Don't you know everything will turn out right? Someone told you a jealous lie. Dry the tears from your blue eyes. Skies are gray when my baby cries. Don't believe all those jealous lies. Dry the tears from your blue eyes. Don't you know that my love is yours alone? That my heart only beats for you? Don't you know that I want you for my own? How can you dream I'd be untrue? Dry the tears from your blue eyes. Skies are gray when my baby cries. Don't believe all those jealous lies. Dry the tears from your blue eyes. Well, thank you, folks, and now...
Hey, where's the dictionary at?
We're right over there on the table. Why?
Well, I got another word here I want to look up.
Well, what's the word? Maybe I can save you a trip.
The word is Pacific.
Huh? That's new on me. How you spell it?
P-S-Y-C-H-I-C, Pacific.
That is psychic. It means being able to read or anticipate another person's thoughts.
Well, am I, what was it you said there? Am I that?
Yeah, you're a psychopathic. No, I really don't know, Pat. Are you?
Well, let me see here if I can read your thoughts. I'll try it. First, I'll bet that you're going to tell a story, right?
Right.
Second, I'll bet it's about somebody, right?
Amazing.
Third, I'll wager you're going to start it right now.
Astounding.
And you're going to start by saying you was sitting all by yourself one night when there was a knock at the door.
Correction. The phone rang. I wonder who that could be. Hello?
Hello, Gene. This is Ernie Fulton over in Carsonville.
Well, Ernie, how in the world are you? I haven't heard from you in a long time.
I'm fine, Gene. Sure wish we could get together, but I'm leaving on a business trip in a couple of days. In fact, that's sort of why I called you. See, I was wondering if my sister Sally could stay over there with you for a week or so while I'm gone.
Well, of course you can, Ernie. Be glad to have her. Just send her on over and...
Well, thanks, Gene. There's just one thing. You see, she's...
Oh, forget it, Ernie. It's all decided.
I know, but maybe
I said forget it. Just have her on tomorrow night's train. We'll meet her.
Well, okay, Gene, and thanks a million. I'll check with you as soon as I get back.
Right. So long, Ernie. Sally, huh? I wonder if she's a blonde or a brunette. Well, I figured I'd better tell the boys we had a young lady coming to visit us, and... Brother, you should have seen them when they heard the news. You'd have thought I said Lana Turner instead of Sally Fulton. Anyway, the next evening when the train pulled in, they were all down at the station with me, rigged out in their Sunday best. Especially Johnny Bond. He was suited up, but to kill.
Boy, I'm so nervous I can hardly hold this bouquet steady. How do I look, Gene, huh?
Why, you look fine. And stop pulling on my sleeve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is my necktie straight?
Yeah, it's straight. Now take it easy, Johnny. Sally's only a girl.
Only a girl, he says. Hey, look, the conductor's putting on the steps. I wonder where she... hey, what's that he's got?
I don't know. It looks like it might be a...
There's somebody here by the name of Jean Andre.
Yeah, that's me, conductor.
Good. I'm glad I found you.
Last week I got carried away and wrote him that I'd had a baby.
You're really getting yourself messed up, aren't you, Peggy?
That's where the favor I want to ask you comes in. You see, Uncle Henry's coming through here on a train tomorrow night, and he's wired me to be at the depot with my husband and baby just so we can say hello during the stopover.
Now, wait a minute. If you think I'm going to...
Jean, please. If Uncle Henry learns the truth, I'll have to go back and live at his place. And I'd rather die than do that.
In other words, you want me and the baby to be at the depot with you and pose as your husband and child. Is that it?
Well, it'll only be for a few minutes, Jean. The train doesn't stop long. Please, Jean, please.
You know, something tells me that this is going to lead to trouble. All right. Okay, I'll do it for you.
So glad to see you. And I suppose this is that husband and baby of yours I've been hearing so much about. Glad to meet you, son. Glad to meet you.
Same here. I think the train was just about ready to pull out, and we wouldn't want you to miss it, Uncle Henry.
Say, I've been struck by a sudden thought.
What?
This is no way for a man to get acquainted with the new members of his family. I don't have to be on the coast for 5 days yet. By golly, that's it. That's it.
What's it?
The heck with business. Hey, conductor, get my bags off the train. I'm staying here.
Oh, no!
Well, why don't you kiss her, young man?
Oh, please, Uncle Henry, you're embarrassing, Jean.
Huh? Oh, you young people amaze me. Hey, you've only been married a little over a year, and already you're acting like a couple of old fogies. Why, when I was a young man...
Wouldn't you like to play checkers or something, Uncle Henry, dear?
Checkers? I should say not. Say, Gene, my boy, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yes, Uncle Henry?
How much money do you make?
Now, wait a minute. I don't see that that's any of your business.
It isn't, but I'm asking anyway.
How about a little double solitaire, Uncle Henry?
Peggy, will you please stop interrupting? I'm trying to talk to your husband.
Look, Uncle Henry, maybe our...
Oh, I know you both enjoy reading a good book. That's it, a good book.
What in the world is the matter with you anyway, Peggy? You act like you're trying to hide something.
Hide something, Uncle Henry, from you?
Oh, no. Not Peggy, Uncle Henry. How could you possibly think such a thing about it?
Yeah, I guess you're right, my boy. Oh, say, I almost forgot. Guess what?
Frankly, I'm afraid to.
Don't tell us the truth.
You guessed it. I'm staying over another week. Aren't you happy? Well, one of you say something. Don't just sit there.
I'm so happy I could cry. In fact, I think I will.
Now things were really in a mess. And from all indication, prospects for a brighter future didn't look too good. Any second now, I was afraid Uncle Henry was going to catch on, but I didn't expect it to happen quite so soon or in quite the way it did. As I remember it now, we had just finished dinner at night and were sitting in the main room when there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Hi, Gene. I'm back.
Ernie Fulton.
Right, I've come to get my baby. Whose baby? My baby. Well, that's our baby. That's my baby.
That's our baby.
Whose baby?
My baby.
Hey, that's...
It's everybody's baby. Hey, wait a minute. Now, look, Peggy. I'm afraid I'm going to have to give away our secret.
Well, secret? What secret?
Lean back, Uncle Henry. I'm going to tell you a little bedtime story.
Oh.
Well, folks, Uncle Henry listened, and after I'd told him all about me and the baby, I explained to him just how Peggy felt about our part of the country and why she didn't want to leave. He he was a little stubborn at first, but finally he agreed to let Miss Peggy stay. And once more, things went back to normal at Melody Ranch. But then, the next day, as I walked into the house, the phone rang. Hello?
Hello, Jane. This is Jim Ferris. I have to leave town for a few days, and I need someone to take care of my sister. Do you think you could possibly do...
Sorry, I've been the Swedish cook of Mr. Rotter. She's no longer here. He's gone. Goodbye. Well, folks, not too long ago, a cowboy I know made a motion picture called The Rim of the Canyon. Now, I'm not going to tell you the cowboy's name, but if just by chance you happen to see the movie, I hope you'll enjoy hearing this song. P.S. The cowboy sounds something like this. By reaching on high, touch a star in the sky from the rim of the canyon. Low, I can see far below where the cool waters flow from the rim of the canyon. Gazing on the wonders that grew at God's command, seems that He's so near me, I can feel the touch of His hand. Night and the day is in flight. What a glorious sight from the rim of the canyon.
Gazing on the wonders that grew at God's command, seems that He's so near me, I can feel the touch of His hand.
Night and the day is in flight. What a glorious sight from the rim of the canyon. From the rim of the canyon. From the rim of the canyon. Well, friends, that just about strings out the loop for this Saturday night's meeting. But along about this same time next week and over these same stations, we'll be back this way again, hoping to bring more of the same. In the meantime, how about treating yourself and the whole family to the best chewing treat money can buy? That's delicious, refreshing double mint gum. It's been my brand for many, many years. How about making it yours? This is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed, I'm back in the saddle again.
Same time and over these same stations, when the Wrigley people will again present Gene Autry, who may now be seen in the Columbia picture Riders of the Whistling Pines. This is Charles Lyon. This program was transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Henry Fonda.
Lorraine Day.
And Charles Coburn.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight, Bachelor Mother. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer welcome you to as pleasant an evening as you've ever spent in the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. For tonight's dramatic offering is that delightful RKO picture, Bachelor Mother. And it stars Henry Fonda as David Merlin, Lorraine Day as Polly Parrish, and Charles Coburn as J.B. Merlin. The music of our play is by Oscar Bradley. Our story begins on the day before Christmas, the day Polly Parrish lost her job in the department store owned by J.B. Merlin and his son David. The dismissal slip said,
"This dismissal is no reflection on you, since your employment here was only for the holiday season. Signed, J.B. Merlin and Son. P.S. Merry Christmas."
Yeah, very Merry Christmas. Naturally, Polly went job hunting during her lunch hour. But she didn't find a job. She found a baby. The baby was wrapped in a blanket and lying in front of an orphanage door when Polly walked past. Well, almost walked past. She ran up the steps, picked up the baby, and rang the orphanage doorbell. She was standing there holding the baby when the matron opened the door.
Hello, I want to give you this baby I found.
Your name, please.
Polly Parrish. I was just passing by.
Are you employed anywhere?
I'm at Merlin's department store. Say, why the question?
We must know these things before we'll take your baby.
My baby? Oh, you don't understand. I was just walking along the street and saw lying
We're
on
only here to help you, my dear.
Well, you're certainly being a great help. I get fired from my job and now...
My dear, many mothers say babies are not their own.
Now, look here. This is ridiculous. This is not my baby. You've got to believe me. I tell you, I was just walking past the place, and I saw the baby, and then I picked him up.
Happy day before Christmas. Fired and an unexpected mother. And that's just the beginning. But before we go any further with our story, I'd like to talk with you briefly about one of America's primary defense efforts. Napoleon once said, "An army travels on its stomach." And in those words, the famous general expressed the importance of food in warfare. What Napoleon said still holds good today. But to his oft-repeated statement, present-day strategists have added, "An army also travels on oil." Here in America, we're completely alert to the increasing importance of oil as we work to produce the petroleum products needed to keep our industrial machinery turning, our planes flying, our tanks rolling, and our ships sailing. Doing their part in the nation's great task, Gulf men are at work. In the oil fields, in the refineries, on tankers at sea, and in the laboratories. And so, today, Gulf is busy supplying hundreds of American factories with the finest lubricants and fuels. Gulf Engineering Service is helping speed up production in scores of plants in defense industries. And Gulf is supplying the best possible gasolines and oils for our tanks, planes, and ships. So all along the line, Gulf workers and engineers, through their toil, their knowledge, and experience, are doing their share in the job ahead, on the home front and on the war front. And now on with our story. Before Polly Parrish could break away from the orphanage and the misunderstanding matron who insisted that Polly was the mother of the baby she'd found on the orphanage steps, Polly's lunch hour was over. And she hurried back to finish her last day at J.B. Merlin and Sons department store. Soon after, a store messenger came to Polly and led her to the office of David Merlin, the son of J.B. Merlin and Son. The matron from the orphanage was with her.
Come right in, Mrs.
Miss Parrish.
Miss Parrish?
Yes. Say, what are you doing here?
You told me you'd lost your position.
Sure, but what's that got to do with you?
I'm David Merlin. Miss Parrish, after talking to the matron, I'm convinced your discharge was a great mistake.
Tragedy is more the word, Mr. Merlin.
So, the job is yours for as long as you care to have it.
Thank you.
And you're being raised $5 a week. We want you to realize, Miss Parrish, that Merlin's department store is the store with a heart.
Oh!
Miss Parrish, is that the way to express your gratitude to Mr. Merlin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I owe you both an apology.
It's quite all right, Miss Parrish. I want to wish you and yours a very, very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and the same to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. She's a very nice-looking girl.
Yes, poor thing.
You know, I can just see the ecstasy there'll be on her face tonight when she receives her real Christmas present from J.B. Merlin and Son.
You heard what I said. You take that baby out of my apartment this minute.
I beg your pardon, miss. You don't seem to realize this child was sent special rush by J.B. Merlin and Son. Merry Christmas. Good night.
Come back here and get this baby. Oh. Listen, kid, this is nothing personal. I'd love to have you around, but I really couldn't do right by you. Take your thumb out of your mouth and give your teeth a chance. Oh, all right, ruin your face. Who is it?
Fred, you ready to go stepping, baby?
You said it, kid. Come on in, Fred.
Well, y'all ready to... Is that yours?
No, it isn't mine.
Well, where did it come from?
I got it for Christmas.
Huh? You don't mean Santa Claus?
I don't know what you're thinking, but you're all wrong.
Sure, of course.
Here, I'll just put my hat on and we'll go.
Well, now look. If you have a headache or you think you might get one or anything...
Don't worry about a thing, Fred. All right, let's go, baby.
Hey, you mean we're taking the kid?
Certainly. Come on. I'm going to play Santa Claus, too, at the residence of J.B. Merlin and Son, the son of a gun. Are you sure this is the boss's house?
Yep. I hope you know what we're doing.
I do. Just wait a second and I'll be right back.
Yes, miss?
Is this the home of Mr. David Merlin?
Yes, miss.
Well, I must see him. It's a personal matter. He'll know what it's about when he sees me.
Well, couldn't you write him a letter?
Do you think this came as a postcard?
Well, I really couldn't say, miss. However, I may say that it would be impossible for you to see Mr. David Merlin.
All right, then. You take the baby.
Oh,
That's the way I got it.
Oh, but here, miss, you
and
can't...
tell Mr. David Merlin that Miss Parrish left it here.
Well, yes, miss.
And he'll have to use his influence to get it back into that orphanage. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Oh, rock-a-bye, babe. Mr. Merlin, on the treetop. Mr. David, when the wind blows... Oh, shut up!
How about letting a fellow in for a smoke, Polly?
It's 2 a.m., Fred, and I have to get up early.
Oh, come on. Let me in for just a minute.
I said no. Go home, Fred.
Oh, don't be like that, Polly. You said no once. Now let me in.
Perhaps you didn't understand the young lady.
Huh? Who's that? Oh, Mr. Merlin. I was just... that is... well, Polly, good night, Mr. Merlin. Good night.
Well, we got rid of him.
Mm-hmm. Now all we have to get rid of is you. How did you get in here, Mr. Merlin?
The landlady let us in.
Us?
Your baby and me. I've seen some low things in my time, but a mother who's just abandoned her child to go on a date...
Would it interest you to know that I am not the mother of that child?
Very well, you're not the mother. You're not employed either.
You're firing me?
I have fired you. And as you go from place to place hunting a job, you'll find that no store in the Merchants of America Association will hire you. I'll see to that.
Why, that's persecution.
I'll say it is. That'll be just the beginning. Now, do you want to keep your baby and get your job back, or do you want to be jailed for child abandonment?
Well, you don't leave me much choice. I'd like to have my job back.
Well, that's much better. As the years go by, Miss Parrish, you'll thank me for saving you from this terrible thing.
Well, I'm not really as bad as you think.
Then why did you do it?
Well, there was no one I could turn to.
What about your husband? The baby's father.
Huh? Oh. Well, we never met formally.
Oh, you poor kid. Well, I'll be going. Don't worry about a thing.
Thank you, Mr. Merlin.
That's all right. Good night.
Good night. Just a second, kid. What am I going to do with you? Have you any suggestions? Gurgle, huh? Okay. Meanwhile, you better get undressed. Who is it?
The landlady, Mrs. White. Could I maybe come in a minute? What you trying to do? Hide the baby? I know about it. Just like you it looks.
Huh? Are you kidding?
Certainly not. I know from babies. And for you, this baby I'm taking care of personally while you're working. Oh. Listen to him talking.
Talking? What's he saying?
Who knows with that dialect?
Good morning, Polly.
Shh! Don't talk too loud, Fred. You'll wake me up.
Oh, I get it. Walk on the floor with a baby, huh? Speaking of the baby, Polly, how's about you getting me a little better job in this joint?
What are you driving at?
Oh, of course, I suppose I could pass my information along to David's old man, J.B., and do myself some good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The baby. David's baby.
David Merlin's baby? I didn't know he was married.
Well, if you don't, nobody does. Uh-oh, here he comes. Don't forget to tell him I want a better job.
Good morning, Miss Parrish.
Good morning, Mr. Merlin.
How are you?
Fine. I can hear you, but I can't see you. The baby has been crying for 2 nights.
Was it sick?
No, it's just being a baby.
Oh, why don't you have it sleep on its stomach? I read that's how babies sleep.
Well, it's too bad babies can't read. Maybe he'd know then that when I put him on his stomach, he's supposed to sleep.
Oh. Well, I'll try to think of something.
Oh, please don't.
Why not?
Well, don't you think you've done enough already?
No, I feel responsible in a way for... What is his name?
John.
Really? Same as my father's.
I thought of that.
Great name. You know, I think it's about time I paid that young man a visit. You tell John that his Uncle David will be up to see him tonight.
Come on, baby, eat. Oh, here, look at Mama. Well, you certainly go in for sophisticated entertainment. Come in.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merlin.
Miss Parrish, do you realize this is New Year's Eve?
I'll take your word for it. The way I feel, it could be New Year's morning.
Well, it suddenly occurred to me that you must be having a pretty bad evening, so get dressed. We're going to a swell party.
I'd like to go, but I can't leave the baby.
I've already spoken to your landlady. She'll be glad to watch it.
There's something else.
What?
Look, me with the sweater and skirt. We'd make half a lovely couple.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll take care of the clothes. We'll go down to the store and take a complete outfit from stock.
Including a mink coat, I suppose.
Including a mink coat. What do you say?
If you ever wake me up, I'll never forgive you. Mrs. White! Oh, Mrs. White!
Coming.
Hurry and get your coat on.
Well, it won't take a second. Will you stay with the baby, Mrs. White?
Why not? Enjoy yourself. You're only young and pretty once. Some of us not even that.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Fred, Polly.
Yes?
I thought I told you to have your sweetie get me a better job in the store.
Who are you talking about?
David Merlin. Oh, I know he's there now. I saw him go in. You tell him to give me a decent job tomorrow, or I'll...
You'll what?
I'll tell his old man who the father of that baby is.
Go right ahead. And, Freddie...
Yeah?
If you find out who the mother is, let me know.
And so we pause briefly for our customary intermission before we continue with the second act of the Gulf Screen Guild Theater production of Bachelor Mother. In the moment that remains, we bring you an important word on how you can make your car last longer. All right, Bud?
You know, friends, when you bought that car of yours, chances are you thought quite a lot about its style and its appearance. Well, how times have changed. Today, the one biggest thought in your mind is, how long will it run? And that's where you're lucky, because modern cars are really built to run for a long time, if properly cared for. To give your car that proper care,
why not rely on the knowledge, experience, and fine products available at your good Gulf dealers? For instance, let him protect vital chassis parts against wear with Gulf-Flex registered lubrication. In Gulf-Flexing your car, the Gulf man uses 6 extra-efficient, extra-tough lubricants perfected in the Gulf laboratories. Then those special Gulf-Flex car-saving services are helpful, too. Have your front wheel bearings packed to make them run longer, and your springs packed so your car will ride smoothly without racking, wearing jolts. And let the Gulf man clean your air filter for better car performance, greater gas mileage, and to avoid unnecessary motor wear. Finally, give your motor maximum protection with Gulf Pride, the motor oil that has the advantage of Gulf's famous Alchlor refining process, and which as a result resists formation of harmful carbon, sludge, and engine varnish. To make your car last longer and run better as long as it lasts, have it Gulf Flexed and filled with Gulf Pride at your good Gulf dealers.
And now the curtain is ready to rise on the second act of Bachelor Mother, starring Henry Fonda as David Merlin, Lorraine Day as Polly Parrish, and Charles Coburn as David's father, J.P. Merlin. Well, several hours have passed, and it's a year later, because it's very early in the morning of New Year's Day. Polly and David are just returning to Polly's apartment from their New Year's Eve party.
Won't you come in, David?
Why, yes. I was afraid you wouldn't ask me.
Why?
Well, after the way you brushed that Fred fellow aside the other night.
Oh, well, he hadn't kissed me.
He hadn't? Oh. Well, I suppose I should apologize, but the stroke of midnight New Year's Eve.
And?
It's just midnight New Year's Eve now.
It is?
Mm-hmm. In Chicago. Happy New Year in Chicago.
Same to you.
I think I will come in.
Good.
We'll stay up and welcome in the new year in Denver, Los Angeles, and Points West.
Well, let's get in and shut the door.
Miss Parrish?
Yes, Mrs. Weiss?
The baby's asleep. Val's asleep.
I'll put him back to sleep.
All right. I go now. Soon my boy Jerome is coming home from playing the picolette all night. Jerome, he plays in a swinging band. What a dizzy way to make a living in a hammock.
I don't know how to thank you, Mrs. Weiss.
Don't. Those stars in your eyes is thanks enough for me. Only one thing. Promise in the morning to tell me all about the evening, eh?
I will, Mrs. Weiss. Good night.
Good night.
I guess he decided to wait up and see his Uncle David.
You've come a long way from the girl who wouldn't even admit this was your child.
Well, this is an unusual baby.
I don't know.
I guess it's heredity.
Oh, yeah.
Why? What's the matter with me?
What about the other 50%? You don't even know who he is, do you?
Well, no.
You see?
But I know someone who does. You know him, too.
Who is it?
Fred.
What does he know about?
Oh, he won't tell me, but he's going to tell your father the name of the baby's father. Come in.
My son.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Well, I was just driving around and I happened to see your car parked outside, so I thought I'd stop in.
Polly, this is my father, Dad, Miss Parrish.
How do you do?
How do you do? And who's this?
Well, this is Miss Parrish's little boy.
A boy? Would you mind if I was very careful? Would you let me hold him just a minute?
Oh, of course. Here, take him.
Thank you, my dear. See? He knows me. Yes, I'd know that chin anywhere.
Huh?
What's his name?
John.
John? John what?
John B.
Oh, thank you for that anyway.
What's he driving at?
Is there anything I can do, Mr. Merlin?
You've already done it, my dear. But perhaps you'd better hold little John B. He doesn't seem to recognize me yet.
Of course, this is the first time he's seen you.
Very true. But after all, blood is thicker than water, you know.
You're acting very strangely, Dad. What's the matter?
I'll discuss this with you at home. Goodbye, Miss...
Goodbye.
Goodbye, John B.
Well, David, he knows if you don't.
Huh? Knows what?
I think Freddie told him all right.
Told him? Told him what?
That this baby is your father's grandson.
Oh, well... What?
And he certainly sounded as though he believed it.
Holy mackerel. This... Oh, you mean... Oh, why, it's... But I can't...
Sit down, David, and take it easy. I know just how you feel.
Is Dad up yet, Phillips?
He's in the dining room, sir.
What's his mood?
Does that answer your question, sir?
Uh-oh. His dish-breaking mood. Well, here goes nothing. Dad, I have to talk to you.
I do the talking. Young man, marriage was good enough for your father and mother, and it's good enough for you. You're going to marry that girl.
What?
You're going to bring my grandson into this house.
Just a second. I've got something to tell you.
Don't start that with me. You know my temper.
I don't care about your temper. You haven't any grandson.
How dare you deny it? I saw the baby. I received information.
Well, that's not my baby.
Don't lie to me. I got the information in a letter. And even if I didn't have it, if I saw that baby on a desert island by himself, I'd know he was my grandson. He looks exactly like me.
Dad, will you let me say something?
My mind's made up. Nobody's going to fool around with my grandson. I'm going to take him away from you. You aren't fit to be his father.
I'm not his father.
You're crazy. That's what's the matter with you. You're unbalanced. Here, where are you going?
To see your grandson.
What about?
Find out who his father is.
Phillips!
Yes, sir.
Bring me some more dishes.
Oh, Polly, this is terrible.
Terrible what?
J.B., Dad, he thinks that
I know. He thought Johnny was yours.
This is no laughing matter. He's going to take the baby away.
I'd like to see him.
Well, that's because you don't know him. He'll get lawyers and investigators, use his info. He'll get the baby away from
He can't do that. It belongs to me. We've got to stop him.
What can we do?
Well, take me to your father. Let me talk to him. I'll convince him.
He won't believe you either. He's gone off his head. He even wanted me to marry you.
Oh.
He wants to set me up with a ready-made family so he'd have a grandson. I tell you, it's serious.
Yes. It would be serious, marrying me.
Oh, I didn't realize how that sounded.
Will you please go?
I didn't mean that, Polly. I'm sorry. Now, don't you worry. I'll think of something to get you out of the spot you're in.
Oh, you will. Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Merlin. But I wouldn't dream of putting you to so much trouble. I'm perfectly capable of handling this myself. And I promise you that by this time tomorrow, your poor innocent child will have a new father.
Mr. J.B. Merlin will see you now. This way, please.
Thank you. Now, be very careful, Jerome.
Huh?
Don't forget what I told you to say.
Oh, not a chance. I got it all wrote out here on my shirt cuff.
Mr. and Mrs. Jerome Weiss.
Mr. and Mrs. Weiss? I thought my son introduced you as Miss Parrish.
Oh, that's the name I use in the store. We've been married 2 years.
Yeah, that's right. 2 years.
Your son David just called, and there seemed to be a misunderstanding about our baby.
Ain't that a laugh? When my wife Polly here was first telling me, I couldn't believe she meant my baby.
Your baby?
Well, sure. Ain't he the image of his papa? That faraway look in his eyes.
Yes, and both bald. So you see, Mr. Merlin, there's no need sending anyone to investigate the baby. It's a waste of time.
I can't believe it. It's as though there'd been a death in the family.
Dad! Oh, Dad!
That sounds like my son.
Dad, I've got great news for you.
You have, David?
Here's the father of Miss Parrish's baby.
Oi.
What's that you said, David?
Go ahead, Fred. Tell him.
Okay. Mr. Merlin, my wife's a very nervous woman. I work in the same department with her in the store, and I ought to know. My son is my son, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't send any investigators around to make any trouble for us.
Very interesting. David, do you know who this is?
Who? Where?
Sitting over there in the corner.
Oh.
That's the father she brought. You two seem to have slipped up somewhere. You've got one too many fathers, and I'm going to prosecute both these men.
No, Mr. Merlin, your son made me do this. I'll tell you the truth, and I know what I'm talking about. Your son is the father of that baby.
He's lying, Dad. That worm with Miss Parrish must be the father.
Don't you believe it? I'm only the landlady's son. I'm not the father.
I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
Polly, where is she? She's gone.
Gone? She'll take the baby. Catch her. I want my grandson.
Polly, let me in, quick.
Get away from there.
Open this door. Let me in before my father gets here. I have to tell you something.
I'll never open it. Get away.
You get out of here. You're not going to get this baby.
I'm not trying to take your baby away
Well,
from
then
you.
leave me alone. You've caused me nothing but trouble ever since the first time I saw you. You know so darn much.
Oh, Polly, listen, please.
I won't.
Oh, you must. You don't know what I've been going through since you threw me out of here this afternoon. I thought I was doing all this because I wanted to help you, but I know better now.
So do I. You're just a busybody.
Maybe, but I'm also in love with you.
Huh?
It's the truth. Believe me, you must believe me.
Oh, David. Do you mean it?
Yes. Polly, dear, I want to tell you something.
Well, so I found you.
Dad.
I knew it. I knew it all the time. Well, David, what do you say now?
I confess. Dad, I'm the father of that child.
David!
Well, those are the first true words that have passed your lips in 48 hours.
You tell him, Dad.
Come on, Johnny. Your parents are all tangled up. Let them straighten it out. You're going with your grandfather. When you two can come and see me as an honest married couple, you'll be very welcome. Until then, good day. Come on, John B. the Second.
Well?
You heard what Grandpa said. Let's go.
Do you mean that?
I got the license on the way down.
And you're willing to spend your life with a ready-made family?
If the family is you and Johnny.
Oh, you darling. You know something, David?
What, dear?
I'll bet this is the first time in history that a baby ever gave birth to a mother and father.
Our thanks to Henry Fonda, Lorraine Day, and Charles Coburn for a most enjoyable story, and a bow to Bill Hampton for his excellent adaptation. And so our story finishes, and Polly and David live happily ever afterward, which is the way it always is with stories.
Oh,
and
yeah?
Now, I presume you realize we're still on the air, Mr. Heaston.
I know that all right, Dr. Pryor, but I still take issue with that statement of yours about stories always ending with couples living happily ever after. You forgetting next week?
Oh, by gosh, Bud, you're right. Ladies and gentlemen, next week we present one of the most unusual comedies imaginable. The story of a young married couple who don't get along, who fight all the time, who can't stay together and who can't stay apart. The story is Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It will star one of the most brilliant casts you've ever heard in the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Errol Flynn, Lana Turner, and Gene Raymond. There's the show we think will be one of the top hits of the season. So don't miss tuning into the Gulf Screen Guild Theater next Sunday night and hear Lana Turner, Errol Flynn, and Gene Raymond in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Our music, of course, will be by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until next week, then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying good night, everyone.
Americans, the war that we are in is a total war, one directed not just at our soldiers, sailors, and Marines, but also against each and every one of us right here at home. And each and every one of us can fight back. We can make the enemy feel the might of an aroused people. We can do that by purchasing defense bonds and stamps. So buy as many defense bonds and stamps as you can, as often as you can. Henry Fonda's latest picture is the 20th Century Fox production Rings on Her Fingers. Lorraine Day can soon be seen in MGM's Kathleen, and Charles Coburn in the Warner Brothers production King's Row. Don't forget your date for next Sunday night to hear Errol Flynn, Lana Turner, and Gene Raymond in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. It's not patriotic to hoard food or money, but it is patriotic to put in a good supply of coal right now. You'll be helping your government out of possible future transportation problems and also helping and insuring yourself by keeping a full supply on hand. Get enough to last you until summertime. Place your order of coal now and insist on blue coal, because this superior fuel is especially prepared for home use, especially prepared to give you dependable home heating with real economy. Be prepared. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Return of Anatole Chevenix.
Robbery, read all about it. All clues point to Anatole Chevenix. Police sure of arresting 24
All right, Chevenix. Your little game is over.
Really, Commissioner Weston?
Yeah, Chevenix. Those notes with your name on them, warning us that you were going to steal the jewels, and the white gardenia that you always leave. You won't wiggle out of this.
There are just two things you have overlooked, Commissioner.
Yeah, what?
Point number one, you have not been able to find the jewels, which you say I purloined. Point number two, at the time this robbery occurred, I was 3,000 miles from here, and I can prove it.
Extra! Police release Anatole Chevenix again for lack of evidence. Read all about it.
Something has got to be done about Anatole Chevenix.
3 times he's struck in 60 days. The police must do something.
But my jewels, the police are helpless.
Warns victims in advance. Police are powerless. What can we do against him? He always has an alibi.
Eh? Where is he? Who's there?
You. Why have you come here? What's that in your hand?
No, sir. No. Stay away.
No. Oh!
Extra! Chevenix murdered. Read all about it. Chevenix murdered.
And so murder closed the book on Anatole Chevenix. But is that all? Can the elusive Chevenix solve the mystery of that last great darkness? Who can say what faint line divides the quick from the dead? And once having crossed that line, is it possible to return? This is the case of Anatole Chevenix, which strangely enough begins with the end of Anatole Chevenix.
There, gentlemen, on that slab here in the morgue lies the mortal remains of Anatole Chevenix. At last, we know where he is.
No thanks to you, West. Your police would never have caught him.
Listen to him, Cranston. You'd think that he, the great, one and only Special Investigator Devlin, had been personally responsible for it.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, neither of you came anywhere near catching him.
Well,
Chevenix even sent notes telling the police where and when he would strike next. And what about the white gardenia, his signature? Some police force.
He always had a perfect alibi. And for that matter, what did you do for the insurance companies that pay your salary? All you ever did was pass the buck to me and my men. Some special investigator.
Now, just
Mr. Devlin, Commissioner, please remember where we are. That body lying there.
Oh, quite so kind.
Well, it's foolish for us to argue, Devlin. Our troubles are over now, anyhow.
I'd say they were just beginning, Commissioner. Chevenix was murdered. Who did it?
We don't know yet, Cranston, but we're working on it.
Not much to work on, Commissioner. Chevenik was found stabbed to death in his apartment, killed by a sharp-pointed instrument. I believe your police report reads, a gem cutter's tool.
Well, they probably used it to cut up the stolen gems so they couldn't be identified.
Gem cutting is too delicate a job for a one-handed man, Commissioner.
One hand?
Yeah, Chevenik's right hand's missing. It's severed at the wrist. We discovered that when we found his body.
Why, I can't believe it.
Now look for yourself.
I will. So it is. Then that's the reason he always wore those gray suede gloves.
Yeah, to conceal his artificial right hand.
This only proves how little anyone really knew of Anatole Chevenik. No accomplices, no friends. He was the man nobody knew.
Anatole Chevenik, the great jewel thief, had only one hand.
One hand, two hands. What difference does it make?
Difference, Commissioner. I can't help thinking that if his right hand hadn't been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child, he might never have turned to crime.
What's that?
Somebody just came in the morgue. Can't see who it is. The light is so dim.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but am I right in assuming that this is the body of Anatole Chevenik?
Who are you?
I'm George Gilroy. May I ask who you are?
I'm Police Commissioner Weston, and I left strict orders that no one was to be admitted to the morgue while Chevenik's body was here.
Indeed, Commissioner. I have a court order giving me the body for experimental purposes.
Huh?
You see, Anatole Chevenik willed his body to me.
Oh, then you're Professor Gilroy, the man
Who brings back the dead, as the sensation-seeking press would have it? Let me reassure you, I have not been successful in my experiments. Yet.
Chevenik returns from the dead. Police baffled. Daring jewel robberies continue. Chevenik returns from the dead.
Everything all right, Commissioner? Oh, hello, Cranston.
Oh, stop worrying, Devlin. Chevenik had better not show up here tonight.
Commissioner, come into this room here, will you? I can't talk over this din.
All right.
Can't blame Devlin for worrying about this wedding reception tonight, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Mrs. Porter's jewels are insured with my company for $50,000.
Now look, Devlin. Chevenik is dead. You saw his body lying in the morgue.
I know, Commissioner, but that note telling us that he was coming here tonight. If Mrs. Porter's jewels are stolen...
Devlin's right, Commissioner. Even to the fresh gardenia left with a warning note of Chevenik's signature.
Cranston, I tell you, somebody is masquerading as Chevenik. Chevenik's in his grave.
Not grave, Commissioner. Remember Professor Gilroy?
Hey, that's right. Yes, Gilroy did take the body of Chevenik to his laboratory. Well...
Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Mrs. Porter.
This note was just thrust into my hands in the ballroom.
Note? Let me see it. What? There's another gardenia wrapped up in it.
Gardenia? What does the note say, Cranston?
Jewels were made to be worn, but not by such as you. Signed merely with the initial C.
C. And you think...
Chevenik, he's here.
Oh, Commissioner, what'll I do?
Mrs. Porter, if Chevenik got in here tonight, he won't get out. I'm going to call Cardona and his men on the grounds and give the alarm.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Porter, it was very wise of you not to wear your jewels tonight.
Not wear my jewels? Why, I am... Oh, my jewels are gone. Chevenik has stolen my jewels.
And that's the story, Margot. Note, flower, and theft all point only to one man. You know, this whole business has Weston talking to himself.
Oh, I can't say I blame him, Lamont. It is pretty weird.
My bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, used to talk to himself, but he quit.
Why, Shrevey?
He didn't like the answers he gave himself. He didn't like.
Oh, Shrevey.
That's the truth, Miss Lane. Why, he got so sore on himself one day for something he said that he wouldn't speak to himself for days. He wouldn't speak.
Shrevey.
Shrevey, sometimes I think you make these stories up.
Why, Mr. Cranston, are you putting the third degree to my veracity? Are you putting...
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, sir. I always do. Oh.
Shrevey, for a moment there, I thought you were going to hit that other car.
Yeah. Don't we live dangerously, though?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's this?
What?
This wrapped up paper. I just noticed it.
Let me see it.
Here, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Lamont, a white gardenia.
Wrapped up in this note, addressed to you, Margot.
To me. Read it.
It says, I have stolen no jewels from you. Instead, I give you a pearl of wisdom. Your friend Lamont Cranston pursues a dangerous game when he pursues Anatole Chevenik.
Lamont.
Shrevey, Go after that car that nearly ran into us.
Well, it ain't nowhere in sight now, Mr. Cranston. He turned the corner up ahead. He was going like a shot he was going.
Okay, Mr. Chevenik. We'll see about you later.
What are you going to do, Lamont?
Margot, you're going home. I'm going to see Commissioner Weston. You know, I've been rather lukewarm about this whole case up to now, but Mr. Chevenik has just aroused my sporting blood.
Shrevey, I say I'm perfectly safe here in my own apartment. Now go back to your cab, please.
Must that be definite, Miss Lane? Mr. Cranston said...
Definite. I'll be all right here alone.
Well, okay, Miss Lane. I'll go right back to Commissioner Weston's office and pick up Mr. Cranston. I'll pick. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Shrevey. If I needed a bodyguard, for goodness sake. What's this? A note. Another one. Evidently, you don't take my written warning seriously, Miss Lane. So the next time I shall have to give you my warning...
In person.
Oh!
Yes, Miss Lane. Anatole Chevalier.
But you're...
Was is the correct tense, Miss Lane. I was dead. But as you see, I have even tricked death.
Oh, what do you want?
Merely to prove to you that Anatole Chevenik is alive. And to warn you, for the last time, not to allow Mr. Cranston to interfere with me. If he does... that is Mr. Cranston now, Miss Lane, calling from police headquarters. Well, why don't you answer it?
Hello?
Margot?
Yes, Lamont,
You may tell him I'm here, Miss Lane.
Lamont Anatole Chevenik is here at my apartment.
What? Can you hold him till I get there?
Well, I'll try.
He wants me to stay here until he gets here, does he not?
Margot, answer me.
Unfortunately, I have urgent business elsewhere. Remember my warning.
Lamont, he's just gone. And I'm shaking.
Gone? Well, no matter. Chevenik and I shall meet sometime soon. Right now, I'm going to Professor Gilroy's laboratory and ask a few important questions.
But Professor Gilroy has already been interviewed by the police.
Yes, I know, Margot. But somehow, people have a way of talking when their interviewer is the Shadow.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Return of Anatole Chevenik. First, a word about your health. This is the season for head colds. And among contributing causes are drafty rooms, poorly heated houses, and frequent quick changes of temperature. You'll find that heating your home with blue coal is a great help toward overcoming these dangers. You see, blue coal is especially prepared for home use, and that is very important. It means, for example, that blue coal is delivered to your home in just the proper size for your heating plant. The right size to give you even, dependable, comfortable warmth. You won't find the rooms too hot. You won't find them chilly. You'll find them at just the right temperature for comfortable, healthful living. Then, on top of that, when you install the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, you immediately free yourself from the work and worry of adjusting furnace dampers. Goodbye to that. Goodbye to running up and down stairs, adjusting various chains and levers several times a day. You save effort, you save fuel, and you save money with the new Blue Coal heat regulator. Ask your Blue Coal dealer for a free demonstration tomorrow. He's listed under the word Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the Shadow.
Stupid. They laugh at me at my experiments. Well, they shall see.
Professor Gilroy.
What? That laugh. But there's nobody here but me.
You're wrong, Professor Gilroy. The Shadow is also here.
Where are you? I can't see you. Are you a spirit? A spirit from the beyond?
No, Professor. I am a man of flesh and blood as yourself. But don't look for me. No one has ever seen the Shadow.
What do you want of me, invisible one?
I want you to tell me the truth about your experiments with the body of Anatole Chevenik.
What more can I tell you than that they're not completely successful, but we are progressing.
Suppose I were to tell you, Professor Gilroy, that Anatole Chevenik has been seen, alive.
Alive? That's not possible. Yet.
Chevenik's body is still here.
Then, Professor Gilroy, you have no objections to my viewing the body, have you?
I don't see what you will gain by that, Shadow.
It will remove any doubts I might have about your connections with the jewel thefts of Chevenik. Thefts committed since his supposed death.
All right. If you must be convinced, come with me. You will see that I speak the truth. Here, in here. It is my dissecting laboratory. Chevenik's body is lying in here, in this box. Why,
Yes, Professor Gilroy. Chevenik's body is gone.
Yes, Governor. No, Governor, but there is still no trace. Yes, Chevenik's alive, all right, no doubt of it. Yes, Governor, I know you want some action on this case. Now, I'll tell you the way I've got it all figured, Governor. I have got it all. Hello? It must have been cut off. He's a busy man, very busy.
Commissioner, that was the governor on the phone, wasn't it?
Very funny. Very funny. My job here is hanging by a thread because of this crazy Chevenik business, and all you two can do is make bad gags.
All you have to do is give us your permission to enter Chevenik's house.
For the 20th time, Cranston, the answer is no.
Why?
Miss Lane, for the 20th time, my reasons are the same. That house was sealed by the police after Chevenik was murdered so that the place could not be tampered with and possible clues destroyed or concealed.
Well, then, Commissioner, now that you believe Chevenik to be alive...
Who said that?
You did, just a moment ago.
Yeah, so I did. Well, doggone it, he must be alive. Everything points to it. You say you saw him, and then his body disappearing from Professor Gilroy's laboratory.
So you see, there's no longer any reason to keep that apartment sealed.
Well, I don't know. Suppose the murderer should give...
What murderer?
What murderer? Anatole Chevenik's murderer, of course.
But you just said that Anatole Chevenik was alive. If he's alive, he's not dead. So?
There is no murder or murderer.
It's obvious.
Now, look, Here are the keys to Chevenik's apartment. Now get out of my office before I lose my mind completely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Come on, Margot.
Well, Lamont, I don't think we're very welcome here today.
Yeah, busy man. Very busy.
Will you two get out of here?
This is it, Mr. Cranston. 7720 River Street.
All right, Shrevey. Come on, Margot. Let's see what we can find in Chevenik's house.
I hope it's not Chevenik.
You could say that again. You could say it.
Afraid, Shrevey?
You want I should wait for you here, Mr. Cranston?
Okay, Shrevey. I understand. You wait here. And if we're not out in 10 minutes, call Commissioner Weston and have him come here.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. Take good care of yourself, Tate.
Up the steps, Margot.
Miss Lamont, this old house seems to hang right over the river.
Yes. Chevenik must have picked it because it would be so easy to escape from.
Lamont, suppose Chevenik really is inside.
Well, this is apparently the only door to the house. And the police seal across the door is still intact.
You go in first, Lamont.
All right, Margot.
Goodness, it's so dark in here.
Yeah. Seems to be a long hall. Come on.
Lamont, there's someone here.
Where?
I can feel it. Someone in there. Look, Lamont. The shadow of a woman against the windows.
Yes, Margot. So it is. Feel along the wall for the light switch. All right.
Got it. Anatole? Anatole.
Lamont. Quiet.
Anatole, is that you?
Switch on the lights, Margot.
Oh. Who are you?
May I ask you the same question?
I am the wife of Anatole Chevenik. I suppose you are from the police. His wife, but I thought that... You thought that Anatole had no wife. But you are wrong. He fooled everyone. No one knew I existed. Well, when we came in here, the door was sealed. How did you get in? There are more than one means of getting in and out of Anatole Chevenik's house.
Mrs. Chevenik, your husband, if he is still alive, will be brought to justice eventually, so
If he is still alive? You say that very strangely.
Well, you know, of course, that your husband was murdered.
Oh, no. No, he is not dead. I can prove it. It's this newspaper. Here. Read it. What does it say, Lamont?
It's an item in the personal column. It says, Rainey, come to the apartment tonight, signed AC.
You see? It is a signal we had agreed upon. Does that prove to you he is alive? He will be here tonight. But you will not catch him. He is too clever.
Mrs. Chevenik, this may be a trap to get you.
Oh, no. There are only two other people who know my husband. There is no trap. What's that?
Sounds like someone's in the other
I
room.
will see who that is.
Wait, I'll come with you.
No, run!
Stop! Stop, I say! He's run in there and locked the door. Chevenik must be there.
Well, if he's in there.
Oh, Rainey.
Hand me to the police, eh?
Lamont, that Chevenik, I couldn't forget that boy.
I'll have to break this door down, Margot. Look out.
Lamont, he's gone.
Yes, must have escaped through some secret passage the way she got in. I wonder where she...
Lamont, there, behind that sofa. Oh, Lamont, she's dead. He stabbed her.
Yes, Margot. Wait a minute. This is very strange.
What, Lamont?
This woman was stabbed by a right-handed man. Anatole Chevenik didn't have a right hand. Yes, I'm sure of it, Margot. It couldn't have been Anatole Chevenik who stabbed her.
But she called his name. She must have believed it was he. And I recognized his voice through that door.
No, it doesn't add up, Margot. There's some vital piece in this crazy puzzle that's missing.
Oh, Lamont, what do you suppose it is?
Missing? Somehow the missing hand is the solution to the whole mystery, Margot. Now, what is the connection?
Well, why don't you talk it over with the Commissioner Weston and Mr. Devlin? Maybe they can...
Devlin? That's it, Margot. If no one knew anything about Chevenik, how could Devlin know that Chevenik's hand had been cut off by a bandsaw when he was a child? It was just a slip, but I hear...
Well, when did Mr. Devlin say that?
That day we viewed Anatole Chevenik's body in the morgue. I see it perfectly now. Margot, call the police and tell them to surround the house of Peter Devlin. The Shadow is going to pay him a call. And if I'm correct, the case of Anatole Chevenik will finally end tonight. You will continue on with me, Peter Devlin. You have traveled too far along the road to turn back now.
I never knew about the murder. Not until it happened.
This gem-cutting tool in my hand is sharp. I can use it. I have used it before for other things besides changing the shape and sizes of stolen jewels.
And if I go to the police?
Renee tried to go to the police tonight, and she is no longer able to talk. Think it over. I can do both, Judge. You've seen that for yourself. For now, Anatole Chevenik will have two hands. I can steal the jewels and cut them as well.
No.
Your share will be bigger now.
No, Chevenik.
You are the only one who could reveal me to the police. He is dead because he tried to withhold some of the gems. Renee is dead because she could not be silent. And you are the only one left. Why, it would be so easy to...
No, please. Don't kill me, please.
Fool. Coward. I don't need you. I can work alone.
Chevenik.
What? Who calls my name?
The Shadow.
Chevenik, the Shadow. Yes. I've heard of you, Shadow. You are the one I feared most.
So, Jacques Chevenik, your brother Anatole had an identical twin. That explains the so-called return of Anatole Chevenik. You took his place. His twin brother.
Yes, my brother is dead. I killed him.
You also murdered your brother's wife.
She knew too much.
And you, Devlin, yours is the greater crime. You worked for the insurance companies as a special investigator. And you were informed of all plans to protect the jewels from the Chevenik brothers. The plans which you gave to them in return for your share of the loot.
Shadow, I was wrong. I see it now. What can I do to make up for my crime?
You can testify against this murderer here. Perhaps the court will be lenient with you.
Testify against me? No, Devlin. If you are dead, no one will know. There will be no proof.
Look out, Devlin, the knife! You've killed him.
Yes, Shadow. His tongue is silent. Now the law can never get me.
Jacques Chevenik, you have been tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree by a jury of your peers. All through this trial, you have been silent. Have you anything to say before this court pronounces sentence upon you?
Your Honor, it is true that I have not spoken. I believed I would be wiser not to speak. But now that the trial is over, I realize what I have done. I know what a fool I was ever to believe that I could break the laws and not pay. I know now that my life would have been happier and would have come to a better end if I had stayed on the right side. That is all.
Jacques Chevenik, it is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, and good evening, friends.
Most of us have our hands pretty full these days, not only with our regular daily work, but also various war defense jobs, such as air raid wardens, volunteer fire auxiliaries, and so forth. This leaves us less time to pay attention to our own personal comfort. A large portion of every family's comfort these days is naturally derived from the home. Home heating, for instance, is an important function towards affording us complete relaxation. And one advantage you folks have in home heating is the John Barkley serviceman. He's at the beck and call of any hard coal user. Now, while there isn't a great deal of difficulty generally encountered in the regulating of your heating plant, there are sometimes little things that keep it from operating properly and economically. It takes on your part just a telephone call to have a John Barkley serviceman inspect your heating plant. He'll give you many little tips on adjusting your dampers and also tell you, which is very important, the proper size coal you should use. You'll find your John Barkley serviceman a courteous, businesslike, and helpful individual. He represents a service offered only by your neighborhood blue coal dealer, and it is his job to see that you get the best results from your heating plant. So, folks, tomorrow morning, call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and ask him to send over a John Barkley serviceman. At no cost, no obligation to you. And remember, this service is offered exclusively by your blue coal dealer. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Berlin, Germany. A stormtrooper, revolver in his holster, calls it a German home. He knocks on the front door.
Yeah, what is it?
I have come for the regular Victory Drive collection. It is being doubled this week.
Oh, no. No, I can't afford it.
Are you trying to tell me you want to sabotage the great fire, but get some money?
Oh, I'll get it. Please don't hurt me.
That's one way to collect money, the dictator's way. In America, the free man's way is different. Nobody comes to your house with a gun in his hand. You must go of your own free will to your nearest bank or post office and buy defense bonds, buy defense stamps, buy as many as you can. Buy them regularly. That's the only way to prove to the Nazis that for nations, just as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. Tonight we find him celebrating the first of the month in his customary fashion, paying bills, counting out Bertie's salary, and making allowances for Marjorie and Leroy.
Marjorie, Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Uncle Throckmorton? Call me Uncle Mort.
Yes, here I am, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, such promptness. I'll bet you know what's on my mind.
I do. This is the first of the month, and it's pay night for me.
Yeah, pay night. That's right. How did you remember?
Because I got 4 or 5 installment gentlemen who won't let me forget.
Yeah.
Say, we collect our allowances, too, Marjorie. Don't forget you owe me that 60 cents you borrowed.
That was 50 cents.
50 cents and a dime interest, sis.
50 cents, and that's all, brother.
Gee, I was counting on that extra dough.
Leroy, you're not in the hock again, are you?
Why, Uncle Mort, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you know, in the red.
Oh, that's me you thinking of, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm so deep in the red, my friends have quit calling me Bertie. I'm now known as Robin.
Well, here's your salary, Reuben. Bertie. Minus the advances I gave you during the past month, of course.
Thank you, sir. I certainly advanced myself to a standstill.
Yeah. Well, you've got one consolation, Bertie. February is going to be a short month.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't be any short if I stood in the hole, and that's what I was in. I hate February anyhow. All I get is Valentine's from the finance company.
Well, here's your monthly allowance, Marjorie.
Thank you.
And here's yours for the week, Leroy.
Say, why can't I get mine for the whole month like Marge does, Unc? I'm not a kid anymore. How about it, Unc, huh?
Well, for the month, huh? Well, we can try it out. Nothing ventured, nothing ventured. Yes, here you are.
Gee, thanks. And here's something for you.
If for me? What's this?
My bill for services rendered during January.
It's just January, yes. Well, let me see. A bill? Stopping at the post office 5 times at a dime per stop, 50 cents. Going to the store 12 times at 5 cents per go, 60 cents. 3 hot dogs for Uncle Mort at the basketball game, 30 cents. Young man, I thought you were treating me.
Only the first 2 times, Unc. After that, it was strictly Dutch.
Yeah. Well, you can't beat the Dutch. Yes. Removing ashes from furnace, 20 cents. Spreading ashes on sidewalk, 15 cents for labor, 10 cents for ashes. My ashes, too. Rental of my bike to Uncle Mort, 10 cents. Repairing bent frame, 95 cents. Young man, I should charge you for my bent frame. Total $2.90. Well, here you are, Leroy.
Thank you, Uncle.
You're welcome. Sometimes when I see how you itemize every little household charge, I wonder if it was smart to teach you about business. Other times I wonder if it was necessary.
Well, I guess I'll go to bed now. Goodbye, Marjorie. What? I mean good night. Good night, Bertie. Good night. Good night, Uncle Mort.
Well, just a second, Leroy. Come back here, young man. Let me see your tongue.
Uncle?
Yes. Oh, seems all right. Are you feeling well?
Oh, yeah, sure, swell. Can I go to bed now?
I guess so. Good night, my boy.
Well, then, good night, Unc. Good night, Marge. Good night. Good night, Bertie.
Yeah, good night, my boy.
What's the trouble, Uncle Mort?
Is that clock right?
Yes.
Something's wrong, either with the clock or Leroy. This is the first time in a year that he's gone to bed when he was supposed to without any arguments. I tell you, Marjorie, I don't like it. Well, good morning, Bertie. Good morning. Well, isn't Leroy up yet?
No, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. I ain't seen hide nor hair of him this morning.
Oh, well, it's time he was up for school. I better call him. Leroy! That's funny. Still asleep, the little rascal. Hey, come on, Leroy, get out of the hay before... where is he? Ooh, a note to Uncle Mort. Marjorie!
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Come in here. Leroy's gone and left a note.
Oh, what does it say, Uncle?
Listen, dear Uncle Mort and Marjorie, I don't want you two to worry, but I'm going away for a while.
What?
I just couldn't stand it here any longer. Please don't worry about me because I'll be all right.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh, I'll take care of myself and write you soon, so be sure and don't worry. Also tell Bertie not to worry either. Yours truly, Leroy. P.S. Please feed my frogs while I'm gone. P.S. number 2. The frogs like flies.
But Uncle Mort, what's going to happen?
Now, stop that, Marjorie. You mustn't cry. We'll have him back safe and sound in no time. There's nothing to worry about.
How do you know?
It says so right here in his letter.
Excuse me, but I got breakfast waiting. Where's Leroy?
Oh, Bertie, it looks like he's run away from home.
Who, Leroy? Why, I don't believe it. It's just one of that boy's impractical jokes.
Yeah, I don't think so, Bertie. He left a note.
There's no time to waste. We better start combing the town.
Yes, it's a lucky thing he hasn't any money. He won't be able to get very... Oh, my goodness, he's got his allowance in $2.90.
What about his school savings bank?
Here it is, and look, it's been blitzkrieg.
Huh? Oh, dear, that makes a lot of difference. It means he's got the means to go quite a distance.
Oh, Uncle Mort, what are we going to do?
Go right after him.
Yes, but which way will we go?
Yes, which way will we go?
Well, if it was me, I'd head south.
Bertie, quit complaining about the weather and try to be some help. Now, where'll we start?
Oh, poor Leroy. If we don't find him.
Now, Marjorie, you mustn't get excited. Must be keep cool and calm. Cool and calm. I'll write down a few possibilities. This pencil won't write.
That ain't no pencil. That's your cigar.
Yeah? Well, then where's my pencil?
You smoking it.
Hey, let's not get excited now, folks. Let me think. Oh, I know. There's only one way to head off our wandering boy.
What's that, Uncle Mort?
We'll have to notify the police.
The police?
Yes. They can send out a teletype all over the state and pick up Leroy before you can say calling all cars.
Oh, but I hate to think of Leroy winding up in some police station.
Yeah, he might not like it if we had him heaved into pokey.
Huh? I don't like it myself, but there's a lot worse places he might land. Well, there's no time to lose. Come on, Marjorie. I better phone right now and tell him our little boy Blue.
Oh, dear. We only knew why he ran away.
Oh, I tried to figure it out, Marjorie, but it's a complete mystery to me. I keep asking myself, Throckmorton, what could you have done that you could have made Leroy run away from home? And then I keep answering myself, I don't know. Well, here goes.
Oh, I hope we can keep it out of the papers.
Yes, stop being nervous, my dear. Just watch me. Hello, police department? I wish to report a missing nephew. His name is Leroy Forrester. Yes, 13 years old, but he's tall for his size. He's old for his age. How tall? Oh, well, let me see. He comes to about up to here on me. Oh. I forgot, officer. You can't see me. I meant he comes up almost to my shoulder. Yeah. How tall am I? What does that matter? I'm not lost. Is that so? No, see here, mister.
Uncle, now don't get so excited. Here, give me the phone.
Yeah.
Hello, police? My brother left home early this morning.
Hello? Oh, the police department. Well, at last. We've been waiting around here on tenterhooks. No, tenterhooks. T-E-N, never mind. Have you found him? Yes? Yes? Oh, well, that's something anyway. Thank you. Goodbye.
Have they found Leroy, Uncle Mort?
Not exactly. They've located a bakery wagon driver who gave him a lift out of town this morning in 3 cream puffs.
Which way was he going?
West, on the Watertown Road. In fact, Leroy told the man he was headed for Watertown.
Then come on, Uncle Mort. That's where we're going.
Yes. Maybe we can even find him before the police pick him up. Bertie, you stay here and answer the telephone in case the police or Leroy should call.
Yes, and I'll keep my ear glued to the bell and you keep your eyes glued to the road.
Now take your time, Uncle Mort. Don't rush, though.
I'm not rushing. I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Are you sure you know the way to Watertown, Uncle?
Oh, yes. I could drive to Watertown with my eyes shut.
Sometimes I think that's the way you do all your driving. Do you know, Uncle, this is the longest shortcut I've ever traveled on.
You're right, Marjorie. And the next time you hear your Uncle Mort say I know a shortcut, please tap me on the skull with the nearest hammer.
Oh, it isn't your fault. You were only trying to save time getting to Leroy.
Oh, sorry. I can't understand this. This road was all right the last time I traveled on it.
When was that?
Let me see. It was the year I bought my Moon Roadster. Well, no wonder the road's bad. Must be 15 years since my Moon came over this mountain.
Well, we should hit the Watertown Highway in another few minutes.
Yes. And once we're on the main road, I'll show you. Oh, great jumping jeeps. Flat tire. Oh, dear, look at that. A blowout. My last good tire, too. Will I remember Pearl Harbor?
Have you got a spare?
A spare? Oh, yes, here in the back. I better work fast if I want to get a change before dark, though. Yes. Now, where's that key? Oh, no, that's the one to my locker at the YMCA. This one's for the padlock on my diary. Could this one? No. This one doesn't fit.
What's wrong, Uncle?
I can't find the key to the rear compartment. And it won't open. Yeah, I guess I'll have to break off the locks with a hammer.
Oh, I hate to see you do that.
Well, shut your eyes because I'm going to do it. Oh, no, I can't.
You can't?
No, I just remembered. The hammer's in the rear compartment with the tire. Oh, now what do we do?
Could you use a rock instead of a hammer?
A rock? Oh, of course. Should be one somewhere around here. Always is when you don't need one.
Oh, I found one. How's this, Uncle Mort?
Oh, splendid. Yeah, that rock looks like it's been through a lot, including Mrs. Uppington's window. Yeah, thank you very much, my dear. Yeah, I wish Leroy wouldn't run away from home. It's kind of hard on my automobile. There. Now, if I can pry up the lid. Yeah, I've got it. Won't take me more than, palpitating priorities. Some scoundrel of a so-and-so stole my spare tire. Hello. Is this Slim's garage in Jacksonburg?
Yeah, this is Slim speaking.
Oh, well, my name is Gildersleeve, Slim. I'm calling from, Marjorie. What's the name of this place?
Joe Hogg's Hot Dogs. And good, too.
It's from Joe's Hot Dogs Good. I mean, Hogg's place on the Watertown Road.
Yeah, I know where you are. What's your trouble?
I had a blowout about 2 miles back on the shortcut from Summerfield. They told me here you might be able to fix me up with a used tire and a tube.
What size tire do you use?
7 by 15.
Those are scarce, brother.
Haven't you got one?
No, I might be able to get you one somewhere here in Jacksonburg, but not till tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. That means I'll have to get somebody to drive me to Watertown tonight. What'll I do about my car?
I'll send out and have it towed in here and try and get your tire in the morning.
Towed in. Oh, that's fine. Well, I'll be coming back by way of Jacksonburg tomorrow, I hope. See you then. Goodbye. Oh, Marjorie, have you got that small change ready for me?
Here you are, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thanks. Hello, operator? Huh? Oh, you've got that Summerfield number, huh? Oh, thanks. How much is it? All right, here it goes. Bells, even.
Gildersleeve resident.
Oh, hello, Bertie. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, but did you catch up with Leroy yet?
No, Bertie, we've had a blowout.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, and somebody stole our spare tire.
That's bad.
How about using that jalopy of yours?
That's baddest of all.
Huh? But, Bertie, we can't get another tire until morning. Couldn't you drive out here so we could continue to Watertown in that little car of yours?
Well, that's purely problematical, but I'm willing to take a chance. It appeals to my sporting instinct.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, this heap of mine is strictly ultra-knock, non-brake, unclutched, and anti-hill climbing.
Well, take it easy, Bertie, but hurry up.
Okay. Where are you?
We're at a hot dog stand called Hogg's Inn. About 10 miles this side of Jacksonburg.
I'll be there fast as I can. Oh, come to think about it, I know a shortcut.
Good. No. Not the shortcut. Go the long way around. It's much quicker.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I'm sure you mothers and housewives realize that you have a defense job, too. Yes, it's to serve your families plenty of good-tasting, nourishing food. Food that builds your family's muscle and morale. Well, Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, can be a big help to you in doing that job. You see, Parquet margarine is so downright delicious, it adds delicate extra flavor to all kinds of foods. Yes, serve it generously at the table. Use it in baking. It's a genuine flavor shortening. Use it as a seasoning for hot vegetables, for pan frying, too. You'll find Parquet margarine's delightful flavor gives real lift to all your meals. What's more, Parquet margarine itself is so wonderfully good for your family. Parquet is a nourishing and wholesome energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So tomorrow, add delicious, economical Parquet margarine to your shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, Parkay, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Let's join the great Gildersleeve again as he, Marjorie, and Bertie continue their search for the missing Leroy.
Bertie, who did you buy this car from? Rochester?
No, sir. My pappy gave me this car. He bought it around about the time Mr. Roosevelt was elected.
I bet it was Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that, Marjorie. It certainly is a rough rider.
Please don't drive so fast. Please don't drive so fast, Mr. Gildersleeve. When you goes over 30 miles an hour, the windshield has a tendency to slip down into the driver's lap.
Well, what does it do at 40?
It don't do 40. And don't blow the horn, because that blows the light.
Well, if we don't go any faster than this, Leroy will have time to raise a beard, and we'll never recognize him.
Yes. The only way we can get there any faster is to get out of this thing and walk.
We're doing all right. Look, this seems to be a city we're coming into. You think it might be Watertown?
Oh, no, Bertie. Watertown's still 100 miles away. This must be Jacksonburg. Why, it's taken us half an hour to travel 10 miles.
Slow down, Uncle Mort. There seems to be a wreck up ahead.
Can't be any worse than this one we're in. Why, George, you're right, Marjorie. Say, look at that truck on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah, and there's a car turned upside down.
Oh.
Careful of the crowd, Uncle. You better go slower.
I am. You just don't notice the change, my dear. Well, there's one fellow who won't have to worry about tires anymore. Tires. Maybe I better stop.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Nothing. That car is the same model as mine. I can use those tires. Hey, come on, let's find out. Excuse me. Can I squeeze through, please? Oh, I just barely did. Thank you. Pardon me, mister. Come on, Marjorie.
Yeah.
Well, by George, this is lucky. I was right. Those tires are 7 by 15.
They are?
Yes. The rest of the car's so badly smashed up, I'll bet the owner will sell me one or two.
Well, you better find him quick. That tow car might haul it away any minute.
Oh, tow car? Oh, yes. I wonder who the owner is.
No, it was all the truck driver's fault. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at the skid marks.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, say, that must be the owner, Marjorie. Now, you two wait here. This is my golden opportunity.
Uh-huh.
Well, it would make my blood water when I think of it. A big truck like that zooming down a hill.
Excuse me, sir. But could I talk privately to you for a moment?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Sure. Come on over here.
Oh, thanks very much.
What is it, friend?
Look, mister, your car's wrecked.
But,
the only thing worth salvaging are a couple of the tires.
But...
I need tires like that.
But...
You undoubtedly need money.
Yeah, but...
How much do you want for the two best tires?
Oh, me?
Yes, you, brother. How about $15 for the pair of them?
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, all right. That was just a feeler, Bud. $20?
$20, huh? What's the most you'll pay?
$25, but $30 is positively as high as I'll go.
Okay, give me the 30.
Well, all right, here you are. 10, 20, 25, 30. Now, suppose you take them off. I want the right front and the left rear.
No. They're your tires now. You take them off.
Huh?
Yeah, I got a phone call to make. So long, mister, and thanks.
You're welcome, indeed. Oh, Marjorie, Bertie.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I made a deal with the owner of that wreck for 2 tires. We'll take them to Slim's garage and put them on my car.
Okay, I'll get the tire tools out of my car.
Yeah, come on, Marjorie. I want to show you what I bought. Yeah. Excuse me, young man. Pardon me, sir.
Aren't we lucky to find a wreck with the right-sized tires, Uncle Mort?
Yes. Well, here they are. Not exactly new, but worth their weight in sugar these days.
Here he is, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, be careful and don't break this wrench.
Yeah, I won't.
Because it's a very important tool. I not only uses it to change tires, but also as the final and conclusive argument in traffic disputes.
Ooh. Yeah, I understand. I never took a tire off a car that was upside down before, though. This one's a little tough. Hold the wheel, Bertie.
You hold the wheel and I'll unscrew the lug.
Oh, well, all right. I guess holding the wheel is the harder job of the two anyway. Here.
Can I help you, Uncle Mort?
No. Bertie and I have it, haven't we, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now, be careful, Uncle, or you'll get your fingers dirty.
Who said that?
Don't pay any attention, Uncle Mort. Just some fresh fellow.
Yeah, by George. If I was sure which one popped off, I'd pop him. Here, Bertie, let me do that.
Boy, I got them all off already. Huh? Now, you just help me lift it down.
Yes, of course. Here we go.
What you gonna do now, Uncle? Go hook rolling?
Did you see who said that, Marjorie?
Oh, never mind those street corner loafers, Uncle Mort.
All right. No, Bertie, I'll take the other one off myself. Give me that tire wrench. Thanks. If there are any more remarks from the gallery, I'm going to unscrew a loose nut or two. What's the matter, boys? Cat got your tongues?
Come on, Uncle Mort. We've got to hurry.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing, buddy?
Oh, hello, officer. I had a blowout this evening and no spare tire, and I happened to come across this wreck here, and it had the same size tires. Well, wasn't I lucky?
I'll say you was, until I arrived.
What have you got to do with it?
Well, if you aren't the nerviest car stripper I ever seen.
Nerviest car stripper I ever saw, officer. What do you mean I'm a car stripper?
As if you didn't know. Standing there with your face the picture of innocence framed in a stolen tire.
Stolen? I bought these tires from the owner of this car. I've got witnesses. You boys saw me paying him, didn't you, boys?
Well, I saw you talking to some guy, but he wasn't the owner of that car.
How do you know he wasn't?
Because he ran out of the pool room with the rest of us when we heard the crash.
Oh, what? Do you mean that I was taken in?
You weren't, buddy, but you're gonna be. Come on with me.
Take your hands off of me, copper. I'll hammer you into an ashtray.
No, Uncle Mort.
Oh, Marjorie. You and Bertie better drive on to Watertown and keep a sharp lookout for Leroy. I think I'm going to be detained here.
All right, if you think that's best.
Come on, buddy. We're going to join the station wagon set.
The station? What do you mean?
I'm going to phone the station to send over the wagon, and then we'll be all set.
Now, innocent as a child, eh? I suppose you were just using those tires as teething rings.
Yes. Sergeant, I bought those 2 tires. I paid for them. What's the use of trying to convince a numbskull, fuzzy-brained flatfoot?
Are you insinuating that I'm a flatfoot?
If the shoe fits, wear it. I don't want to hang around this crook's coop any longer. I want some action.
Okay, you're going to get it. For tonight, I'm going to put you in a nice room where no nasty tires can come in and run off with you.
If you mean in the cell?
No, all our cells are full. I'm putting you in a detention room.
But what's the difference between that and a cell?
We put curtains over the bars.
You can't do this to me. Who do you think I am, a common criminal?
Yes. Now, shut up. What's your name?
My name. What's my... Oh, yeah. Let me see.
M-E-C.
Huh?
Last name S-E-E.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. Dumbbell. Lem-E-C, yeah. The E stands for Elmer.
Okay, C. Okay, C.
Yeah?
Put C in the detention room.
Okay.
And you, mister?
C is the name.
Don't think you're fooling anybody giving me a phony name like Lemmy C.
Huh?
I know it's an alias. Now run along.
This way, buddy. Come on. We're just sticking you in here till you decide to come clean with us.
I have come clean. And by George, before I'm through with you, you're going to be washed up.
In you go. Hey, kid, you got company.
Hello, young man. Leroy.
Uncle Mort. Gee, I'm glad to see you here.
I'm glad to see you too, my boy, but not here.
Boy, you must have had a lot of pull with the police to get in to visit me. Oh, I forgot you were the one who told them to pick me up.
Yes, Leroy. We just couldn't let you run away from home like that. And this was the quickest way to get in touch with you.
Well, let's get out of here and go home.
Yes, let's get out of here. Oh, Leroy. I'm afraid we can't do that for a little while.
Well, why not, Unc?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, young man, I want you to tell me why you ran away from home.
Oh, gee, Uncle Mort. All I was going to do was enlist in the Navy.
You in the Navy? Leroy, you're just 13 years old.
Well, sure, but I'm awfully big for my age.
Yeah.
And if I went to Watertown or someplace where nobody knows me, I bet I could get in.
But why? In your note, you said you couldn't stand it any longer. Were you unhappy at home, Leroy?
No, it's just that I can't stand around doing nothing while our country's at war. I want to do my share.
Well, that's a wonderful spirit, my boy. It makes me proud of you. But Uncle Sam can't use boys your age in the Navy.
Oh, but I can work hard. I want to be in there. Oh, you just don't understand.
I do understand, my boy. You think it's easy for me to watch younger men go off to fight our battles while I have to stay behind? Here we are. You're too young and I'm too old. But we each have a job to do. Every one of us. From the president to the boy in the school, Leroy.
But, gee, Uncle Mort, right now school seems awfully trivial.
Leroy, it's the millions of trivial things, well done, that's going to win this war for us. Like the farmer who grows more food, and the factory hand who produces more equipment, and the housewife who makes everything go a little farther. Even the children who gather up waste paper and scrap iron. And all of us who buy bonds and contribute our time and money and prayers and inspiration. We're all in the Army, Leroy. The Army that stands back of our soldiers and our sailors and our flyers. And the better we do our job, the sooner they're going to finish theirs.
Hey, Unc, wake up. It's morning.
I've been awake all night, Leroy. This mattress must be stuffed with old prisoners. And, Leroy, stop calling me Unc. I don't want it ever known that Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve spent the night in a calaboose suspected of highway robbery.
Gee, we're both in a spot.
Huh?
You can't get out till you can prove you paid for those tires, And I can't get out till you can prove you're you.
Huh? Oh. Well, maybe they'll let me call Judge Hooker. If they do, we're about to have a visitor.
Okay, kid, come on. And bring your things. Your sister's outside to take you home.
Gee, thanks. Well, so long, mister. I'll do everything I can to help you get free.
Oh, thank you, Sonny. Wait a minute. Don't close that door, officer. I demand to see the desk sergeant.
What, again? Oh, all right. But this is the last time, see?
Yes, they can't keep me here unless I'm charged. I know my rights. I didn't study commercial law in night school 2 years for nothing.
Your sister's in the chief's office over there.
Oh, hey, go ahead, Sonny. I'm going to talk to the sergeant.
Hey, Sarge, he wants to see you again.
What is it this time?
Sergeant, either you release me at once or I'm going to sue you and Casey and the chief of police and the whole town of Jacksonburg for $1 million apiece.
Now, calm down, Mr. C. I tried to trace the ownership of that car you stripped, and the garage man who's got it now can't find the owner to sign a complaint against you.
Oh, why should he? He got his tires back, and I want out.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess we'll have to release you.
Well, that's better. And a lucky thing for you, too.
Now, you see here, mister, if anybody's lucky, it's you. You're awfully lucky that guy ain't here to prosecute you.
What guy are you talking about?
The owner of that wrecked car. A fellow from Summerfield by the name of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I suppose some of you used margarine in the last war. Well, I don't know, of course, how you felt about margarine then, but I do know that modern margarine is so much better that there's just no comparison. Take Parquet margarine, for instance, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft. Why, one taste of Parquet's delicate, appetizing goodness will convince you how wonderfully delicious it is. Yes, in flavor and texture, Parquet margarine is as different from old-time margarines as night is from day. You see, Parquet margarine is made by Kraft, and surely that's a guarantee of quality and fine flavor. Parquet is a wholesome vegetable margarine, made by modern methods that just weren't possible in the old days. And to make Parquet even better for you, Kraft adds important vitamin A to Parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every single pound. So find out tomorrow how good modern margarine can be by trying delicious Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Serve it at the table, use it for cooking, too, but be sure to ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's the margarine made by Kraft.
Sorry, folks, our time's up. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of The Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines. Back in Grandma's day, when Grandma wanted to serve the folks a particularly fine dessert, the dessert she chose was pretty apt to be rich, shimmering Jell-O. And today, housewives still reach for that familiar red-lettered package, still depend on Jell-O for their most tempting treats. Yes, Jell-O is now more than ever America's favorite gelatin dessert. Because Jell-O today is better than ever. That famous Jell-O flavor has a new vividness, a new thrill to it. It's now locked in, protected for your pleasure by a new and exclusive Jell-O process. A process that locks Jell-O's intriguing goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you an exciting new richness and extra delicious flavor that will have you shouting hurrah for the first time you taste it. But why not prove all this for yourself? Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O just as you would in making a Jell-O dessert. And notice how the captive flavor rushes out marvelously rich. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and discover for yourself how Jell-O's new process makes Jell-O better than ever. Was Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O Show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
Gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this?
Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest day
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So, for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay. Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way...
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effect.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then it started to rain.
Rain? It's a wonder it didn't thunder. Now cut that out! All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
That was very clever, Virgil. Now get up off the floor and go back to your clinks and clanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the sound man doing on the floor?
Virgil? Oh, he's just trying to be funny. Everybody working for NBC wants to be a comedian.
Well, what's wrong with that? Give the kid a chance.
Listen, Mary, comedians are born, not made. Take me, for instance. I got the biggest laughs you ever heard when I was only 3 months old.
What'd you do, make off like a fan dancer with your diapers?
No, I used to stick my feet in my mouth and roll around like a rubber ball. I can go along with a gag, sister.
Jack, you say comedians are born and not made. Now, did you get into show business as a comedian?
No. As a matter of fact, Don, I started out as a concert violinist.
You started out as a janitor at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan.
As a janitor?
Yes, I found an old picture of you, and you were holding a broom.
I was holding that broom because I was cast as a witch in a Halloween play. That takes care of the broom.
Good. Now explain the dustpan.
Well, you got me in a corner again. You know, someday I'd like to broadcast from a roundhouse. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
He's fine. I just got a letter from my dad this morning.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. Anyway, thanks for asking, Phil.
Say, Phil, how are you coming along with your French lessons? Have you learned anything new?
Oh, yes. How's our French scholar progressing?
Well, remember last week how I learned to say je mange la fenêtre?
Yes, you ate the window, yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, get a load of this one. Je dormais dans la encrière.
Very good, Phil. What does that mean?
I sleep in the inkwell.
What? What are you talking about? You sleep in the inkwell?
He must have had a fight with Alice.
Look, Phil, as long as you're studying French, why don't you learn something that makes sense?
Jackson, it's a tough language. I gotta take it any way I can get it.
All right, sleep in the inkwell. Eat the window. It's your life. All I ask is that you don't show off when Humphrey Bogart gets here.
Humphrey Bogart? Is he going to be on the program tonight?
Yes, we're going to finish the murder mystery we started last week. And Bogart has had a lot of experience along that line in pictures, so I thought he'd be just the right guy for my assistant.
Let me get this straight. Humphrey Bogart is going to be your assistant?
Yes. That is, he's going to be one of my assistants. Phil will be my first assistant, and Bogart will help Phil. It'll work out fine. Now, Dennis...
Yes, please?
You, of course, are going to be the murdered man, and you'll have to lay on the floor again tonight.
I figured on that, so I wore my old clothes.
You can't wear old clothes. You're supposed to be Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a wealthy stockbroker.
Have you seen the market reports lately?
That's not the point. Anyway, take this carnation and put it in your buttonhole so you look a little more convincing. And here's another thing.
Say, Jack, he's here.
Who? Who's here? Oh, well, hello, Humphrey.
Hello, Jack. Glad to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you.
Well, Humphrey, it's darn nice of you to come over here tonight and help us solve our little murder mystery.
I'm glad to do it, Jack. I heard you play last week, and I figured somebody should do something about it.
Good. Say, Humphrey, we'll start casting in a minute, but first I want you to meet the members of my gang. This great big fellow here is Don Wilson.
It's a pleasure, Don.
Put her there, Humphrey. Out!
Watch out, Don. He's as strong as a 3-cent cigar.
You ought to know.
Quiet. And, Humphrey, this is Mary Livingston, our little comedienne. Say something funny for Mr. Bogart, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, shake hands with him anyway.
Okay.
Glad to know you, Miss Livingston. Put her there.
Ouch! Mary. And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor, and Phil Harris, our musical genius.
Hiya, fellas.
Bonsoir. Come on, Talibou, Humphrey.
Humphrey? Is that French, Humphrey? Phil, stop showing off, you know?
You know, Mr. Bogart, I took my girl to see you and all through the night, and did you make a hit with her? Did you make a hit?
Dennis.
Ah, she kind of liked me, eh, kid?
Well, she talks out of the side of her mouth now, if that means anything.
Well, that's real hero worship. I guess we can get started with the casting, Humphrey.
Say, where's Rochester? I'd like to see him.
Oh, he won't be with us tonight, Humphrey. He has a cold. He'll be all right next week, though. He's got the strongest cough medicine. Well, let's get started. You've met everybody.
What about me? Am I an old shoe or something?
Believe me, Virgil, he's not interested in meeting you. But if it'll make you happy, all right. Humphrey, this is Virgil Reimer, our great sound man.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Reimer. I've admired your work on this program for a long time.
You see?
Okay. Now let's get on with our sketch. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the second episode of our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or That Rug Will Have to Go to the Cleaners. Now, Dennis Day will be Mr. Frightwig, the victim.
Howdy, folks.
Lay down. Mary will be his wife, who misses him now but didn't when she shot him. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be Jurgen, the butler. Only this week, I wish you'd be a little more highbrow. Can you talk with an English accent?
Well, I'll try.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you toddle down to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask the clerk for a package of Jell-O?
Package?
You will find that it comes in 6 terribly divine flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and pip-pip.
Don, if it weren't for the fact that you were talking about our product, I'd say that your accent was about as English as Sambo and Tambo, you know? Now, where are we? Oh, yes. I, of course, will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. Phil Harris will be my assistant, and Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be Phil's assistant. Now, in this drama...
Just a minute, Jack. Hold it. Would you mind repeating that?
Why, certainly. I said, I'll be Detective Captain O'Benny, Phil will be my assistant, and you'll be Phil's assistant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to you about that.
Uh-oh. What are you uh-ohing about? Why, what's on your mind, Humphrey?
Well, frankly, I don't like the idea of being Phil's assistant.
Well, all right, then you can be my assistant, and Phil can be yours. Now, in this drama...
Just a second, Blue Eyes.
Well, thank you. What is it, Humphrey?
Now, let's get this straight. Here's the way it's going to be, see? I'm the captain, Phil's going to be my assistant, and you're going to be his assistant.
But Humphrey...
Now, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm a nice, easygoing guy, but I didn't come over here to get kicked around.
Well, who kicked you? Did you kick him, Dennis? Did you kick him, Don?
You know what I mean. I'm going to be the captain, and that's final.
All right. And you don't have to grab my coat while you're talking to me. Now, let go. And another thing, Mr. Bogart, I'm paying you for being here on this program tonight so you can be a little more civil.
Oh, are you going to pay me?
Yes. Well, I'm not exactly paying you in cash, but I was going to send you a lovely present. A fountain pen or something.
Now, you send me a fountain pen, I'll squirt it right in your eye.
Is that so?
Oh, Jack, let him be the captain.
What else can I do? Got a good mind to punch him right in the nose.
Well, why don't you?
Because he's carrying a gun.
He's what?
A gad. He's packing a gad. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny.
I want my own name.
All right, you'll be O'Bogart. And Phil, I will be your assistant. Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, then let go of me. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, this exciting drama, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Play, Phil. Here's my part, Humphrey. Get familiar with it.
Popocatépetl, rendered by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Render meaning to tear apart.
That's a Lulu! Virgil! Now, Virgil, get away from that mic. And stop trying to be funny on my program.
What's the matter? Do you see the handwriting on the wall?
Now, listen, Virgil. Virgil, if I have any more trouble with you, you're getting out of here. And I'd also like to get rid of Bogart.
What was that? What did you say?
I said when I was a kid, I had a go-kart. Do you mind if I had a little fun? If I hadn't given a quart of blood to the Red Cross, I'd tear him to pieces.
A quart of blood?
Yes.
You've been down there 10 times and haven't even found a vein yet.
They'll find one, don't worry. Now settle down, everybody. Let me announce our play.
Pardon me, Jack. I'm announcing it.
All right, announce it. Boy, I never saw such a ham. Ought to have my head examined for inviting him over here.
And will you cut out that mumbling?
Listen, I've been talking to myself for 20 years. I'm not going to stop now. Go ahead, announce the play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer the second episode of our mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or All Through the Night.
Had to give his new picture a plug. I like the picture, though, but what I could have done with his part, boy.
Jack, pipe down.
Oh, poof.
Now, as you may remember, last week, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig was found murdered in his den. He was shot several times. In fact, his chest looked like a well-patronized punchboard.
Boy, I'd have gotten a yell with that line. A yell.
They'd have screamed at me.
Virgil! Go ahead, Humphrey, you gangster.
Captain O'Benny was called into the case, but was unable to make any headway. So this week, I will solve the crime.
I'll bet. Go ahead, you thug.
As the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants.
Had to make a mistake.
We find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants. Yeah. In their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. Oh, Sergeant O'Harris.
Yes, Captain.
What's new on the Fenchel robbery? Did you find out if the chauffeur had anything to do with it?
Well, it couldn't have been the chauffeur, Cap. He had an airtight alibi.
Alibis. This is the third month of the investigation, and we're no further than we were when we started. Something has got to be done, I tell you. I want action. Do you understand? Action.
Yes, sir.
Not scaring me, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, O'Harris. What makes you think the chauffeur is innocent?
Well, at the time of the robbery, he was out of town. We traced him as far as Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Altoona, eh?
Boy, what a hit I used to be in that town. Stop the show every night.
Well, what happened after he left Altoona?
Well, we traced him as far as Chicago, and then we lost track of him until last week when he turned up in Los Angeles with a blonde.
With a blonde, eh?
Shut up!
All right, but if you ask me...
There's a phone. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right, take it. Such a little guy, I can't understand why I don't slug him.
You're a coward.
Oh, yes. Oh, well.
Hello, police headquarters, Captain O'Bogart speaking.
Hello, Bogey. This is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig.
Oh, yes. What is it, Mrs. Frightwig?
Listen, Cappy, why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any clues.
Well, drop in anyway. It's a rainy afternoon. Come on over.
Okay, madam. But I'm going to find out who killed your husband.
Well, if you're real nice, I'll tell you. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Swell. Bring some olives. I've got the toothpicks. So long.
So long.
Who was that, Cap?
Yeah, who was it? Fine part I've got. Wish I had my violin with me. Well, who was it?
That was Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Come on, men. We're going over to her house right away. And I'm going to solve this crime, or my name ain't Go Bogart.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Enjoy your ride. You'll soon be walking. That is all.
Well, here we are, Cap.
Yeah, this is the place, all right. Break the door down, oh, Benny.
Yes, sir. Stand back. Open this door, I'll break it down. Open this door, I'll break it down. Well, what are you waiting for, Virgil? Break down the door. Please.
You won't hear a single splitter until you apologize.
All right, I'm sorry I bawled you out. Now go ahead with the door. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
Ring? This guy's the butler, Cap.
I know who he is. Now listen, you, where's the body?
That ain't a bearskin rug grinning at you.
That's Mr. Frightwig, all right. And he's laying there just the way he was shot.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Some tough guy. I bet anything he faints.
What was that?
Well, come on, Humphrey. Find out who done it.
Just a minute, miss. Who are you?
I am Fifi, the French maid.
Oh, yeah? Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Sit down, will you?
Say, let me talk to her, Cap. I speak the language very fluent.
Fluent?
Now listen, Fifi. What do you know about this murder?
Je ne sais rien du tout de ce meurtre. Je suis seulement la bonne ici. Et naturellement, je ne l'ai pas commis.
Oui, oui.
Je ne suis en ce pays que fort peu de temps et je ne connais pas beaucoup de monde. Je mène une vie solitaire.
Oui, oui.
J'aimerais bien un rendez-vous avec un Américain. Voulez-vous me rencontrer at the corner of Sunset and Western at 8 o'clock?
What'd she say, Harris?
I don't know, but I'll be there.
So will I. She must have a friend.
Fine policeman. Why don't you get on with the case and grill Mrs. Frightwig?
Where is she?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. Pull up my husband and sit down.
Now, listen, Mrs. Frightwig.
You keep out of this.
All right, all right. I'm going to take a look around this house, see if I can find some clues.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Frightwig, what do you know about this murder?
Grill me, Cap, grill me. What's on your mind?
Now, I want the truth. Did you shoot your husband?
Couldn't have been Cupid. There's no arrows in him.
I don't believe you killed him, Mrs. Frightwig. And we're going to stay right in this house until we find out who committed the crime.
Okay, boys, how do you like your eggs?
Say, Cap, I just heard a noise in that closet.
A noise?
Yeah, there's somebody hiding in there.
It might be the murderer. Let me have your gun.
I didn't bring it with me.
Here, take mine.
Now, thanks. Now, listen, you. We know you're in that closet, so come out. And come out with your hands up. Come out, do you hear?
Hello, fellas. Surprised?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing in that closet, oh, Benny?
I'll tell you what I was doing there. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I committed that crime. I murdered Mr. Homer J. Frightwig.
What are you talking about?
I killed him, I tell you. Killed him. He was a dirty rat, and he had it coming to him. And I'm glad I did it, I tell you. glad.
You did nothing of the kind. You're just trying to build up your part.
I am now. Come on, fellas. I confess. Slap the handcuffs on me. Take me to jail. What are you waiting for?
What a ham. Come on, Mrs. Frightwig. Let you and I go out and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Kathy.
I'm going with you.
No, you can't go until you arrest me. I'm a killer. Do you hear? A killer. And I also committed the... Oh, nuts. Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, where did they go?
They went out for some coffee, Mr. Frightwig.
Oh.
That stupid Bogart doesn't believe I killed you.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Say, do you play gin rummy?
Sure.
Well, lay down and start dealing.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Hey, won't you be proud? Won't the family be pleased when you serve this grand dessert? Imperial Peach Mold, a swell Jell-O treat that's bound to win you compliments galore. Yet a treat that's delightfully easy to make. All you do is simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained, or if you wish, a box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a mighty attractive, mighty good dessert. Delicious blend of juicy golden sliced peaches and bright shimmering orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and combine them with orange Jell-O for a really delightful treat. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, friends, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you extra richness, makes Jell-O more tempting and delicious than ever.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the Courage Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Humphrey, thanks very much for coming up here tonight. You kind of took over the program, didn't you?
I did at that. No hard feelings, Jack.
No. You were very amusing. Take him out in the alley and give him a couple of pokes.
What was that?
I said good night, folks. I always say that. Good night, folks.
Humphrey Bogart appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. The tune Call Out the Marines is from the picture of the same name.
Jell-O puddings, please. Just say that to your grocer tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't make the acquaintance of some of the swellest desserts you ever tasted. Jell-O puddings. Rich, creamy puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding. Smooth, mellow, and thrillingly rich. Tops for delicate, tempting flavor. And not only grand as a pudding, but perfect as a creamy filling for pies, tarts, and cakes. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. The Jell-O program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Hail Silver!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Thank you.
During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law, or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors, and for once his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the tail of the Black Arrow! Hail, Silver!
The rain, whipped by the wind, beat hard against the face of a slender girl who fought her way toward the small one-room telegraph office.
This is a little more than I bargained for. Can't complain, though. Waited a week for this storm. At last.
Hey, shut that door. Sakes alive, things are... Well... Golly, lady, I didn't know it was someone like you. Sorry I spoke that way.
Oh, that's all right.
I thought it was one of the boys that generally drops around to talk a little in the evenings. Rotten night.
Oh, terrible.
You're soaking wet. My sakes alive. Here, sit yourself down by the stove. Got a pot of coffee here. Thaw you out a mite.
Oh, it is pretty cold.
Here. Take this blanket and wrap it around your shoulders. Get a chill, it's likely to give you a bad cold. Got some cold medicine here.
Oh, no, I'll be all right, thanks. I saw your light.
You don't live in Ashton, do you?
No.
I didn't think I'd seen you around. Ashton's just west of here. Can't see it on a night like this, of course.
I want to get to Ashton. I'll go on.
Well, you better wait a while, get dried out, and then I'll take you into town when I shut down the office. You riding?
No.
Afoot?
That's right. Oh, that fire feels good.
I don't mean to be curious, miss, but how far you traveled on foot in this storm?
Oh, far enough to be dog-tired and soaked through and through and cold.
Poor young'un. Here, now, drink this.
Oh, thanks. That tastes good. This must be a pretty tiresome place to work. All by yourself all the time.
Oh, the boys drop in to talk. I'm not alone so much.
I suppose you get some pretty strange messages on that telegraph.
What made you say that?
What made me? Why?
I've been having the doggonest time figuring out what some messages mean. Funny part of it is I don't even know who they're for.
Oh, you don't? Well, then how can you deliver them?
It's trouble, I can't.
Oh.
It's only a week ago I was complained about it to the line boss. He said he didn't know what to do about it. Just hold them here till they're called for. That's all I can do.
Well, I heard of a man in Asheville that was waiting for word from the East. Maybe the message should have gone to Asheville instead of Ashton. This man's name was, oh, dear, what was it?
Larrabee?
That doesn't sound familiar. What's the first name?
Tolman Larrabee. That's who these messages are for.
Oh, no, that wasn't the man.
I don't expect you to know anyone named that, do you?
No. What are the messages about?
Well, that's the thing of it. The doggone things are just a jumble of words. Don't make head nor tail. They're as mixed up as a needle in a haystack that's caught up by a hurricane.
Oh, they couldn't be that bad. Maybe they're in a code of some sort.
I thought it might be something of that sort. I can't make it out, though. Here, I'll show you the last one that came in. Showed it to several of the boys that came in here, but none of them could make sense out of it. Hey, you take a look at this.
Thanks. I'd like to.
While the girl studied the message in the telegraph office, two men were talking in the back room of the cafe. The smaller one seemed to dominate his big, burly, bearded companion.
I'm giving the orders, Red. Get that through your thick head.
Oh, no, Mr. Dorn, I didn't mean to make no argument with you. But if it's just a capture of a girl, one girl, Jiminy, I can do it.
Yes? Well, a girl with a brain can outwit a dozen big hulks like you. That's why I want the whole gang rounded up.
Well, are you sure that you read the right meaning in the last message that come through from the East?
I'm sure.
I only asked,
The head of the Black Arrow learned that this girl is out here to try and discover who he is.
Why is she here instead of where he is in Washington?
Because the Lone Ranger's here. She's supplying him with information all the time. Oh. What's more, the girl is likely to learn about the telegraph.
Mr. Dorn, she couldn't learn about the way we get messages, could she?
That statement proves that you're a fool. No one but a fool underestimates an enemy.
I know, but
if she hears that messages in code come through the Ashton office, she'll investigate.
But even so, would Lefty tell her about the messages?
That operator isn't one of our men. He'd tell if she was clever in the way she questioned him, and she will be clever.
But, Mr. Dorn, even if she's seen the messages, they wouldn't make sense to her.
She might decode them. I'm not going to waste any more time talking to you. I want you to get the men together and surround that telegraph office.
Starting at daybreak, huh?
Yes.
You can count on us.
Very well. But you sit still, Red. Yes? Who's there?
I gotta see you. It's Jake.
Just a minute. Where did you leave Jake?
Jake? Well, he rode east to visit a friend of his this afternoon. He was going to come back tonight.
Why does he want to see me?
Golly, Mr. Dorn, I don't know.
Boss, you better hurry and let me speak to you.
Come in here.
I have to hurry here.
How you take?
Hello, Red.
What do you want?
Dorn, I come by the telegraph office on my way from calling on a friend.
Well?
You know what that last message said? The one that came in yesterday about keeping an eye out for a girl?
Yes?
Well, there's a girl talking to Lefty right now.
What?
Yeah, I peeked into the window as I come past. Thinking I'd stop in and keep up a friendly relation with Lefty. When I seen her, she was reading telegrams.
What were the telegrams?
I don't know. I couldn't see that close.
What was being said?
I couldn't hear. The wind and rain was howling something fierce. But I thought you should know what was going on.
You get over there right away.
Who, me?
Yes. Red, you get the rest of the boys. Some are in the other room playing cards. The rest will be in the hotel. Get them together and capture that girl.
Right now, huh?
At once. And you, Jake, get back to that office. And don't let that girl escape.
Leave it to me.
She and the Lone Ranger stand between success and failure of the Black Arrow. I'll get going.
You ever see such a mixed-up message?
No, I better be going now.
Going? If you wait just a little longer, I can see that you get to town.
Oh, I can find the town.
The storm's as bad as ever, though. You'll get
I
over.
don't mind, really.
Now, you hold on, miss. You read something in that last message I showed you.
Whatever gave you that idea?
I watched your face and went pale for a minute. Now you've got to leave here in a hurry.
You'd better stick to your telegraph and not try to be a detective.
I note things, miss. I noted just what I said. I want to know what was in that there message. Things have been too... That door,
Don't move.
A robbery.
Hey, Jake, what's the matter?
Better enough, Lefty. This girl's a criminal.
She is?
There might be a reward for her capture. If there is, I'll see that you share in it.
You don't say, Will. I never...
You know that isn't true. Lefty, is that what they call you?
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me. Don't believe what that man tells you. Let me show you what I have
Better
here.
stand still, miss. I got my orders.
And so have I.
Jumping juniper.
Well, miss, looks like you carry a gun, too.
I do, and I can fire just as fast as you can.
I reckon so. Sort of a stalemate, huh? We got the drop on each other, but that's only because I don't like to shoot a pretty girl.
Well, I'll shoot if I have to. I'm leaving here, and you haven't the nerve to shoot me.
I don't have no shooting in my office.
Lefty, listen to me carefully. I can't prove it now, but I'm on the right side, and this man is not. You aren't in league with him and his friends, or he wouldn't have told you that you might share in a reward. He wouldn't have had to tell you that I was a criminal.
Doggone, I don't
but
know
listen,
what...
I tell you, there is someone you can trust. I'm giving you a message. A message only you will be able to understand, in your own code.
You better not.
Stop me by shooting if you dare. But I'll shoot at the same time.
Look there. Jake has a drop on her, and she has a drop on him.
She's sending the message with that telegraph.
Get in there fast. You two go to the rear door, we go to the front. Hurry and get her before she tells all she knows on that telegraph. Come on. Grab the girl.
Take her gun.
Look at her tight. Come on, boys. Get her. Get her. We'll talk and we'll know the reason why.
Come on, Lefty. Speak up and save yourself a lot of trouble.
I've told you, man, I've got nothing to say.
That girl sent a message on the telegraph.
Ask her what she said if you want to know.
I'm asking you.
Where'd you take her?
None of your business.
You tell what she said or I'll...
Jake, don't be a bigger fool than you already been. I'm a Western Union man. I don't tell what goes over my wires.
What that girl sent didn't go over the wires. I saw the switch. She sent a message to you and to no one else.
Then ask her what it was. I wasn't paying particular attention. I was watching Jake with that gun in his hand, getting ready to duck if the shooting started.
You're sure about that?
I'm not sure about anything. I thought you fellas were my friends, coming here to talk from time to time. Now, doggone it, I don't know what to think. Why'd you capture that girl? If you're on the level, why don't you let the law take charge?
Don't you ask questions, Lefty.
Then leave me alone.
He's right. Come on, boys, leave Lefty alone.
Several days later, and some distance to the north, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward a small mission.
There's a mission, Kimosabe. Pretty hard ride all the way here. The summons from the Padre was urgent. That's what Indians say.
The Padre often gave aid to the Lone Ranger. When he had information for the masked man, he passed the word to friendly Indians. Like magic, then, the news traveled far and wide in ever-expanding circles until the Lone Ranger was notified.
Steady, Silver, steady, boy. Oh, Scout. Oh. At last.
Gate open now.
Padre?
Lad, you came at last. I hope it is not too late.
Too late?
It has been 2 days since I sent the first word.
We were far from here, Padre.
You must have been. Come, though. Come in. Me take horse.
All right, Tonto.
Tonto, you know where to find food and water for the horses. Me know. You come with me, son.
Padre, why did you send for me?
Come inside. We can talk as well while you're resting.
You know what I've been doing for these past weeks?
I know. I pray for your success. What I have may help bring that success.
What is it, Padre?
Wait until we're inside. Come. Sit down. I'll get food for you.
Not now, thanks. First, tell me what happened.
Very well. The other day, a man came here. He asked if I knew anyone who was called the Lone Ranger.
Who was he, Padre?
He told me that he operated the telegraph near a town called Ashton.
Yes?
He showed me a ring. Not a valuable ring, but an interesting one. Here, let me show it to you.
Gold. It has a United States emblem on it.
Yes. Have you ever seen it before?
I once knew a man who... Yes, a ring like this. It can't be the same ring.
Why can it not be the same ring?
You mean... Padre, is this the ring?
See?
Yes, it is. It's the same one. Where can I find the one who owns it?
I do not know. But find that one you must, if it is not already too late.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Padre showed the Lone Ranger the ring that Lefty had brought him, the masked man recognized it at once and demanded further details.
Padre, tell me all you can.
But first, my boy, I must know where you last saw that ring.
On the finger of one of my closest friends, a Texas Ranger with whom I used to ride. One of several Texans who were murdered from ambush.
Was he wearing the ring at the time of the massacre?
No, he hadn't worn it for some time prior to that day, but it was his. An Indian made it for him. There couldn't be another ring like it. Seeing it now is like seeing a part of the past. Tell me, where did it come from?
Please sit down. My story may not be as brief as yours.
Very well.
I told you that the man who does telegraphy near Ashton brought it here. He came a few days ago. His manner was uncertain when he first came in.
I don't know just where to start, Padre, but I had to come here.
Start anywhere. You'll find it easy to continue.
Well, it's this ring. I was told to bring it here to you and ask you to find the Lone Ranger and give it to him.
The Lone Ranger?
Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Well, can you get this ring to him?
It is possible. But tell me how you got the ring.
Well, a girl came into my office during a heavy storm. I thought at first she'd come just to get out of the wet. But the more I thought about it, the more I was sure she'd come to ask questions.
Questions?
About some telegrams I'd had. Coded ones. I showed them to her and she got pale. She was about to leave in a hurry when men came in and captured her.
Padre, did this operator say the girl had been captured?
Yes.
Several days ago?
Several days ago, my friend.
And I should... But you have more to tell. The ring.
While the girl's captors held a gun on her, she tapped out a message on the telegraph sounder. She told the operator that she was leaving a ring on the table. He was to bring that ring to me and ask me to hand it to you. I have done so.
Couldn't the operator tell any more?
No. I've told you all he said.
I've got to speak to him. Otto, don't unsaddle. We're riding again as soon as the horses have been fed. I don't know who the girl is. I've never seen her face. Padre, she's been helping me. She's been against the Black Arrow and all its dangers as much as I have.
If she had the ring, she must be someone near and dear to your friend.
Yes. But how did she know I'd recognize the ring? Does she know who I am?
If she does, and I doubt it, your secret is safe with her. But your horses are tired. Do you want to borrow fresh ones?
No, thank you. Silver and Scout will carry on. Padre, did that operator return to Ashton?
I assume he did. He said nothing of doing otherwise.
Then the sooner we can get there and question him, the better.
Horse ready now.
Good. Padre, do you mind if I take this ring with me?
Take it. Wear it until you can return it to the owner.
I hope that will be soon.
I hope it will be. Goodbye, Lone Ranger. Until we meet again.
Goodbye, Padre, and thank you. Come on, Tonto.
You ready?
And let's go.
Get him up, Scout. Hail Silver! Hoy!
God bless him.
As the days passed and the telegraph operator did not return to Ashton, Dorn's anger had increased. He paced the floor of his room in the hotel, and when he spoke to Red, his voice was almost a snarl.
We don't do anything till I see Lefty.
All right, boss. I was only asking, that's all.
Who's watching the office now?
Oh, Jake's there. I was to take his place at sundown.
I want Lefty here as soon as he gets back. Why was he allowed to leave in the first place?
Well, golly, Mr. Dorn, no one said anything about not letting him leave.
No one does any thinking. Pack of dull-witted fools, that's what I've got to work with. The girl is being watched, I hope.
Oh, sure, Mr. Dorn. We got a heavy guard around the cabin day and night.
If she escapes...
She won't.
Who is it?
Mr. Dorn, I've brought Lefty here.
About time.
Now we'll learn a few things.
Here he is.
This is pretty high-handed, Mr. Dorn.
Shut that door. Where have you been?
I don't know as that's any of your business, Dorn. I took a few days off. My helper ran the office. Telegraph company don't complain. I don't know as anyone else should.
Sit down there. They call you Lefty, don't they?
That's right.
Perhaps my men were a little crude in bringing you here.
Yeah, that galoot was standing in my office. He drew a gun on me as I came up.
Jake, you should know better than that.
Yeah, but
Enough.
Just what do you want of me, anyhow?
I didn't have a chance to tell you, Lefty, about the girl who was taken into custody in your office.
Yeah, where is she?
Oh, she's been turned over to the law. Federal prisoner. You see, Lefty, we have to work in a mighty different way than the local law officers.
Are you trying to hint that you're law officers?
Well, not exactly.
Dorn, just what do you want of me?
When that girl was captured, she said something to you in code on the telegraph. You left town for a few days right after that. I want to know what she said and where you went.
So that's what you want to know, huh?
I can pay you for the information, Lefty.
I'm not interested.
But if you...
For the time being, I'll keep my information to myself. I'll tell you one thing, though.
Well?
I wouldn't advise you to have your men get rough with me. Just remember that the whole of the telegraph company's behind me.
I'm sorry Jake treated you like he did.
And there's one other thing, Dorn.
Yes?
I aim to find out more about that girl. I won't ask you because I don't know as I could believe anything you told me. But I'm going to have a talk with the sheriff now that I'm back in town, see what he thinks. That's all. Unless you figure to keep me here at the point of a gun.
Oh, of course not. You can leave any time you want.
And I'm leaving right now.
Got to be careful how we handle him. He was right when he said the telegraph company stood back of him.
But he's going to talk to the sheriff.
That's why I didn't press matters. I've got the sheriff in my pocket. He'll tell Lefty that whatever I do is all right.
We've got to find out what the girl told him when she used the telegraph.
If I can't find out any other way, I'll make the girl herself tell us.
But will she?
She will. If she thinks Lefty's life depends on the telling. I'm going to keep her nearby until I'm convinced that she's told us everything we should know.
Lefty talked with the sheriff, but when he had finished, he was more confused than ever. He considered the contradictory facts as he walked toward his home.
Sheriff says Dorn's all right. Does that mean the girl's done something wrong? Doggone it, I can't believe that. She seemed to figure the Lone Ranger was on her side. The Lone Ranger wouldn't be on the side of anybody the law was after. Gotta do plenty of thinking on this. Plenty of thinking. Mustn't make the wrong move. I'll get to bed and sleep on it.
Lefty found a candle on the shelf beside the door. But before he could light it, a voice stopped him.
Are you the telegraph operator?
What the...
Take it easy. They call you Lefty, don't they?
Yeah.
Go ahead and light the candle. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, but who are you?
Candle, Lefty. That's it. I'm over here near the window.
May I ask you?
I brought this ring with me.
The Lone Ranger.
Later that same night, Dorn was pleasantly surprised to see Lefty at his door.
Why, come in, Lefty. I didn't expect to see you again tonight.
I had a talk with the sheriff.
So I heard. I guess he set you right, didn't he?
You still want to know what that girl said to me the other day?
Oh, if you want to tell me. Sit down.
Thanks. She asked me to get word to the Lone Ranger.
She did?
Yeah, that's why I left town for a time.
Did you get word to him?
Not only that, he's coming here. If you're on the level, Mr. Dorn, I sure had the wrong idea about the Lone Ranger.
When is he coming?
Real soon. He's going to have men enough to take that girl away from you.
He is, huh? Does he know how many friends I have to help me?
Well, I guess he does.
That's different. I don't like that.
Yeah, but look here, Dorn, if you're sort of working for the government, the soldiers would be on your side, wouldn't they?
Soldiers? Is that what he's going to...
Hold on. Doggone it, you look downright scared. You've been lying in your teeth. You're not on the side of the law at all, and the Lone Ranger is. I'm going to tell him where you've hid the girl and
Get
tell him...
your hands up. Up with him and hurry. Jake, come in here.
I heard it, Mr.
Out the back way with this man. Take him with us.
You better watch yourself, Dorn. Remember that I have the Western Union back of me.
Never mind what stands back of you. You've blundered into something and the cards are down. I'll get going and we'll pour lead in you.
Do what he says, Lefty. Get going.
Lefty was taken out the rear door of the hotel, then forced to ride between Dorn and Jake. Outside of town, Dorn stopped at a rambling ranch house.
All right, inside with you. Take him in, Jake.
Yeah.
Call the men together. There's no time to lose.
Boss himself.
Now, all of you, listen to me. The Lone Ranger's coming here with the cavalry.
I never said that.
Too late to deny it now. This man's too dangerous for us. He's got to go with the girl. Get that rope tighter, Jake.
I'll try. But it's plenty tight now.
What are we going to do now?
We've got to get the girl and Lefty out of here.
Drill him, that's what I say.
And leave evidence like that? Leave proof that the girl was on the right track? No, you fools. She can be valuable. We can make her write letters and reports. That'll throw everyone off the trail. We can make Lefty send messages that will help us.
What do we do?
Red, Jake, you two will stay and help me. The rest of you ride out to meet this band. Hold them off for 1 hour. That'll give us time to get a head start. Get moving now.
Hurry up, boys.
They leaped to their saddles and rode on the North Trail. Dorn, meanwhile, packed saddlebags.
I'll be ready in another minute. Jake, you keep watch on Lefty.
I will.
Red, take this key. Unlock the door of the girl's room.
Good enough.
Get her hands tied before you let her out. If she makes any trouble, hit her on the head with your gun.
She won't make trouble. I'll be ready.
Get those hands up.
He's here.
Lone Ranger.
I'll show you.
You don't.
Get him.
Drill him.
There's a redskin, too.
That's them, Tonto.
Here's one for Redhead.
Good going, Redskin.
Oh, you don't.
This for you.
Fight.
This for you, Dorn. Well, doggone if I didn't knock him down.
Good work, Lefty.
I couldn't do much with my hands tied this way, but I did get the chance to charge that rat-faced Dorn with my shoulders.
I didn't dare fire at their gun. See, I didn't know where the girl was.
In that there room, Red was just opening the door.
Fellas all knocked out. Get ropes on them, Tonto. For some of the gang are at large, we have these three for prisoners. And Dorn, I think, is one of the ringleaders of the Black Arrow. Here, I'll cut those ropes, Lefty.
That crook can tell plenty. By Ginger, it sure worked out just right, just like you hoped. Dorn's scheming mind filled in the spaces I left, and he sent the gang to meet you. Then he never stopped to wonder how I could know where the hideout was. He just brought me here so you could follow.
We'll get that sheriff, too, but first The girl isn't here.
Yeah, she was there.
Oh, wait. She left a note.
She must have slipped out while we was fighting. Hey, what's the note say, huh?
Keep the ring. Dorn can name... Tonto, Dorn can name the leaders.
Dorn not talk now.
Him dead.
Dead?
I didn't hit him that hard.
Let me see.
I just shouldered him, knocked him down.
No marks on him. He must have had a weak heart that couldn't stand the excitement.
Doggone.
Another trail to the head man closed.
I hate to think I'm the cause of Dorn dying.
Now, you aren't, Lefty. If his heart was bad, any excitement might have had the same result.
Now what we do?
Well, 2 of these men are alive to be jailed. I'll go for the marshal.
And me wait here?
Yes, Tonto. I'll be back soon.
I'll stay with Tano.
Very well, Lefty. Steady, Silver.
Maybe these polecats will get conscious before you get back, and I'll have the chance to tell them what I think of them.
Hello, Silver! Hoy!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring James Cagney in Captains of the Clouds on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Our play tonight is a play of our time, wartime 1942. In it you will meet a little-known but vastly important race of men, the bush pilots of northern Canada, men who carry freight and medical supplies to the remote outposts of North America, outposts which could not be maintained without these intrepid barnstorming aviators. But we meet these men tonight in wartime, and like most of us, they too have altered their way of living in this year of 1942. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents an all-star cast of Dennis Morgan, Alan Hale, Reginald Denny, Miles Mander, Morton Lowry, and squadron leader Cathcart Jones in Captains of the Clouds, based on Warner Brothers' spectacular new Technicolor motion picture and starring James Cagney on the Cavalcade of America. A trading post in northern Ontario. Hunched over Willie's lunch counter, a group of bush pilots take a brief respite between flights. They're joined by Brian McLean, a swaggering, red-headed Irishman. The door opens. McLean speaks.
On your feet, men.
Brian! That's that pirate. Scrounger, you know McLean.
Yes, I've met him, but I don't like him. Oh, now, why do you say that? You know I've always been very happy to see you. Look at Tiny. He never used to like me either. And now he hates me.
Oh, come on and sit down. Come on. Willie, 3 black coffees and some cake. It's sure good to see you. Now tell me, where's Johnny?
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I thought you'd be helping him run that airline by now.
Oh, no. I haven't seen him for weeks. I waited for him to come back with Emily and marry her so I could be best man, but he didn't come back. I don't know where he is.
I guess he changed his mind. Now, look, are you boys interested in a proposition?
Whose back teeth he was stolen now?
Oh, now, calm. Be big. Look, I've got a little contract pegged out, flying a stamp mill a piece at a time. Now, my plane isn't big enough to handle a job, so if you boys want to chip in a couple of $100 apiece, I'll swap my plane in for a second-hand twin-motor job and...
A couple of $100? Is there that much money? How should I know?
Well, the last time I saw you had 4,000.
The last time I saw you, we both had 4,000. What happened to yours?
Down the sink.
I'm growing strength
Hey,
in the air.
who's that on the radio?
We shall
Sounds like
fight
Churchill.
on the beaches.
That's what I thought. Quiet, you fellas,
We shall
quiet.
fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or any part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old.
You've just heard the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Winston Churchill.
Now, there's a man who knows how to word an invitation. I don't know how you feel, gentlemen, but I've taken a sudden dislike to these clothes. As a matter of fact, looking about me, I think we'd all benefit by a change.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but I think I heard something about a government station at Upland.
That's the rumor.
Well, what are we going to do? Waste the rest of the evening sitting here?
All clear?
No, sir, I think not, sir.
What is it?
Civilian aircraft, sir, coming in for a landing.
What? They can't land on an Air Force field. Get out there and signal to them to fly on over.
Afraid it's too late, sir. They're heading for the runway at the end of the field.
The fools, they'll crash into those trainers. Come on, maybe we can head them off.
Yes, sir. Wonder who they can be, sir.
Never mind that now. We've got to save those trainers.
They're coming in at high speed, sir.
See if you can attract their attention. Wave your arms. Yell. Do something.
Hey, the planes! You'll crash the planes!
Devil with the planes. They're out to get us, I think. Signal the ground crews off the field.
What's that you say? I can't hear you.
I said run. Run for your life, man. Come on.
Hey, Brian, get a load of this.
Hey, that's a pretty little bomber. Lucky we didn't whittle a wing off it coming in.
Look here, you men.
What in thunder's the idea of gutting in here like a bunch of maniacs? Don't you know this is an Air Force station?
We just dropped in to see if we could use some good flyers.
Well, the place to apply for the Air Force is the nearest recruiting center. Now, if you'll be good enough to move your ships...
Well, they're not in the way here, so we thought...
Here comes the commanding officer now. Better tell your story to him.
What's the trouble, Lieutenant? What are these aircraft doing here?
They're ours, sir. We're bush pilots.
Well, take them back to the bush. Get them out of here anyway.
But you don't understand. We know where we are, sir.
I'd call that a debatable point.
Maybe we ought to tell them who we are, Brian.
Yeah. I'm Brian McLean. These are my partners. Best barnstorming pilots in Canada. Tiny Murphy and Scrounger Harris.
You, came here to enlist, I take it.
We just flew over to see if we couldn't help out in this war.
Well, we already know everything there is to know about flying. We just want a job to do.
I see. Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But there's only one way to do a job for the RCAF.
Yes, sir?
You enlist at headquarters in Ottawa. The address is on every recruiting poster.
I see. Well, boys, looks like we got a bum steer.
Yes, looks like it.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, sir, all this seems a waste of time to me. Here we are, all set to start fighting tomorrow, and we have to go back to Ottawa and fuss around with a lot of red tape.
I don't make the regulations, Mr. McLean. Well, hope to see you fellas back here, in uniform.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sorry we upset your routine. Well, come on, kids. Let's get out of here. Be seeing you, General.
Gentlemen, your attention. Mr. Murphy, Mr. McLean, Mr. Harris, will you step in here, please?
That's us.
The rest of you better come back tomorrow. The squadron leader not seen any more applicants today. Gentlemen, squadron leader Dutton.
Squadron Leader Dutton? I say.
Johnny, old man. The best bush pilot in the business. What are you doing here?
Hello, Tiny. Scrounger, come on in.
Greetings, sucker.
Hello, McLean. Man, this is Flight Lieutenant Fife.
Glad to know you, gentlemen. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. Nice to know you.
All right, now, Johnny, let's hear it. What happened to Emily and your airline?
You ought to know, McLean. When Emily walked out, she took the airline with her, as far as I'm concerned. I joined the RCAF.
That going to make any difference about my getting into the service?
You know it won't. If you make the grade, do the job the RCAF way, I'll do mine. That's all.
I see. Right.
Now then, all three of you have had a lot of flying experience.
Well, I've had 5,800 hours, and Mac here...
You're telling me. And I know you're anxious to get overseas and start tearing hunks out of the Luftwaffe.
Johnny, when do we start? That's all we want to know.
That's a spirit, Tiny. That's a spirit we need in the RCAF.
Well, is that a load off my mind?
Your experience will be invaluable in training younger men who are physically able to take a 7G dive without blacking out.
Now, just a minute. What kind of runaround are you trying to give us, Johnny?
No runaround.
I'm offering you a chance to take the service training course for instructors.
But we signed up because we wanted to fight.
Yeah, we're flyers, not kindergarten.
Listen, maybe I don't make myself quite clear.
We understand, Johnny, we understand, and thanks for the offer. Now, where do we go to get our papers as fighting pilots?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, McLean. You see, you're too old.
Too old? You're telling me I'm too old?
Johnny, you know we've been flying in the bush all winter. Is that a job for old men?
I know how you feel.
You know how we feel. What does a broken-down chairwoman back of a desk know about piloting a plane?
Lieutenant Fife will answer that.
Mr. McLean, exhaustive medical experiments have shown beyond any shadow of doubt.
Exhaustive medical bourgeois. Paper forms, and more paper forms. Look at that desktop. Why don't you paper form geniuses turn the Air Force over to flyers and stay home where you belong?
I can't, Mr. McLean. My home was in Coventry.
Oh. Sorry.
That's quite all right. I'm 28 years old, and I'm too old to fly a fighter plane. I found that out at Dunkirk.
You fought there?
I got on the tail of a Messerschmitt. He dived, and I went after him. When he zoomed out of the dive, we both blacked out. But he was 20, and I was 28. He came out of it.
Mm-hmm. All right, General, all right. You win. Where do we go?
Manning Depot, Toronto. You'll be put under a drill sergeant.
A drill sergeant?
That's right. And let me give you a word of advice. You're individualists. So was I. That's all very well and good. Our country needs individualists in peacetime. This isn't peacetime. I'd hate to see you washed out.
Thanks for the advice, General. We can take care of ourselves, I guess. We're old enough anyway.
You're listening to a radio adaptation of Captains of the Clouds, starring James Cagney on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, several months have passed. Brian McLean, played by James Cagney, was taken into the RCAF only to be washed out for disobeying regulations. We find him now sitting in the back room of an Ottawa bar, drowning his sorrows in the company of his friend Tiny Murphy.
Washed out. Me, the best push pilot in the whole Dominion of Canada. Washed out.
Me too, old man.
What for?
You told me already.
I fly by instinct, they say. I don't follow the rules. Bad influence on student pilots. Instinct my foot. I fly by the seat of my pants. That's how I fly, you understand?
Me too. Seat of my pants. But Scrounger made it, though.
Yeah, Scrounger is Johnny's pet instructor now. Both suckers, if you ask me.
Well, I didn't ask you. But say, Brian, I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Why'd you give Johnny the double cross with Emily?
Well, listen, Lunk, and I'll tell you. Emily's been around. She knew Johnny had dough to start his airline. If he'd married that dame, she'd have taken him for everything he had. I tried to talk Johnny out of it, no soap. I tried to talk Emily out of it.
Still no soap.
That's right. So I did the only thing there was left to do.
You mean?
Mm-hmm, you're improving. I married the dame so Johnny couldn't.
Where's she now?
How would I know? I haven't seen her since the wedding. But don't worry, brother. Wherever she is, Emily's doing all right for Emily.
But you'd ought to told Johnny why you'd done it.
I told you, Johnny's still a kid. He wouldn't know what I was talking about.
Piper, gents. Toronto Star. All the latest war news.
What's the news?
All the latest.
Don't want it. Isn't my war.
Well, they my war, too.
You know why it isn't my war? Because I fly by the seat of my pants. Buy a paper from Tiny.
All right, here's a dime. Go on away now.
Yes, sir. Here's your paper, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'll read that.
Well, I'm not reading the front page. I'm reading the inside, the local news.
What's the news?
Hey, Brian, look at this.
Picture. Who is it?
Bishop. Billy Bishop.
Mm-hmm. Bishop. There you are. Ace in the other war. He flew at the seat of his pants, and they hung medals all over him.
Listen to this. The Marshal will visit Uplands tomorrow, where he will present wings to graduating airmen of the RCAF.
Mm-hmm. Wings. Little white silk wings. What have we got?
Well, we still got our old jalopies, and we can fly circles around any of them guys. Instruments or no instruments.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which gives me an idea.
What?
Come on, let's get back to the hotel and try not to sober up.
Why?
We're going to show those guys tomorrow at their own graduation ceremonies. We're going to show them we can fly. We're going to show them we don't need their nice little white silk wings.
And the wings that you young men will wear mean much more than defending your country and your empire. They are symbolic of the fine traditions of this newest of the services and of its great names. Their motto now is yours. the motto of the Royal Canadian Air Force and the RAF. Per ardua ad astra, through hardship to the stars. Their magnificent heritage also now is yours. To fly, to fight, to give everything within you, that there may remain on this earth a land where men are free.
Sorry, sir, I can't imagine what those fellows are up to.
Take the registration markings of those aircraft.
I will, sir. They're obviously civilians.
I say, that was uncomfortably close. Wonder who on earth they can be.
Very possibly bush pilots. Well, they're certainly experienced flyers.
But what can they be doing here? Here they come again, in a vertical dive. One is diving too steep. He'll never pull out of it.
He'd better pull out now. It's suicide.
Stop it! Stop it, man! Pull out! Pull out!
Quarter needed up. Adjutant, send over an ambulance.
And look at that mess. It's too late for an ambulance, sir.
Oh, they'll have it all clear in a moment. Then perhaps we can identify the pilot. There we are. Yes, he's dead, the poor fool.
Why, it's Tiny.
You know who it is, Quadronita Dutton?
Why, he looks familiar, sir. I believe he was a bush pilot.
Oh, yes. By the way, you were a bush pilot, too, weren't you?
Why, yes, sir. Why do you ask?
Well, I thought you might be able to identify this plane.
I know the plane, sir. It belongs to a man named Popcorn Kearns.
Oh, I see. Well, there's not much left of the plane or Kearns either. Better notify the civilian authorities.
Yes, sir.
We will now carry on with the wing's presentation.
On with the helmets, on with the motor, tune him up and let him sing. Take him up and let him swing high. Painting a V across the sky. A V for a victory by and by. We're off for the big show tonight. So fly him wing to wing. We're angels of hell and we fight for country and for king. We're captains of the cloud. Let her roll, we're on our way. Hit the sky again, fly again, fly again, till the flag on high again, captains of the cloud. We're off for the big show tonight. So fly and wing to wing. We're angels of hell and we fight for country and for king. We're captains of the cloud. Let her roll, we're on our way. Hit the sky again, fly again, fly again, till the flag's on high again. Captains of the cloud. Hit the sky again, fly again, fly again, till the flag's on high again. Captains of the
I say, Johnny, you're in very fine form tonight, you know. A good beginning to a long and hilarious evening.
Right, Scrounger. Tonight's our night to howl.
Exactly. This is the first relaxation we've had for over 2 months now.
Special announcement. Special announcement of great urgency. All staff officers are to report back to the station immediately.
What's up, Orderly?
I don't know, but it's something pretty urgent. They want all available staff pilots and instructors right away.
Come on, Scrounger. Things seem to be popping.
Oh, dash it all. My first rail outing for months and I don't even get to the soup course.
Everybody in?
Yes, sir. All officers are present, sir.
Close the door, someone. Gentlemen, I've got a bit of bad news. 2 transport planes carrying 44 transatlantic pilots to Canada have crashed. This could hardly have occurred at a worse time, because we've just received a call for every available Lockheed Hudson bomber to be sent over at once. Fortunately, we have the aircraft and pilots to send. You men are among them. That is all. Except for this. I cannot stress too strongly the vital and immediate necessity of getting those bombers over. No obstacle, breakdown, weather, enemy action must stop you. You've got to get them over. You're leaving for the Newfoundland taking off place at once.
Cranbrook, Philip Cranbrook. That's me. Dover Squadron Leader Dutton. You and Francis Patrick Murphy.
That's me, sir.
Sergeant, there must be some mistake here. This man...
Hello, Johnny. Remember me? My name is Murphy.
Of course I do, but...
I was watched out as an instructor, remember? What they say I do for this emergency.
You're quite sure your name is Murphy?
Quite sure, sir.
I see. Oh, Cranbrook, you fly aircraft 39. It's warming up on the field.
Yeah, okay.
Step in the office, Murphy. We'll talk this over.
Anything you say. Well, go ahead. Sound off. This ought to make you feel pretty good.
Sure does. We have a few things to straighten out.
Well, now, let's try to stick to one of them, huh? Do I fly that bomber?
There's something else.
Not for me, there isn't.
Then why are you trying to pass yourself off as Tiny?
Listen, fella, I'm all washed out of flying on this side of the ocean. I know that. For the RAF, I may get a crack at a new start. And there's one slim chance I can get even for Tiny.
For Tiny?
You knew I was in the other plane, didn't you? Doing the aerobatics to bust up your graduation ceremony?
Yes.
Well, it was my fault, the whole thing. It was just a crazy, drunken idea. I hadn't any thought that
You took a big chance, Brian, coming in this way.
My only chance. I went through Tiny's things at the hotel afterwards. He had no relatives, nobody, so I took his papers, and here I am. But I'm taking that bomber across, and nobody's going to stop me. Do you get that? Nobody.
Nobody will.
Thanks.
About that other thing, Brian, the day Tiny crashed, he wrote me a letter.
Well?
He explained about you and Emily.
Let's forget it, huh?
It's my turn to say thanks, Brian.
What are you trying to do? Make me out a hero or something?
Something like that. Anyway, in case I forget to tell you, your navigator's Scrounger.
Scrounger? Wonderful!
I'm a fool letting two bush pilots go on the same plane, but it's too late to make other arrangements now.
You won't be sorry, Johnny.
I have a feeling I won't. But listen, you. Keep your eye on those dials. You can't fly the Atlantic with the seat of your pants.
Corrigan did.
Squadron native. We have passed the three-quarter mark. Be on lookout for enemy aircraft.
Hear that, Scrounger? Getting closer all the time.
Yes, all downhill from now on.
Look, Scrounger, I'm wide awake. Why don't you pull that cot thing down and get yourself some sleep?
Oh, I'm not tired. I don't want to miss the first sight of England.
I'll call you when we pass Ireland.
Ireland! All out for Ireland! Next stop, England. Change for the Berlin subway.
Oh, that's very good, old boy.
By the way, Scrounger, how long have you been away?
Oh, 12 years. It's going to be nice getting back, you know. I always had a hunch I'd never see England again. And then this chance popped along. Shows how much a fellow can depend on hunches.
What's it like? What's England like? Tell me. Anything like the pictures you see in books?
Yes, sort of. Some of it.
Narrow lanes, big hedges, thatched cottages, and gardens, and so on?
Oh, yes. All of that and other things, too. The scent of lilacs. And the sound of larks singing against the sky. They're beastly little nuisances, but nice.
You'll be sniffing those lilacs another hour or so. You know, Scrounger, I've been thinking. I'd like to skip right over England and fly straight to Berlin.
Yeah, that's why they ferry these things unarmed. I say, Brian, if we should meet up with a Nazi fighter out here, what are we supposed to do?
What would you suggest?
I don't know. I don't like to think about it.
And think about seeing England. We'll be sighting land any minute now. Scrounger, look up ahead there, just inside those clouds on the left.
Yes, well?
See anything?
Well, do you?
I'm not sure. I thought I saw a reflection of something shining.
Where? I still don't see anything.
Look sharp, Scrounger. See? Just topping that cloud bank on the left.
Brian, it is. It's a Messerschmitt.
Attention, squadron. Enemy aircraft sighted. Do not break formation.
Hello, Johnny, listen. Is there anything we can do?
Don't break formation. Just keep flying, that's all.
Fine thing.
There's not much we can do. After all, these things have got no guns on.
Listen, it's attacking one of the ships ahead.
I can't see it very well for those clouds.
Listen.
He's got one.
You'll get another.
Brian, what are you going to do?
You know, don't you?
Yes, I do now.
Well, what do you say?
Yes, we've got to.
You never see those lanes and hedges that sniff those lilacs again.
Oh, bother the lilacs. This is the chance we've both been praying for.
And hold everything, fella. Messerschmitt, here we come.
Number 21. Number 21.
Number 21, go ahead, Johnny.
What are you doing, Brian, you fool? I should have known better than to trust you out here. Rejoin the formation at once.
Sorry, Johnny, I've got a job to do. I'm going to get me a Messerschmitt.
We join formation, you hear me?
Sorry, I can't see you. Too many clouds.
Where are you?
About 100 feet above the Messerschmitt. If you listen real hard, you'll hear a big crash in about 10 seconds. Sorry to disobey orders, but this is the last time. Sniff a lilac bush for Scrounger and me, will you? So long, fella. Here comes our Messerschmitt, Scrounger. He sees us, Scrounger, but it's too late. Too late. Move over, Tiny. Here we come!
Landfall bearing 020 degrees. Straight ahead of you, gentlemen, is England.
We shall go on to the end. We shall fight on the seas and on the beaches. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender.
Thank you, James Cagney, for your performance in Captains of the Clouds on Cavalcade of America. And thank you, Dennis Morgan, Alan Hale, Reginald Denny, Miles Mander, Squadron Leader Owen Cathcart-Jones, and Morton Lowry. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will hear again from our star, James Cagney. But first, Gain Whitman would like to tell you something about the best-dressed army in the world.
In the ringing slam and crash of great steel plates, in the deafening clatter of riveting work, men are building more ships today than we have ever built before. Far down inside murky holes, their eyes wince from the purple rocket flare and yellow sparks of arc welders, from the blazing glare of high-power incandescent bulbs. In winter, the steel is freezing cold. In summer, the confined space is reeking, deafening furnace. Only one thing makes the work at all bearable to human flesh and blood: fresh air. How to get fresh air continuously down to men working inside a ship in dry dock or on the ways, how to blow out the air that has grown foul, has long been a troublesome problem. Today, when new keels are laid, as greased ways still smoke from the launching of the latest ship, the problem of air is more vital than ever before. We bring you news that DuPont engineers have found a way to send clean air to these men at work building American ships. No matter how dark and deep the cranny inside the ship, even if a man has to crawl into it on his hands and knees, he can now take his supply of fresh air along with him. For down to him is sent a giant air hose, a flexible tube of chemically treated, impregnated fabric, DuPont Ventube. The entire hold of a ship under construction may be ventilated by mounting a power fan above deck and dropping a length of Ventube down to the bottom of the ship, or the fan may be set in the hold and foul air blown out through the Ventube. DuPont Ventube has been used in mine tunnels for 24 years. It is made of cotton fabric, treated with chemicals, and coated to give it resistance to heat, moisture, mildew and decay, acids, alkalis, and gases. The tubing is impregnated with a compound that helps keep air in and water out, and gives it great toughness. Some Ventube is the diameter of a small tree. Some of it as big around as a barrel. Sections of it may be coupled together like a fire hose. It can be any length needed if the blower fan is powerful enough. If by accident a hole is drilled through it, or it is burned with an acetylene torch, the puncture can be repaired in the same way the inner tube of an automobile tire is patched. Underground tunnel workers and miners have known Ventube for years as a trustworthy friend. Because Ventube worked so well in mines, DuPont engineers quickly asked, why wouldn't it work equally as well down in the holds of ships? So in the roar and rattle and bang of a shipyard, they lowered a smooth gray tube into the darkness of a hold. And far down in brilliant glare and black shadow, riveters and welders drew into their lungs fresh, sweet air. Ask the men who are building the ships. They'll tell you Ventube earns its name as one of the DuPont chemists' better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, tonight's star, James Cagney.
I want to take this opportunity to greet the men in the RCAF and thank them again for their help in making Captain of the Clouds. I mean, Billy Bishop, Bill McBride, and all the rest. At Uplands, Toronto, Jarvis, Trenton, and Halifax, they worked with us magnificently, and all of us are very grateful.
Well, it's certainly an exciting picture, Jimmy. When will it be out?
It's to open in New York February 12th, and I think there's a little story about that shows how much all of us felt the picture meant, not only to the flyers, but to the public. For in spite of war conditions, it will open not only in New York, but simultaneously in Ottawa, Cairo, Melbourne, and London. Thanks again to the RCAF and the RAF, prints were flown in their bombers to all 4 countries. Good work, I call it.
Well, it certainly was, Jimmy, and thanks a million. You were swell. Next week, Cavalcade presents again an epic story of America. A story which has won America's acclaim on the air, on the stage, and as a book. It is the story of Abraham Lincoln, adapted by Robert E. Sherwood from Carl Sandburg's great biography, Abraham Lincoln, The War Years, starring Raymond Massey. In again presenting this play on the week of Lincoln's birthday, Cavalcade believes that the story of America's great war president, more than ever today, will be a source of courage and inspiration to his countrymen. On tonight's program, James Cagney appeared by special arrangement with Warner Brothers, producers of Captains in the Clouds, his latest starring vehicle. Original music was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. Don't forget, next week on Cavalcade, Raymond Massey in Abraham Lincoln, The War Years. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, then steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. When Clark Kent came across a classified newspaper advertisement offering a leopard skin for sale, he suspected it was a secret message connected with the Society of the Leopard, an Oriental spy ring. Tracing the address from the telephone number given in the ad, he and Lois Lane called on the advertiser, a man named Brower. Sure enough, they were met by the mysterious leopard woman herself, who, gun in hand, ordered them locked in a basement cell. There, making use of Superman's amazing sense of hearing, Kent listened to the leopard woman issuing orders to contact an enemy submarine by shortwave radio and give it the location of an American oil tanker. In the darkness of the basement cell, Kent, in his true role of Superman, removed 2 iron bars from the door and escaped with Lois. Putting her into a taxi, he instructed her to get to Major Campbell, the Secret Service chief, at once, to tell him to raid the waterfront hideout of the spy ring. And then, as Superman, he flew out over the fog-bound ocean searching for the doomed tanker, hoping to find it before a deadly torpedo added it to the toll of sunken ships. As our story continues today, the tanker, loaded with precious oil and bound for an Allied port, is moving slowly through the dense fog, its horn sounding dismally. And on the bridge, Captain Hansen and his first mate are peering into the gray-shrouded darkness, unaware of the danger lurking ahead.
I've never seen it so thick out here this time of the year. Better slow down, Graves. Yes, sir. That's better. Got a man aloft? Yes, sir. Chances are he can't see any more than we can. How are we on course?
Dead on, sir.
Well, this sloop should lift once we clear Weldon Reef.
Bad night for submarines, I'd say.
No, they like thick weather. Gives them a chance to surface without being spotted. I'm not worried about submarines. They're well offshore since the Coast Patrol got after them. The last sinking did the trick. I just don't want to ram a patrol boat or a destroyer. What's that up ahead?
I don't see a thing.
No, I guess not. On course?
Point off to starboard.
Keep her dead on, Graves. There's a 3-mile drift through here. We don't want to pile up on Weldon Reef. Well, I might as well go below. No use standing up here when I... What was that?
Sounded like wind.
Don't be a fool. Fog doesn't lay low when there's wind.
I don't hear it anymore.
Might have been a whale surfacing. What's happening on deck?
I don't know, sir. I'll see.
No, you stay here. Watch the course. I'll go down. What's going on here?
Captain Henson?
Yes?
Just a minute, please. I'm the cause of the trouble, Captain. Your men ganged up on me.
Peter Stowaway.
Yeah, come on.
All right, this about?
I've come to warn you that your ship is in danger of being torpedoed by an enemy submarine.
How do you know?
What difference does it make? I know.
Makes this difference, mister. You're a liar and a stowaway.
Now, wait. Pipe down, I tell you. Look, I know it's hard to believe, Captain, but I'm neither a liar nor a stowaway.
How'd you get on board this ship?
Well, I can't tell you.
Oh, you can't, eh? Well, maybe I can tell you a few things. We're shipping valuable cargo through tough water, and we haven't time to stand around talking. The men were right. Irons is the place for you.
Wait. All right, pipe down. I'll handle it. Before you do anything, Captain, I suggest you listen to me. This is a serious matter. A foreign U-boat knows your position. You may be torpedoed at any moment.
How'd you come by all that information?
Well, that isn't important. If you take my advice, you'll change your course.
I'm not in the habit of taking anybody's advice, mister. Not on the deck of my own ship. Benson, Lavelle, take him below.
There. Now do you believe me? That was a shell fired across your bow.
All right, full speed ahead. Stand the boat. Stop to it. Don't stand there like fools. Full speed ahead.
Submarine off port bow.
You better stand by at a boat, mister. We're carrying a shipload of oil. If one of those shells or a torpedo hits us, we're finished.
I don't think you have much to worry about, Captain. But next time, remember to take good advice.
Hey, where are you going? Come back here. Come back.
Sorry, but I have a date with that submarine.
As Superman, before it finds the range, it blows your ship sky high. Now, this looks like a good jumping off place.
Up, and away!
Leaping over the rail, Superman wings out through the fog, hovers for a moment above the black conning tower of the foreign sub, and then, with a strange smile lighting his face, dives into the water. Coming up underneath the U-boat's sleek stern, he reaches out, and as though they were made of putty, rips off the two slowly turning propellers and lets them sink to the bottom of the ocean. Then, coming to the surface, he sets his muscular shoulder against the steel hull.
Now, my murderous friends, you're taking a ride. A ride you'll never forget, straight into the United States Navy Yard. Here you go.
Daily Planet.
Clark Kent speaking. Connect me with Carmody, editorial room.
One moment, Mr. Kent.
Thank you.
Carmody, editorial.
Oh, Bill, this is Clark Kent. Now get this, it's a scoop.
Go ahead.
The 210-foot foreign submarine U-27 lost its way in the dense fog tonight and sailed into the U.S. naval base with all hands on board.
What?
Now, wait, that's not all. 70 members of the crew and 22 officers were immediately interned. Captain Fritz Gertler, spelled G-O-E-T-T-L-E-R, commanding the U-boat, was taken to the Office of Naval Intelligence for questioning. He seemed in a dazed condition. That's all for now, Bill. I'll come back to you later.
Kent, that's plenty. Wow, what a story.
Say, is Lois Lane around the office, Bill?
Yeah, hold on.
Where in heaven's name have you been?
Never mind that now. Did you see Major Campbell?
Yes.
Did you tell him to raid that house?
Yes, I told him.
Oh, good. He should have them all behind bars by now.
Oh, I'm afraid he hasn't.
What do you mean?
Practically threw me out of his office.
What?
And he said to tell you to stick to reporting. He'll handle the spies.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, that's what he said. Where are you?
In a phone booth. I'm going right down to see Campbell.
Better get some shock absorbers. You'll certainly get thrown out, and fast.
Don't you worry about that. I'll see you later, Lois. So long.
For the last time, Kent, stop bothering me. I'm not interested in waterfront houses or leopard skins or any of your fantastic stories.
But, Major Campbell, this isn't a fantastic story. Miss Lane and I were down there. We saw the leopard woman. She locked us in a basement cell.
How did you get out?
Well, a couple of the iron bars were loose on the cell door.
I know. You chewed them in half.
Well,
or maybe you twisted them into pretzels. Well, why not? You're Superman, aren't you?
Whoever said I was Superman?
Well, you certainly talk big enough. I'm sorry, I've got work to do. Important work.
Please, Major Campbell, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. That waterfront house is the new headquarters of the Leopard Society. They even have a shortwave radio sending apparatus there.
What's the address?
410 Front Street.
And the man's name, the one you mentioned?
Brower.
We'll just check that. O'Hara.
Yes, sir?
Check the phone company and find out whether a man named Brower lives at 410 Front Street. Call me back.
Right.
I don't know why I'm even wasting this much time on you.
Well, you're wasting time, all right, but not on me. We should be down at that house now.
Sure, you like empty houses.
Oh.
You took me to one not so long ago.
Listen, this one isn't empty. I told you it's the Spy Ring's new headquarters. You know, I could go down there myself and round them up, but
Oh, Superman again, eh?
Well, yes, I mean, no, of course not, but...
Yes?
That checks, Major. Richard Brower, 410 Front Street. Phone number is 4857.
Thanks.
Well?
That's the name. And I'm still not convinced.
All right, I'll get the police to make the raid. They'll believe me.
Now, wait a minute. I'll take one more chance, Ken. Just one more. How many men do we need?
At least 10. The house should be surrounded so that not one of them can escape.
Well, I know I'm a stupid fool to be doing this, but maybe it'll teach me a lesson. O'Hara?
Yes, sir?
Round up 10 men and meet me downstairs as soon as possible. You'd better give them Tommy guns.
Okay.
Come on. Let's get it over with.
Meanwhile, at the waterfront headquarters of the spy ring, all is feverish activity as the leopard woman prepares to vacate the house.
This would not be necessary except that you are all such fools. Why did not one of you at least know that the bars of the cell could be removed by a child?
That isn't true. We found them bent.
I suppose he bent them with his hands. Put that box over there, Cato. Is that what you mean, Brower?
I don't know how he bent them.
All you know is that they are gone, both of them. And we have to run like rats in the night for fear of being trapped. Come away from that window. We haven't much time. We've got to get out of here.
I'm afraid it's too late.
What do you mean?
Look, down in the street. Men with Tommy guns. They're surrounding the house.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert, Ray Milland, and Brian Ahern in Skylark. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once upon a time, a young actress asked me how she could learn more about acting. I told her to see every picture Claudette Colbert made. But whether Claudette knows it or not, she's running a dramatic school on the side for some time. Tonight, she co-stars with Ray Milland and Brian Ahern. Ray has spent a good part of the last year working in my picture, Reap the Wild Wind. Perhaps it's natural for a producer to be proud of his own stars, so I let his performance speak for itself. And you all know what to expect from Brian Ahern after his fine work here in the past. These three stars teamed in Skylark at Paramount, and it's their first appearance here together. The play which brings them together was written by Samson Raphaelson and had a long run on Broadway before it became a picture. Skylark is the story of a woman with a fight on her hands, a fight to keep her husband. But the situation which threatens her home is no ordinary triangle, and the way it works out received the approval of both motion picture and Broadway theater audiences. It's a very modern story about a very modern woman, the clear-thinking, smart-dressing, Lux toilet soap type of woman. There are many like her in this broad land, and today they're all facing a challenge. Changes are taking place that give American women far larger and more important responsibilities in the economic scheme of things. Many of them will be doing men's work and looking very glamorous at it, too. American women are working hard, but they'll work harder in the months to come, doing all kinds of things, knitting and learning first aid, of course, and even helping to make airplanes. But American women look lovely at any kind of job, at home, in an office, or a defense plant. And Lux Toilet Soap has always helped them do it. It's beauty's own first aid. Now for a Skylark, as the curtain rises for the first act, starring Claudette Colbert as Lydia Kenyon, Ray Milland as Tony, and Brian Ahern as Jim Blake. If Mrs. Tony Kenyon hadn't dropped into a certain jewelry store that afternoon, the trouble would never have started. If Mr. Kenyon's best friend hadn't wandered into the same store at the same time,
there might never have been a mention of divorce. Anyway, that's the way it happened. Here's the jewelry store, here's the clerk, and here's the best friend. And there's Mrs. Tony Kenyon at the other end of the counter, out of sight, but not out of earshot.
Can I be of service, sir?
I've only got 2 minutes, buddy, and I have to get a gift quick for a pal of mine. Something for his wife.
If you just step this way, please.
He almost forgot his wedding anniversary. Caught up with him again, and he's going to be tied up all day. He told me he had an account here. His name is Tony Kenyon. I've got to scare up some sort of a bangle for him.
These diamond clips are very popular.
Okay, pick one out.
Oh, I shouldn't like the responsibility.
Well, okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one. How much?
$2,100.
2,100 smackaroos? Okay, what am I worried about? It's dough.
Wouldn't you like it engraved, sir?
Oh, yes. Let's see. How about Happy 5th Anniversary?
You think so, sir?
No, you're right. Why be reminded of it every time you wear it?
What about to my beloved wife?
No, he's probably saving that one for a tombstone.
How about to Lydia with love, Tony?
Well, that's pretty simple.
Quite refined.
Does it say enough?
Doesn't it say everything?
Oh, yes. What more can you say to a wife after 5 years on the back of a clip? Okay, have it ready by 5 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
I'll pick it up on my way to his house. Don't forget the inscription.
Oh, no, sir. Yes, madam. Can I be of service, madam?
Yes, please. I'd like to see my gift.
I beg your pardon.
That diamond clip you just sold. You see, I'm Mrs. Kenyon.
Mrs. Ken. Oh, dear.
Let's see it. Oh, it's lovely, but much too expensive.
Madam, I'm sorry if anything I said offended you.
No, but let this be our secret,
Oh, of course, madam.
Now, you just put this clip away and show me some other doodad. And something a little more reasonable, please. Theodore, is that Mr. Kenyon?
I believe it is, madam.
Oh, here, Theodore, quick, before he comes in. Where can I put this?
What is it, madam?
It's an anniversary gift, an album. I want to put it somewhere so he can pick it up accidentally.
Perhaps on the evening paper, madam. He always goes straight for the paper.
Oh, you've noticed that too, have you?
Well, madam, you see,
Never mind, Theodore. It's a good suggestion. Put it right on top of the paper.
Yes, madam.
Hello.
In the living room, darling.
Evening, darling.
Hello.
Well, let's see you. Yeah, more beautiful than ever. Well, how does it feel to be married to a mug like me for 5 years?
Oh, I think I'm going to like it.
Well, don't let me rush you, babe. Just take your time.
Oh, darling. Hey, you look tired.
I am. I finally got that new Valentine campaign lined up. Means an extra $1 million in advertising to the firm.
Well, that's wonderful. Here, darling, why don't you sit down?
But I wish I had a better slogan for this cockeyed dog food, though. I'd have to get him to okay the deal tonight.
Well, that's what parties are for, aren't they?
Oh, darling, please.
You know, when you're a kid, you go to parties for ice cream. When you're a young girl, you go to play post office. But when you've been married 5 years, well, you have to close a deal.
Well, I'm sorry about tonight, really. Darling.
I know you are. That's why I put up with it. I wonder where the evening paper is,
You know, this Valentine's a funny duck. I think we can work the deal if we can handle Myrtle Valentine. You know what she wears under her skirts, don't you?
Yep, her husband's pants.
All right. Say, how have you been getting along with Myrtle lately?
Oh, so-so. She unbends once in a while and calls me dearie. You know, I remember the last time she was at the house, she was sitting there, and Mr. Van Tyne was sitting right there.
What they talk about, do you remember?
Word for word? Well, sitting right there, Mr. Van Tyne...
Look, darling, I don't care where he sat, just what he said, that's all.
Well, he said, "My dear Mrs. Kenyon, you have a wonderful cook." And then he burped.
Uh-huh. Well, that made me know what. Oh, there's the paper.
Oh, now look out, darling.
What's the matter?
I was afraid you were going to knock something off the table there.
Oh, don't be silly. Mind if I take a look at this? We're running full-page ads today.
Now, it's very interesting, I'm sure.
Best we've had, I guess. Not bad. Nice cut, that one.
Darling.
Uh-huh, what?
Darling, wouldn't it be nice to sort of have an album history of our marriage? You know, old snapshots and letters and souvenirs. You haven't heard a word I said. So a hippopotamus walked in and sat right on my knee. Suddenly I found myself with a ball in my arms. We were using the old T formation. It was a quick opening through tackle. My interference was mousetrapped. I flashed around end, gave the secondary my hip. The safety man leered and straight-armed me. Boy, I straight-armed him right back. Whee! The crowd screamed. I sprinted across the last white line. Hooray! Touchdown. Oh, what's the use? Look, Tony, it's an album. An album.
Where?
Well, right here under your nose. Come on, let's take a look at it. See, it's got pictures and everything. There's one of me.
Say, you were pretty cute then.
What's the matter with me now?
Not a thing. Hey, what's that?
A Fifth Avenue bus, vintage 5 years ago.
Just a bus?
Perhaps you don't recall, darling, but we picked each other up on the top of a bus.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I keep forgetting it was a case of love at first sight.
Yeah. How do you like this?
What is it?
A valentine.
Where in the world did you get that?
From your own trembling hand. And this letter, remember?
Dear Mr. Kenyon, we regret that we are compelled to dispense with your services as of today, December 22nd. Swell Christmas present, wasn't it?
Terrific. But you know, in some ways, it was one of the loveliest Christmases I've ever had.
What, with me out of a job, thoroughly licked, not a dollar in the house, practically weeping on your bosom?
I loved it. Oh, now, look, if you really want to laugh, how would you like to read some of your old love letters?
Oh, is that funny?
Tony, they're corny but beautiful.
Well, let's see.
They get better further down.
My angel of this earthly paradise. That's a forgery. Oh, that must be George.
George, what's he doing here so early?
Look, darling, I've got a little business to talk over with him. Why don't you go upstairs and get dressed?
No, there's plenty of time.
But you see, George
now,
and
darling, I won't see him the way.
Nevertheless, darling, I wish you'd...
living room. Well, thanks. Hello, Tony.
Oh, hello, George.
Well, I got it all right. Here we are. Here, it's going to cost you 2,100 smacks.
George, did you see O'Reilly about those sketches?
Oh, who?
O'Reilly.
What are you talking about? Here, take this thing.
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Lydia. Hello, Lydia.
Hello, George.
I didn't see you.
What's in that little package, George?
Some sketches from O'Brien.
Give it to me. Here, darling, it's your present.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. What is it?
Well, why don't you open it?
No, I want you to tell me.
Well, it's a
diamond clip.
Well, how do you know, George?
You see, I showed it to him at the office.
Yeah. Oh, gee, it's beautiful. I just dropped it by to have the engraving job done.
Mm-hmm. Were you clever in the inscription, darling?
Well, in a way.
Oh, I wouldn't say clever, Tony.
Oh, wouldn't you?
No, simple, I thought. To Lydia with love, Tony.
Well, I didn't think it was a place to be clever, then.
It sounds like a bracelet.
No, sweet, it's a diamond clip.
Women's intuition, as usual, 100% wrong.
Don't go on. Open it.
All right. Oh, why, it is a bracelet.
Huh?
What?
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, and the inscription's very clever, Tony.
Yeah? What's it say?
Tony versus Lydia fight every Friday night.
Theodore, try and get the Valentine dog food on, will you?
It's on right after this, Mr. Valentine.
That's fine.
And this is my anniversary present, the bracelet. Do you like it, Mrs. Valentine?
It's very nice, my dear, in a small way.
Oh, I think it's small in a nice way, Mrs. Valentine.
Well, on our second anniversary, Mr. Valentine gave me bracelets practically to the elbow.
Really?
Yes.
Well, perhaps when Mr. Kenyon's as old as Mr. Valentine, I'll have more.
Where is Mr. Kenyon? I haven't seen him.
Oh, he'll be right down.
Oh, by the way, didn't he tell you that you're going to join us in Palm Beach for your vacation?
Palm Beach?
Yes.
No, I guess it must have slipped his mind. Will you excuse me? I'll find out what's holding him up. Tony!
Coming.
You better get downstairs. The Emperor and Empress are here.
This is Mrs. Valentine?
You have uttered their names. Listen, Tony. Why didn't you tell me you'd accepted Valentine's again for Palm Beach?
Slipped my mind, I guess.
That's what I said.
To whom?
Myrtle?
Oh, well, you know Myrtle.
Oh, by heart. She was Miss Coney Island, Miss 42nd Street, and Miss America, and now she's Mrs. Valentine with a Park Avenue accent.
Darling, you know she's mentioned it several times lately. I think she wants us to give her our cook.
I know she does. She's hinted to me about it.
Well, what did you do?
Oh, I parried her rather neatly, I thought.
You parried her? What do you mean?
Well, I made it very clear to her that this is a free country. The slaves were liberated by Abraham Lincoln in 1865, but I did it with the utmost finesse.
Lydia, you're not very bright.
Oh, well, what do you want me to do? Get down on my knees, wrap up my cook, and have her delivered to the Valentine's house with an apple in her mouth?
This is no time to be losing your temper. Don't you realize that one, Valentine's dog food is my biggest account? And two, it means an extra million in advertising, which I may get tonight.
1, 3 years ago when we wanted to spend our vacation on the island, we had to go to Palm Beach because that's where Myrtle wanted to go.
But we got this house as a result, didn't we? And $500,000 more in advertising.
Yes, we got the house all right. Somewhere along the line, I lost you.
Oh, you don't like the house.
I love it.
Then why do you want to start a fight on the night of our 5th anniversary?
Yeah, I'm willing to drop the whole subject right now.
All right, let's drop it.
Good, it's dropped. But the cook stays here.
Have you tried this ham yet, Mr. Van Dyne? It's wonderful.
Well, that's not strange in the Kenyon men, huh?
You know, Mrs. Kenyon, I've been coveting your cook.
Really?
Yes, I've often said to Poochie, that's Mr. Van Dyne.
That's what I thought.
I've often said that the cuisine at the Kenyons is so much better than poor little me is able to provide.
Oh, you flatter me, Mrs. Van Dyne.
Darling, why keep the secret any longer? We might as well tell them right now.
Tell them what?
You remember, darling?
No, I don't.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well, why don't you tell them then?
All right, I will. We remembered how much you enjoyed Mattie's cooking, so Lydia said to me, she said, darling, why not give Mrs. Van Dyne if she would like to have Mattie? Well, now, isn't that just lovely?
Well.
Lydia, what?
Oh, I broke a plate. Will you pardon me a moment, please? Theodore, come here.
Yes, Mrs. Kenyon?
Where's the mustard?
Why, right here, Mrs. Kenyon.
Good. Now, give me the oil, the vinegar, the red pepper, and some grated cheese over there.
Mrs. Kenyon, may I ask what you are preparing?
It's a surprise for a friend of mine. Slap some ham in there, Theodore.
Mrs. Kenyon, I don't believe the combination...
Wait a minute, there's something missing. I know. Do you have any cloves?
Cloves? Mrs. Kenyon, cloves?
Here you are, Mrs. Van Dyne. This is special for you.
My dear, what is this?
I just want you to taste it, that's all. You've never tasted such food in your life.
Why, thank you, darling. Mattie's inspiration.
Mattie's and mine. Just try it.
It looks good. Bring me water!
Lydia, what did you do? That's a fine thing at a party.
Oh, you can keep your party. I'm going out for a walk.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Going somewhere?
I'm going out for a walk.
Oh, well, would you rather go for a ride? My car's right here.
Thank you, no.
Say, you look mad.
I am mad.
Here, now take these. You shouldn't run away from parties like this, you know. Now, suppose you just sit in the car until you cool off.
Thank you.
That's better. Incidentally, who are you?
I'm the hostess.
Ah, well, I'm your guest.
Oh. Well, who invited you?
Mrs. Van Dyne. I'm an old friend.
Oh, I see.
I was just on my way in. Say, isn't this your anniversary party?
Yes, it is. Go right in and enjoy yourself.
Oh, I can't leave a lady in distress.
Please, I just want to think by myself.
Well, perhaps you could think better if I took you away. Hmm?
Right now, I want to dig a deep hole and crawl into it.
I'm wonderful with a pick and shovel.
I'll let you know.
Okay. Oh, dear. There's nothing so sad as a wedding anniversary.
What? Oh, now I know you. You're the 10-cent store cynic, You say the opposite of what's printed on greeting cards.
Oh, not at all. Oh, listen, I'd like it to be wonderful for you. I'd like to see you sitting on a star.
Thanks.
I'm rooting for you, see?
You know, I think I'm glad to meet you.
I doubt it.
Why?
Any woman who's been married for 5 years doesn't really want to meet me. You just want to play at meeting me. You want to shoot the shoots, nibble on some popcorn, and then run home.
What's your name?
Jim Blake.
How do you do, Mr. Blake?
I can show you the moon, lady. Make you feel wonderful walking out.
Okay, Mr. Blake. Show me the moon.
Here we go.
Oh, Jim, where are you going?
There's your friend, Mr. Blake.
Hiya, Myrtle.
Just a minute.
See you later, Myrtle. Smile. She won't like it. It's a smile.
Oh, see you later, Myrtle.
No bacon and eggs on white.
Now, are you tired?
No, I feel wonderful. Have you walked out on parties before?
No, I make a habit of it. With the right companion.
Well, what'll it be, folks?
Well, what's the specialty of the house, pal?
Hamburger with or without?
Hamburger with, please.
Oh, but I haven't shown you the moon yet.
With no moon.
You, buddy.
Hamburger without.
Might as well have onions too, buddy. 2 burgers, man.
Okay. Now, I wonder if I've made a mistake.
In doing what?
In restraining myself from making love to you.
Oh, it was nice of you to restrain
Oh, I
yourself.
could very easily have tried.
Sure, and I'd have slapped your face.
Ah, that's what I thought. Well, What are you going to do about your future anniversaries?
Fight.
Oh, no, you won't. You can't lick the 20th century. Not when you're married to it, you can't. You won't fight. You'll drink a little and you'll flirt a little.
That sounds nasty.
It is. And in time, you'll become like me. Well, there's always somebody like Myrtle to flirt with.
Oh, so she's your moonlight.
Well, not exactly moonlight. Oh, I've meant to call it off several times. But then I always remember my firm. Collins, Wilkinson, Cohen, and Blake. Blake, that's me, see? The firm gets half its business from Myrtle.
And that's the story of your life?
Until tonight.
Well, what are you looking for?
Someone like you. I'd pin a goodbye note on Collins, Wilkinson, and Cohen's pillow for you. Look, I've got a boat from the Sound. A woman can go on that boat, can't she?
What kind of a woman?
Well, she'd have to have beauty. Otherwise, I wouldn't want her. And she'd have had unhappiness. Otherwise, she wouldn't want me.
You know, I'm beginning to feel very sorry for you.
And for yourself, too?
Oh, no. Not for myself. I know what I want. I've always known. Come on, take me home, will you?
Lydia, is that you? Where have you been?
Oh, darling, forgive me. I've behaved atrociously.
That's right, you have.
I was furious at Myrtle, so I went with this man who's a perfect stranger. He means nothing to me.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm so sorry, Tony. I wanted our anniversary to be beautiful.
But I made it ugly, I suppose.
Well, it's my fault, too. Oh, I love you, darling. It's still not too late. It's still our anniversary.
Our anniversary's over. This is tomorrow.
Oh, we can salvage something out of it.
You bet we can salvage something. You realize you've jeopardized the entire Van Tyne campaign? $150,000 in commissions?
But how?
Don't you know Blake is the Van Tyne house guest?
Yes, but I didn't.
What are you handing all that applesauce for? I'm in a spot. Don't you realize that?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get on that telephone before that female gets into bed. I want this whole mess straightened out before I lose that account.
Is that all you're losing?
Isn't that enough? I'll get on that phone. I don't know what you're going to say. That's up to you.
All right, Tony.
And this is the beginning and the end of all the highfalutin, discontented wife business, too. Make it clear that the episode was innocent on your part.
I will. Mrs. Van Tyne, please.
And also that you're not going to see that man again. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good.
Mrs. Van Tyne, this is Mrs. Kenyon. I'm calling to tell you I'm sorry we got back so late. Oh, well, you see, I went for some air and... Oh, it won't happen again, Mrs. Van Tyne. I'm so glad you understand. Thank you. Good night.
What did she say?
I don't think you have to worry about your commission.
No. Good. And now let's forget the whole thing, shall we? You're sorry and I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm tired. Now, let's get some sleep, Lydia.
In a moment. Hello? This is Mrs. Kenyon. Would you please send a taxi right away? No, I don't know where I'm going. I'll decide that later.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Bernard Colbert, Ray Milland, and Brian Ahern in Act Two of Skylark. Why, it's Sally. And looking especially well tonight.
Thanks, Mr. Ruick. It must be my new hairdo. I'm glad you like my swirl curl.
It's gorgeous. Sally, girl with a swirl curl, you have me a whirl.
Well, maybe it is a silly name, but the style's making a hit. It's becoming to most everyone and easy to manage, too. And that's important right now. Women don't have much time for the beauty care these days, Mr. Ruick. They're too busy trying to help their country. But they want to look pretty just as much as ever.
We men think they're managing to do both very successfully, Sally.
Well, Mr. Ruick, a woman knows that if her hair is done becomingly and her skin looks smooth and blossom fresh, she just can't help but look nice. So, when she finds a complexion care that's quick and easy and that really works, well...
She says, hooray for Lux toilet soap, doesn't she, Sally?
Indeed she does, Mr. Ruick. To be more specific, women say that daily active lather facials with Lux soap are a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth and lovely to look at.
Sally, I'm sure the ladies in our audience would like to hear more about these quick Lux Beauty facials and how to take one.
Well, here's all you do. You pat the creamy active Lux soap lather lightly in. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then with a soft towel, you pat your face dry. Takes just a few minutes, but oh, how beautifully fresh your skin looks afterwards.
Well, Sally, famous screen stars here in Hollywood say they never neglect these Lux Soap Active Lather facials. You see, Active Lather does a thorough job. It removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt. But this fine toilet soap is so gentle and mild that it agrees with delicate skin. Why don't you try these Lux Soap Beauty facials for 30 days? You'll love the rich lather Lux Soap has. So smooth and creamy, it seems to caress your skin. Your precious complexion deserves the best of care. Do as lovely screen stars do. Use fine white Lux toilet soap regularly. Get 3 cakes tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Skylark. Starring Claudette Colbert as Lydia, Ray Milland as Tony, and Brian Ahern as Jim Blake. In an ice-cold rage, Lydia Kenyon left her home and husband. In a white-hot temper, her husband has gone out to look for her. His first stop is at the law offices of Collins, Wilkinson, Cohen, and Blake.
I want to see Blake.
Have you an appointment?
No, I haven't. I want to see Blake.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Blake isn't in.
Oh, he isn't, huh? You don't mind if I take a look, do you?
You come back here. Come back.
You Jim Blake?
If nothing's wrong, I am.
Where's my wife?
The information clerk is outside.
Now, don't get funny.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Blake.
No, it's all right. Close the door, Miss Hobb.
Yes.
All right, where is she?
Who are you?
My name is Kenyon.
Oh, Kenyon. Well, how do you do, chum? Sit down.
Now, look. My wife is gone, and unless I'm mistaken, you've got plenty to do with it. Where did you go with her last night?
Oh, don't ask me that, pal. I wasn't photographing the scenery.
Look, are you going to help me or aren't you?
Well, what do you want to know?
I don't know what you talked about.
Pal, she was having a look at the horizon.
What horizon?
Well, there's only one, chum. She examined it with great care. Oh, she was interested, all right, but she decided to wait until she could get it at a bargain price. And she thought maybe it could be done on the installment plan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The lady seemed to be unhappy, chum.
I wish you wouldn't keep on calling me chum.
Okay, pal.
Anything else? Did she consult you about a divorce?
About a divorce? No. Did she consult you?
Yes. I got a note this morning.
Oh, well, that's a simple matter. How about incompatibility? Very genteel?
Incompatibility in my eye. Now, see here, Blake, there's going to be no divorce. Is that clear? She can't prove a thing.
Oh, Mr. Blake.
Yes, Miss Hobb?
May I speak to you, Mr. Blake?
Oh, go right ahead, Miss Hobb.
Well, it's rather,
Oh, I see. It's confidential. Excuse me, Mr. Kenyon. Miss Hobb, suppose you just whisper it, please.
Mrs. Kenyon is here to see you.
Oh, thank you. Just ask Mr. Fauntleroy to wait in Mr. Cohen's office for a minute, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Kenyon.
No, I'm going. But before I do, if there's anything else my wife said, I wish you'd be good enough to lay it on the table and stick to the words, leave out the music.
Well, let me see. She didn't like your friends.
Oh, she did. Well, that's too bad. And did she perhaps suggest that I quit my job?
You wouldn't do that, would you?
You think I'm crazy?
It might help, pal. Tell off the bus. Take your woman by the hand. Climb to the top of the hill.
Huh?
Look us over, Moon. She's a woman. She's life itself. She makes the grass grow, see? I've got hold of her hand, and I'm not letting it go. Why, she's a skylark.
Look, I don't get this. But something tells me I ought to bust you in the nose.
No, I don't want to fight with you.
No, you're the sort of a guy who doesn't want to face any kind of a showdown.
At the moment, I'm only interested in showing you out, pal.
And don't call me pal.
Okay, chum. Good day.
Hello? Oh, Charlotte? This is Tony Kenyon. Say, is Lydia at your place? Oh, haven't seen her at all, huh? No, I'm at the ad club. Look, if you hear from her, let me know, will you? Yes, I'm all right. Only going slightly nuts, that's all.
Hi, Tony. Any word from Lydia?
No, she's disappeared.
No, she's probably just gone to a hotel.
I've been on the phone ever since yesterday. What happened to her?
Oh, it's not so bad, Tony. It's the old story of the neglected wife. Every man has to face it. Just what does she expect you to do anyway?
Well, I sort of gathered that if I wanted her back, I'd have to give up my job. I wish I could help. Oh, what could you do?
Well, whenever I get in a jam with Charlotte, I lie.
You lie?
Yeah, sure. It's the safest, most reliable thing a red-blooded husband can do.
Ah, yeah, but if I lied about quitting my job, Lydia'd see through it in a minute.
No, I don't know. You could try.
It's a call for you, Mr. Kenyon.
Oh, can I take it here?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Hello?
Mr. Kenyon, this is Theodore.
Yes, Theodore, what is it?
Oh, I'm disobeying Mrs. Kenyon's orders, sir. But I thought I'd like you to know she's home now. Packing.
She is?
She's going to Reno, sir.
Oh. Well, thank you, Theodore. And look, if she tries to leave, stall her, will you? I'll be right there. I'm going to stall her permanently. Wish me luck, George.
I'm sorry, Tony, but I don't want to see you again.
So now you're going back to the bus we met on.
Please don't joke about it.
I'm not joking. I'm serious. You know, that bus belongs to me, too. I was once on it, same as you. When I first saw you, I knew just one thing. I wanted to be near you. I still want to be near you, no matter how much it costs.
Don't be silly. You couldn't afford the price, and I'd never asked you to pay it. I know where your heart is. In your office.
Well, I guess it's too late, but I quit my job this morning.
You quit?
Yep, but now I feel kind of scared.
Tony, look at me.
No, I did it. I did it all right.
Well, I can't believe my ears.
Well, I hardly recognized myself when I went into the boss's office. Took a lot of nerve, let me tell you.
What happened?
Well, I took a deep breath and busted right in and started talking.
Well, what did you say?
It happened that the president of Red Wing Cigarettes was there in conference, so I told him off first.
How?
I simply said they ought to give away gas masks to anybody who smoked his seaweed, and he got pretty sore.
Oh, well, I should think he was.
Yeah, and then the boss asked me if I'd been drinking, and I said no, but that it was a very good idea.
Tony, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Then he asked me to take it easy, and I laughed right in his face.
Oh, didn't he get mad?
Did he get mad? Why, he was furious. So I said, now listen, take it easy, Baldy, take it easy.
Oh, no, Tony. Oh, Tony, did you really do it, honestly?
Well, would I say I had? Now, Lydia, we can talk now, can't we, please?
Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm.
Would you mind if I kissed you first?
That might not do any harm either.
Lydia, how could you ever say I didn't love you?
I didn't say you didn't love me. It's only lately you haven't been in love with me.
Oh, shut up. Hello, George. Tony. Say, listen, everything went off great last night. Yeah, she went for the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. Huh? No. I told her it would take a couple of weeks to get things cleaned up at the office. So, all right, it'll take a couple of years.
Tony!
Uh-oh, I gotta hang up. See you later.
Good morning, darling.
Oh, good morning, sweet.
Sleep well?
Like a rock. You know, for 2 cents, I wouldn't go back to that office, not even today.
Oh, what's a couple of weeks? We've a whole lifetime ahead of us.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll go upstairs and finish dressing. Bye, sweet.
Bye.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, Theodore?
Mrs. Van Tyne, madam.
Mrs. Van Tyne?
I want to see you.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Van Tyne. I was just going to have breakfast. Would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
Oh, isn't this a lovely morning?
I didn't come here to discuss weather.
You didn't?
Mr. Blake is very charming, isn't he?
He's quite remarkable.
In what way?
Oh, I don't know. He has a remarkable mind, I think.
Are you trying to kid me?
What do you mean?
I mean that mental stuff.
Oh, I see. Well, perhaps it would simplify everything, Mrs. Van Tyne, if I told you I have no intention of seeing Mr. Blake again.
Are you trying to imply there's something between Mr. Blake and me?
Aren't you?
Mrs. Kenyon, I don't think you realize who you're talking to.
Oh, what'll you bet I do? Look, what did you come here for anyway?
To tell you exactly what I think about you. You put on a lot of airs for a woman in your position. Just because I've been patient with you, it's gone to your head. Who do you think you are, anyway? A nobody whose husband doesn't make in a year what mine makes in a week.
Will you get out here?
Not before I'm ready. I'm giving the orders, see? Hands off Jim Blake, or maybe you think it'll be easy for your husband to find another job.
Are you threatening to discharge my husband?
Just one more crack and he's through right now.
Oh, aren't you funny? You really believe what you're saying.
You won't have to wait long to find out.
Do you think for 1 minute that all the years Tony's put into his work could be tossed aside by a
scheming, greedy cow like you?
He's out. Do you hear? He's fired, beginning today.
I'm beginning to believe you could do it.
And it won't do you any good to go to my husband, dearie. You're not his type.
So that's business, huh?
It's about time you woke up from your beauty sleep. What's so funny?
Oh, Mrs. Van Dyne, for your information, Tony quit yesterday.
That's a hot one.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. I don't even blame you. Well, no, as a matter of fact, I should be grateful to you. But yes, you're Lady Bountiful. You're Santa Claus. Ah, do you know, I actually want to say something sweet to you.
Well, go ahead and say it.
No, I'd better not. It might ruin everything. Goodbye, you tramp. Oh, Tony, it was...
Listen, what are you talking about?
Well, I told you, you're fired. Isn't it marvelous?
Will you please tell me what happened?
Oh, Tony, she was impossible. I was determined to be nice to that woman if it killed me.
Well, give it to me, word for word.
Well, she played right into our hands. I couldn't resist it. I said just exactly the right things to get you fired as of today. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Well, yes, that's what I wanted.
And it doesn't really matter whether you walk out later or she gets you kicked out today, does it?
Oh, no, certainly.
Oh, darling, we're free. Right now, this minute. We're free.
Can you imagine?
Mrs. Kenyon, Mr. Blake wishes to be here now.
Oh, yes, Theodore, show him in.
So he's got a lot of nerve coming here at a time like this.
Good morning.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hello, Kenyon.
Hello.
Jim, I wish you'd been here.
Why?
Because I'm so proud of myself. This morning, Tony had an office, a desk, a telephone, and 6 weeks of slavery still ahead of him. But with one easy stroke, I wiped it all out.
What happened?
Well, with Myrtle Van Tyne's angelic help, Tony doesn't have to go back to the office.
Myrtle's going to have him fired?
Yep.
But you see, he'd already quit. That's the big joke.
I see. It doesn't seem funny to him.
Listen, what are you doing here anyway?
Oh, I just thought I'd come out.
What for?
Well, to see us, of course.
Oh, no, that's where you're wrong. I came to see my client.
Oh, thank you, Jim. I don't think I'm going to need your services any longer.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, now, don't be so stuffy, you two. I have a feeling that Jim's going to be our best friend from now on.
He doesn't seem to think so.
I wish you'd stop referring to me as he.
Anything I call is he.
Yes, what's the matter with you, Tony?
Yeah, what's the matter, pal?
Say, what is this, a courtroom?
Well, why are you so angry?
Well, who wouldn't be? That big fathead comes in here.
Tony?
So, you quit, eh, chum?
Yeah.
So that's your story.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
What's going on here?
Now, just one more question.
Not in my house.
Well, an innocent man never minds answering questions.
Go ahead, Jim. Ask your question.
What's your boss's telephone number, Kenyon?
Longacre, 50598.
Shall I call, or will you save me the trouble?
You get out of here.
Wait. You don't have to call, Jim. You were lying to me, weren't you?
Yes.
You hadn't quit your job.
Nope.
When you told me about Myrtle, you weren't happy at all. You were hating it, and everything last night was a lie.
No. When I said I loved you, I meant it.
Are you sure?
You shut up.
Selling the house, selling the car.
I'd do anything to keep you.
But you didn't do anything except lie.
All right, I lied.
Thanks, Jim. I guess I've still got time to catch that train.
Lydia, where are you going?
To Reno.
Lydia!
Sorry, pal.
Yeah, me too. I knew I should have socked you.
Now, pal, easy now.
Sorry, chum. Oh.
Case of Jenny Carver versus Joseph Carver, decree granted. Mary Hope versus Lawrence Hope, decree granted. Lydia Kenyon versus Tony Kenyon, decree granted.
Telegram to James Blake, New York. My ring is in the wishing well. Stop. Meet me 10:10 tomorrow. Stop. I'm a skylark. Signed, Lydia.
Good night, Jim. Thanks for bringing me home.
Can I come up for a drink?
Oh, not in this hotel, mister.
You ought to move. Another 2 weeks in this vault and you'll be going back to your husband.
No. As far as I'm concerned, Tony's dead, divorced, and buried.
Well, I'll feel better when he knows that. Good night, darling.
Good night, Jim.
Hello.
Oh.
Can't kind of late, aren't you?
What are you doing in here? Get out.
No, thanks. I'm very comfortable.
Then I'll call the clerk and have you thrown out.
Won't do you any good. I told the man at the desk we didn't want to be disturbed. You see, I told him I was your husband.
Oh, very clever.
And I showed him some credentials. The most important was a $10 bill.
You know, I should learn not to underestimate you, Tony.
Yes, that's fatal.
You mean it was fatal once. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you're here.
Well, now, that's more like it.
Yes, I want to be sure there are no hangovers left. And there are none.
You know, you sound kind of worried about me.
Oh, no, the only worry I've had about you, Tony, was the fact that I was responsible for losing your job.
Oh, I've had many offers.
You have? Oh, then I have no further worries.
Except one. You see, this divorce hasn't meant a thing. I still love you the same as I always did.
I'm sorry.
You were so right about me. I was whirling around in a vacuum. It's called competition.
Are you trying to tell me you've changed?
Nope. I reverted to type. The type you liked on that Fifth Avenue bus.
You only think you have.
Well, isn't it the same thing?
No. So now you'd better get out of here.
Well, you would have sucking out to take any alimony.
I only wanted my independence, Tony. I'm going back to my old job.
Independence? Nobody's independent. No matter where you sit, there's always someone sitting a step higher.
Oh, I can see you've changed a lot.
Well, anyway, I want you to take this. The deed to our summer place on the island.
No, I don't want
I don't want it. Do what you want with it. Give it away. Sell it. Always more yours than mine anyway.
Yes, it was.
Let's go up there now.
Tony, are you trying to make me unhappy?
If I was sure you meant that, I'd go away. But I still love you, and I can't imagine anything without you. And you can't without me.
Tony, I look at you and I see someone I used to know a long time ago.
Is that all?
That's all.
No other feeling?
None whatever.
All the little things we had, the little half-dreams, the pieces of the future we saw together, etc.?
I've forgotten them. Even the etc.
I envy you.
Well, you shouldn't. What are you staring at?
You. I think I'm going to kiss you.
You are not.
Yes, I'm sure I am.
No.
Well, no other emotion at all, huh?
It's just a habit. It's an involuntary reflex. It proves I'm normal.
That's the way I like 'em, normal. Well, I think I'm going to kiss you again, Lily.
No, Tony, no. Oh, you.
Well, I'll be leaving now, but you mustn't forget, darling, it takes two to make a divorce, just as it does anything else. Good night.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Claudette Colbert, Ray Milland, and Brian Ahern, will return in Act 3 of Skylark. Meanwhile, here's a busy man answering a late afternoon phone call.
Hello? Hi, Dick. I'm fine. Bridge game with the boys? Sounds good, but not tonight. I've got a date with my wife.
His wife's birthday celebration, and it's a date that Bill wouldn't miss. He's looking forward to stepping out with someone he still thinks is the prettiest girl in the world. Yet Jane really hasn't much time for beauty care. She's too busy all day taking care of her home and her lively young children. But one outstanding charm she has, and that's beautiful skin. Skin so smooth and soft, it gives her the appearance of beauty and freshness always. Skin that makes Bill think of rose petals. And Jane's much too clever ever to take chances with complexion beauty. She says,
one thing I never neglect is my daily active lather facial with Lux soap. It takes just a few minutes. First, I pat the rich, creamy lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat with a soft towel to dry. Afterward, when I touch my skin, it feels beautifully soft and smooth. Looks so fresh, too.
yes, no wonder Jane's enthusiastic about this daily Lux soap care. And no wonder her husband says as they're dancing,
gosh, honey, you get prettier with every birthday.
Lovely women everywhere, including 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, depend on this gentle Lux Soap complexion care. Why don't you begin your daily facials with this luxurious beauty soap? Try them for 30 days and see what they'll do to help you keep skin smooth and lovely. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and begin tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Skylark. It's afternoon of the following day. On his terrace, the chipper Mr. Kenyon is basking in the warm sunlight. For the first time in his life, he has no place to go, nothing to do, and he's enjoying it. It seems that Mr. Kenyon is something of a Skylark himself.
Listen, Tony, do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and you're still in pajamas?
Georgie, my boy, I've stepped off that express train. I'm in the woods by a rippling brook, and I love it. Don't you envy me?
No. But I've got something I really do envy you. I had lunch today with Fred Connors.
What's he want?
Oh, he only wants you to be his new advertising and sales manager, that's all.
Well, I'm not interested, George. Don't think Lydia would like it.
Aren't you staking a little too much on Lydia's coming back?
Staking my entire future.
Yeah, you're nuts.
No, I mean it. Lydia's done the greatest thing in the world for me, George. I'm happy. Anyway, I've got another job.
Doing what?
South America and traveling with the birds.
You are nuts.
Mr. Blake, please.
Announce myself.
But Mr. Blake...
Oh, here you are.
Oh, well, how are you, chum? Where's Lydia? The information desk is right outside, pal.
Now, don't be funny.
He didn't say anything funny.
Now, look, I received a note from Lydia this morning. She said she saw you last night and talked to you. What did you say to her?
Oh, don't ask me that, chum. I didn't have a stenographer with me.
Where is the island?
What island?
She said she went up to the island. She had to think.
Oh, the island. Well, now, that's interesting.
Where is it?
I don't know, chum. Lots of islands. Staten Island, Governor's Island, Coney Island.
1,000 Islands.
Oh, keep quiet.
I was only trying to be helpful.
Well, I think I'll go up and get dressed. Goodbye, chum.
Oh, I'm not leaving. I'm sticking right with you, see? Whither thou goest, thither me.
All right.
And I'll find that island, see, and I'm going up there to talk some sense into her.
Fine, chum.
And stop calling me chum.
Okay, pal.
Jim, why did you come up here?
You seem to get an answer to a simple question.
Must it be yes or no?
I'm afraid so. Lydia, are you going to take him back?
I don't know.
You can't keep running away from him forever, you know.
It's so difficult to erase 5 years from your memory overnight. Don't you see? Everything I look at, it's us, Tony and me. This is our island. That's the boathouse he built. It's still not finished, but his intentions were good.
Well, what do you propose doing?
I'll handle it somehow.
Lydia, why don't we go away? Look, I've got my boat coming up here. She'll be here in the morning.
But we'd only be running away.
Yes, but we'd be running away to get married. Why, we could be off the mainland by noon. And I could put notes in little bottles to Collins, Wilkinson, and Cohen to tell them that we won't be back.
Nice work, chum. Nice work.
Tony, where are you?
Up here on the boathouse?
What are you doing up there?
Eavesdropping, chum. Look out, I'm coming down.
Now, watch out for that loose board.
Don't have no fear, my sweet. I'm as sure footed as a mountain goat. Right? Climb down.
Tony! Tony, are you all right?
A mountain goat. He's a goat, all right.
Tony, look at me. Oh, Jim, carry him up to the house.
What, that big lug?
Oh, but, Jim, he may be seriously hurt. Oh, carry him, please.
Oh, all right. Come on, goat. Put your arm up here.
Darling, Lydia, darling.
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, Jim, be careful. He's delirious.
I love you, darling.
You stop that. He's pinching my arm.
Jim, this is no time to be funny.
Lydia, this guy is faking. He's not delirious.
Of course he is. He thinks you're me.
Well, does he pinch you until you bleed?
Darling.
Ow!
Jim, we've got to do something to bring him to. Maybe some water will do it.
Well, there's a whole ocean full of it. Here you go, and good luck, pal. Hey! Well, what goes, Lydia? Is he going to stay up here tonight?
It looks like it.
Well, he does, so do I.
You know, maybe he thinks he's protecting me. Tony's very conventional, and of course he thinks I'm perfect. If he didn't think so... Oh.
What?
I think I can fix it so he'll let me alone.
But for good.
How?
It's like I said, Jim. Tony's a very conventional person. Tony, open the door.
Oh? Couldn't you sleep?
No, I couldn't.
Me either.
May I come in?
Sure. I want to talk to you anyway.
As a matter of fact, I want to talk to you, too. Lock the door, Tony.
Huh? Why?
Oh, well, Jim's kind of fussy, you know. He's terribly jealous.
Jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Oh, Tony, don't be so naive.
I think I'll leave it unlocked.
Oh, all right. Now, what do you want to talk to me about, darling?
Well, Hey, what's the matter with you?
Well, nothing. Why, darling?
I don't know. Well, anyway, darling, I have a swell job in South America, and I want you to go with me.
Well, maybe if I have the time, I will.
If you have the time, what do you mean? I want you to go as my wife.
Oh, that isn't necessary, Tony.
Huh?
Well, I could pose as your wife. It'll only be for a month or so.
Lydia, you out of your head?
Oh, no, but after all, I do owe you something. You know, in your time, you spent a lot of money and attention on me, and in all honesty, I feel you're entitled to something. Kiss me, Tony.
Hey, stop that. No, wait a minute. Wait.
Now, Tony, darling.
Lydia, what's come over you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just feeling grateful, that's all. You opened my eyes last night. Come over here, honey.
No, I prefer to remain where I am. If you can behave decently, would you mind telling me what's gotten into you?
I want to make you happy. I'll go to South America with you for 2 months if you want.
Lydia, go and sit down.
Tony, darling.
Stop chasing me.
Oh, Tony.
Let him go away.
Tony, are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. Say, listen, what's going on?
What's the matter, darling?
Well, you've changed. You never acted like this.
You never really knew me.
I guess I didn't. All right, Lydia, you win.
I win?
Yes. I don't care what anyone thinks. Right or wrong, I'm going to do it your way.
Huh?
Sure, we're strong. We can defy convention.
Now, Tony, wait a minute.
Kiss me, Lydia.
Tony, take it easy.
Oh, darling, kiss me.
No, stop.
I love you.
No, stop chasing
I don't care.
Tony, stop. You let me alone.
Darling. Let her alone.
Jim.
Let her alone, do you hear?
Get out of here. This doesn't concern you.
Get away from me.
What is this?
I'll tell you what it is. She was trying to let you down easy, see?
What do you mean by that?
She was trying to make you go away.
Then all this, Lydia?
Yes.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, can't you see you're in the way? Now, why don't you be a good sport and stop annoying her, huh? Quit all this fooling around and get out. Particularly as Lydia and I are going away on my boat tomorrow.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck, Lydia. How do you like it, Lydia?
I love it.
You ever been sailing before?
No, it's glorious.
You know, once again, I'm wondering if I was right.
In doing what?
In forcing the issue last night when you were upset. Boy, I practically made you say what I wanted to hear.
I wouldn't have said it if I hadn't meant it.
Say, we're going to have a bit of a blow.
What?
I think we're going to have a storm.
What do you mean, going to have?
Oh, blow man down, ball is knocking right down. Away, hey, blow the man down. Yada-da-da-da-bum-bum. How are you, Lydia? Lydia, how do you feel?
Huh? Oh. Well, I'm fine.
As a girl, well, you have your sea legs in no time. You know, it's like getting used to horseback riding again.
Yeah, I've never been horseback riding. Oh.
Hey! Whoa, get up there. Why? What happened?
I fell off my horse.
Come on, Lydia, come on, sing.
What?
Sing! That'll fix you up.
I don't think so.
Ah, sure it will. Oh, blow the man down, bullies. Come on.
Oh, blow the man. Blow the man. Oh.
That's a girl. Oh, knock him right down. Way, hey, blow the man down.
Way, blow.
Oh, blow the man down, boys. there's some time to blow the man down.
Jim, listen.
As I was a-walking down Paradise Street.
Jim, I don't
hey, blow the man down.
Jim, please. Oh, Jim, please stop it.
Hey, what's the matter?
I want to go home. Take me home. Oh, Josie! Josie! Thanks, Jim. And goodbye.
This is it, huh? You know, he'll gyp you all over again.
Maybe he will.
You had the moon, you know. But you're trading it in for an apron and a vacuum cleaner.
No. I need him, Jim.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm still jealous, see? And don't you think I won't be back. Probably on your 10th anniversary. You'll really be needing legal advice then.
Goodbye. Thanks and all the luck.
Oh, Tony has it all. So long.
Mrs. Kenyon, welcome home.
Thank you, Theodore. Where's Mr. Kenyon?
Why, he's gone, madam. Just a little while ago.
Gone where?
I don't know, madam. He said something about Pier 36, madam.
Oh.
I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, but I've got to stop him. Theodore, get me a taxi, quick. Get me through, please. Tony! Please, I've got to get through. Tony! Tony, it's me. It's Lydia.
Lydia!
Tony!
Lydia, what in the world?
Oh, Tony, I'm back.
Oh, darling.
Don't ever let me go again. Never, Tony.
Darling, oh, sweet. Oh, come on, we've got to rush.
Tony.
Don't stop to talk. We'll be married on the boat.
Oh, but darling, listen.
Come on.
Oh, darling.
Listen, I know what's good for you. A boat trip. Salt water. You need it. Come on.
Oh, Tony, darling.
When a play involves Claudette Colbert, Ray Milland, and Brian Ahern, we can be sure of one thing: good acting. And that always deserves a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. It certainly seems natural to be working for you again.
You know, I had to come here to discover that you could be working a DeMille production entirely on dry land. You see, in Reap the Wild Wind, there was a hurricane, a fight, a wreck, somebody falling overboard every day.
What do you do for exercise in between?
That's no joke, Brian. I've been in several of those quiet pictures of C.B.'s.
No, I didn't mind that, but it was awkward acting in a diving suit that weighed 175 pounds.
I thought you were quite graceful, Ray.
Tell me, C.B., aren't beginners usually a little shaky the first time they go down for a dive?
Yes, they are. When we'd been underwater about 15 minutes and called up to me on his helmet telephone, I was sure he'd had enough.
Oh, that's a long stretch underwater.
Oh, Ray wasn't frightened. All he wanted was a drink of water.
Yeah, and C.B. had to stand out for it. Claudette, I hear you're starting a picture at Paramount very soon.
Mm-hmm. Preston Sturgis is directing. I'm really looking forward to it because I thought his Sullivan's Travels was one of the outstanding pictures of the year.
Preston Sturgis is one of the outstanding directors of the year.
When one great director praises another, that's news, C.B.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I have to say about Lux Soap may not be news because I've been saying it for years, but it's always worth repeating. I think Lux Soap is a grand complexion care, and I use it all the time.
From you, Claudette? That gives Lux Soap the blue ribbon.
Well, what are you going to have next week, C.B.?
A roaring drama of New York, Brian. The Warner Brothers hit picture, City for Conquest. And our stars will be Alice Faye and Robert Preston. It's the story of a boy and girl who see the big town as a challenge, something to be beaten by courage and strength. But they discover that love has something to do with it, too, before New York becomes their city for conquest.
I know your audience will enjoy it, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Stars like you are the spice of a producer's life. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alice Faye and Robert Preston in City for Conquest. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Claudette Colbert's services tonight have been donated to the Red Cross. She is currently making the Paramount picture, Palm Beach Story, and Ray Milland will soon be seen in Paramount's The Lady Has Plans. The Paramount picture, Skylark, was produced and directed by Mark Sandridge. Heard in tonight's play were Wally Mayer as George, Thomas Mills as Theodore, Tony Carlton as Myrtle, and Leo Cleary, Dick Elliott, Edward Marr, and Doris Cedarhall. Tune in next Monday night to hear Aldous Faye and Robert Preston in City of Conquest. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Clouds of gray beware. Tonight the weather's fair, and jokes will fly, for here's that guy Bob Hope out on the air.
No, John. Now, hey, I hate to. I forgot something. We're broadcasting to you from Mark Field in Riverside, California, for all the boys from the airport down there. It's a break for us. Those guys are so wonderful. We went down to San Diego last week, and it's a fair joint. It's wonderful. We stayed out for 5 hours. They just kept coming in to the show after show, and we said, "Bring in some more. We love it." You know that all. That's where we are, Mark Field. Let's start the show again. Do you mind? You clouds of gray, beware. I wanted you to join me. Wait, start it again, Ben, and I'll... Don't call it fix. It's all right. We'll do it ourselves. It's all right. Harmony. You and I, harmony. Oh, that's it. Well, this may give us an idea. Maybe we don't need them, huh?
Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Jokes of mine. Here's that guy. Well, a 6 cents and a miss to stick around. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, broadcasting from the air base at Marchfield Hope, telling you aviators to use Pepsodent, and even though you may grow older, your teeth will always be 19. I feel the same way about that. But I have to hear it to convince myself. Or, this is Bob Army Hope telling you soldiers, whether you're generals or top sergeants, if you use Pepsodent, your teeth will never be lieutenants. Well, here I am at Marchfield. Marchfield is about 100 miles as the crow walks. 100 miles from where? 100 miles from Los Angeles as the crow walks, and now when the crow has to walk, last night the 4th Interceptor Command grounded him for not having a light on his tail. When it was announced that I would be here at Marchfield, there was a loud cheer that could be heard for miles around. In fact, it came from miles around, from all the other camps. And what a scene when I arrived. All the men threw their hats up in the air, but they couldn't get them into the propeller, and I landed safely. The boys were mad because I didn't get down here yesterday to tar harden. And you know... And you know, they give 21-gun salutes to all the famous people that visit camp. Well, for me, 2 guys on KP came out of the kitchen and broke a paper bag. I'm just kidding. I got a real military welcome. The soldiers lined up in 2 rows, and you know how they hold their swords up while the honored guests walk under them? I wonder what gave them the idea I was 4 feet 3. But it was really a wonderful welcome. A skywriter was writing, "Hello, Bob Hope," and the anti-aircraft kept shooting the O off the hello. The last time I hired a skywriter. Then the boys carried me on through all the streets in town, but they couldn't get any of the sewer gratings off. And you should see the mob of autograph hounds at the station. I came out 3 fountain pens ahead. And the general rushed up and pinned the medal on my chest and said, "Hope, this is for bravery." I said, "Why? What have I done that's brave?" He said, "You came back, didn't you?" We were there last year. You have to know that, I guess, don't you? Nobody's that intelligent. But it's very interesting to come down to a huge air base like this March Field here and see how the government is spending Crosby's money. That's just a joke for me. When I get into camp, the sentry at the gate said, "Who goes there, friend or foe?" I said, "Bob Hope," and that's all I remember. I asked the general why he invited me to March Field, and he said, "Because of your listening audience. You see, I want to show my new aviator someone who's soloed a long time." But the soldiers here sure think a lot of me. About 50 of them invited me over to their barracks for a discussion on the international situation, and those fellas are really swell. I'd have given them the shirt off my back, even if I hadn't rolled snake eyes. Of course, last week I was down at the Naval Training Station in San Diego, and things were certainly different down there. At San Diego, all you'd find was sailors thinking about girls, but at March Field, that's all changed. Here, all you find is soldiers thinking about girls. But there's no difference between a sailor and a soldier, and they get along great together. There's no reason why our armed forces shouldn't be friendly. I guess it's even possible for a sailor, a soldier, and a Marine to walk down the street arm in arm. The Chesterfields will never get me to believe it. And you should see all the airplanes here at March Field. Honestly, there are so many airplanes flying around in the sky. One sparrow flew to his nest and said, "Try and lay another egg, Agnes. All our neighbors must have quintuplets." There are so many planes in the air, the swallows have to walk back to Capistrano. I never saw so many airplanes in my life. Wherever you look, somebody was taken off. It reminded me of the time I was marooned in the middle of the runway at Minsky's. And you should see those big bombing planes they have here. They had about 50 of them all lined up, and when they started to take off, it was like seeing 50 three-story houses rushing across the countryside. I haven't seen anything like that since the last rainy season. Now, let me tell you, those flying fortresses down here are really huge. I walked into what I thought was the post office, and while I was trying to buy a stamp, it took off. Take that gag off, too. And today we all went up for a plane ride. We went up. Frances Langford went along. She was wearing a parachute. Betty Hutton went along. She was wearing a parachute. Skinny Ennis went along. He just loosened up his snood. But the planes here are wonderful. Crosby's doing his bit. He gave a big bomber. Well, he didn't exactly give a bomber. He just put landing wheels on an oversized stork. Bing Crosby offered to buy $5,000 in defense bonds if I'd make a parachute jump. I started the jump, but something went wrong. My heart was full of patriotism, but my feet were fifth columnists. See, they're really pushing plane production, and they're putting everything into them. I saw a guy getting out of a plane this morning. I said, "Are you a pilot?" He said, "No, the last thing I remember, I was playing a pinball machine in a drugstore on Vine Street." Yes, sir, everybody's air-minded down here. At the dance last night, I tried to cut into one of the aviator's girls, and next thing I knew, I was grounded. And you know, there's quite a shortage on gas. As an experiment, they tried putting Pepsi-Cola in the tanks of one of the big planes out here. It is now known as the Burp 19. That will be a doll boy. You know what they'll do with that, don't you? Let's tear the joint down. I said to one of the... I think. I said to one of the officers, I understand you have a dummy here now for testing parachutes. And he said, yes, but if you give me your name and address, I'll let you know as soon as there's an opening. And I asked the captain if he thought I'd make a good combat pilot, and he said I'd make a wonderful bomber. At least I thought he said bomber. But nowadays, everyone is air-minded. Last night I saw Gene Autry talking things over with a station attendant at the sign of the Flying Horse. Nowadays, everyone is air-minded. Did I leave anything out? I think I left out a joke. My uncle made a solo flight once. He wasn't an aviator. He tried to cross Highway 66 against a car from Oklahoma. I even saw W.C. Fields piloting a plane. Now I know what they mean by flying blind. But Skinny Ennis came along down here at Marchfield. He took a deep breath of this hot desert air, and one of his lungs turned to the other and said, hey, what's cooking besides us? Skinny Ennis is a novelty among these aviators. They kept poking him. They kept. Skinny Ennis was so enthusiastic when he saw all these fighting aviators here. He rushed over to the recruiting officer and asked, what can I do to help my country? And the officer took one look at him and said, join the other side. But really, I don't think there are enough girls around the field. Today, I saw 27 cadets standing in line waiting to buy tickets to see a hula dancer tattooed on a guy's chest. I made expenses, but... I knitted a sweater some time ago for one of the pilots here, but I guess the wool I use is stretchy, because the sweater is now known as hanger number 6. And you know, if a fella has on one stripe, he's a corporal, 2 stripes, he's a sergeant, 3 stripes, he's a lieutenant, and so on. And the more stripes he's got, the more you have to salute him. I'm all worn out this evening. Who rang in that zebra on me? Damp little page, isn't it? But I had lunch today at the soldiers' mess. I want to tell you, those soldiers really lived their part. When I sat down at the table, one of them was sitting behind a big hill of mashed potatoes with a machine gun yelling, come on, take some if you want it, but you'll have to get me first. After a hard day's work, these boys down here really eat. You should have seen those knives flying. They had sauerkraut and knuckles. My knuckles. I wouldn't say those soldiers were hungry, but it's the first time I ever started to bite a piece of white meat and had it bayoneted out of my lips. And when they want something, they don't say, please pass the food, sir. They just yell, shoot the grub to me, bub. What appetites. I smiled at one sailor and said, where's the butter? And the guy next to him said, don't tell that friendly chap. He may tell a Jap. In the middle of the meal, there was a blackout. When the lights went on again, 2 termites were yelling, hey, Ma, what happened to the table? And those fellas can really drink milk. After 6 gallons were gone, the cow in the backyard said, I'm willing to give for defense, but great Scott, this is ridiculous. One of the things, sir, were beans. And the soldiers sure love beans. It's their favorite food. I happen to know several soldiers that cash their tickets as soon as they receive them on payday and buy a couple of dollars worth of beans. Think anybody believes this? I was pretty hungry, and I just happened to notice a small piece of meat floating in the gravy. I started to reach out, but before I could even get close, it had been torpedoed by a sergeant. And the fellow next to me, I won't say he ate much, but after the meal, he amused himself by reconstructing a skeleton of a cow on his plate. All right, Ben, walk in and follow that egg, will you, old boy? Walk in, stout heart.
The new improved Pepsodent toothpaste is one of the smoothest, one of the best tasting toothpastes you've ever known.
There. Keep talking fast.
It's snowy white, creamy, with a flavor that tastes like spring.
Get some laughs.
And it's more active, works faster. That's because it's more Irium active. And that delightful, fresh flavor cools your mouth. wakes up your taste, makes you feel good all over. Don't wait another day to try this delightful new Pepsodent toothpaste. Go to your favorite dealers tonight. Ask for Pepsodent toothpaste. Get a tube tonight.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, is Francis Langford and the Six Hits of the Minute singing Everything I Love.
You are to me everything. My life will be everything. When in my sleep you appear, fair skies of deep blue appear. Each time our lips touch again, I yearn for you oh so much again. You are my favorite star, my haven in heaven above. You are everything I Darling, won't you believe me? You are my everything, babe. My life to be, oh, everything. When in my sleep, baby, you appear. Fair skies of deep blue appear. Each time our lips touch again, I learn for you all so much again. You are my favorite star, my haven in heaven above. You are everything I
That's it. That was Francis Langford singing Everything I Love. You know, Francis, you look very cute tonight.
Thank you, Bob. I'll get out my best dress for the soldiers.
Well, I got out my best suit.
You should have put it on.
Did you enjoy the trip down here from Hollywood this morning, Francis? 150 miles through the early morning sunshine. I thought it was great.
Well, naturally, you liked it better than I did.
Why would I?
Well, your seat was comfortable, but those handlebars hurt.
I'm sorry about the bicycle, Francis, but somebody stole the rubber tires off my kiddie car. How do you like it down here at Marchfield, Fran?
Oh, it's fine. But don't you feel odd, Bob, down here among these young men?
Francis, how can you say that?
I don't know, and I wouldn't want to raise the bags under your eyes to look. But you do have...
Supposed to cut that old girl.
But you know...
I didn't give you the feed line for it. You want to do that? How can you say that? I'm not so old looking. You don't see any wrinkles in my face.
I don't know.
But you do have some wrinkles.
But you do have some wrinkles, Bob.
Let's do the next gag for him. What the hell? Where are we at?
Right here.
Right through there? I don't like it through there. Right, yeah, that's all right. We'll do it anyway. Well, you do have some, what is that?
Well, you do have some wrinkles, Bob.
Well, at least they're just small, straight wrinkles.
Yes, but that's what's disturbing about them.
Still want to do it?
No.
Let's try. Let's be stubborn. Let's do it anyway. What do we got? Lisa, just small, straight wrinkles. Well, Elisa, just small, straight wrinkles.
Yes, that's what's so disturbing about them.
What do you mean?
Well, Bob, you do look weak and puny.
Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that awful? We're all mixed up here, aren't we, Fancy? Let's leave that gag. Now they're all confused. Well, just let them know what's playing here. So they don't think we're a couple of stoops, eh, what? Well, Elisa, just small, straight wrinkles.
Yes, that's what's so disturbing about them.
What do you mean?
Well, when you open and close your eyes, they all follow suit like a Venetian blind. After all, Bob, you do look weak and puny compared to the soldiers here.
Wait a minute. Look at those soldiers in the audience. Now look at me. Who looks bigger and tougher? Well, I'll eat Wheaties. But seriously, Francis, I have a real soldier's physique. So damn smart. I just threw it away, you know. I didn't even look for the last one. I just thought I remembered it. I just, every soldier's technique. But seriously, Francis, I have a real soldier's physique.
Yes, but your chest looks...
Seriously, Francis, I have a real soldier's physique. Take it straight. Seriously, Francis, I have a real soldier's physique.
Yes, but your chest looks as if it obeyed the command to fall in while your stomach is still at ease.
Are you insinuating that I have a pot tummy?
Well, if that isn't a pot tummy, that's a funny place to keep your laundry. I'm sorry if I sound critical, Bob. Perhaps it's because I've been so impressed by all these handsome army men.
Yeah, they are a good-looking bunch. Say, which do you think are the handsomest, Francis? The men here at Marchfield or the men at the naval base we visited last week?
Well, Bob, I think the sailors are handsome in their own way, and the soldiers are handsome in their own way.
What about me?
You're just in your own way. Bob, is this where they teach army men how to fly?
That's right.
Where do they teach sailors how to fly?
Oh, they don't have to teach sailors how to fly. You just tell them it's Saturday night, then step out of the way. You know, Francis, I was really thrilled by the big reception we got here at Marchfield. You see that big sign over the entrance, Welcome Bob Hope, the great entertainer?
Yes, that was a beautiful sign, Bob, but I saw it before. I happened to walk by late the other night when you were painting it.
Are you inferring I arranged my entire reception myself? What about those 50 fellows in uniform that carried me all around the field on their shoulders and kept yelling, Bob Hope is a great guy? That was certainly genuine, wasn't it?
Well, it did look that way, but you want to be more careful.
What do you mean?
Well, on the backs of all the uniforms it said, please return to the wardrobe department of Paramount before 5.
Well, my relatives have to make a living, too. But afterward, when I walked in among those real army men, did you see the way they carried me around on their shoulders?
No, I left while they were still dragging you along the floor.
Well, they like me here, though. Did you see how all the officers behaved when I walked in?
Yes, now I know what they mean by military brush.
Well, Francis, the last time I was here, the boys really went for me, as far as Glendale. Anyhow, they gave me a wonderful lunch today, and they won't regret it.
Give them a chance. They haven't counted the silverware yet.
I wouldn't steal silverware, Francis, not with this shortage of materials.
Is there really a shortage?
Well, the government just prohibited the manufacture of pinball machines.
There's not so much metal in a pinball machine.
I know, but they're afraid some Japanese spy may hit 28,000 during a blackout.
Bob, I wonder where these soldiers go on their leave. Where's the nearest town from Marchfield?
Oh, it's about 10 miles from here as the young crow flies.
Young crow?
Yeah, W.C. Fields has the old crow.
Look, here comes Mary Jane Crow.
Come in, Mary. You'll never get to the mic. You're a guest. We'll let her out, won't we?
Nice, Bob. You know what? A soldier was just chasing me.
Where's that?
Right down
yes,
there.
I'm sorry. A soldier was just chasing you. Really, you don't seem at all out of breath.
Well, who
said I was running? Hello, Betty.
Hi, Fran. Gee, ain't this great? Just us two girls surrounded by all these handsome men.
Yes, you certainly are completely surrounded by us handsome men.
Of course, there is a loophole on the right flank.
Well, what makes you think these soldiers are so wonderful?
Oh, Bob, they're so strong, so good-looking, so young.
How do I compare with them?
Well, I think your generation had more charm.
Now, just a minute. Hetty Lamar and Madeline Carroll think I'm the best-looking leading man in Hollywood.
Oh, Bob, how can you talk like that?
It's very simple when you're a liar. But just the same, I'm as big and strong as any of these soldiers, and I can hardly wait for my chance to get in the Army.
But, Bob, if the Army takes you, you'll have to march 20 miles a day. That takes muscle.
I got muscle.
You have to stand guard all night. That takes endurance.
I got endurance.
And you can only go out with girls once a week.
I got flat feet. You know, these soldiers really like the girls, don't they?
I'll say. My girlfriend Lil came out here with me, and one soldier grabbed her by one arm, another soldier grabbed her by another arm, and neither one would give her up.
And what happened to Lil?
Oh, nothing much. Except now they call her Venus.
Say, where have you been all evening? Read that line.
Say, where have you been all evening, Betty?
Oh, I've been out to the plantation. That's a nightclub where all the soldiers hang out. And boy, those aviators sure know how to jitterbug.
Why, you're supposed to be America's #1 jitterbug. Don't tell me these aviators dance wilder than you.
Well, Bob, all I know is I was dancing the Susie Q with the second lieutenant, and I had to bail out over Glendale.
Well, how are you getting along with your boyfriend, Skinny Ennis? I hear you two are engaged.
I should say not.
Well, Skinny told me he gave you a ring that he said was very precious.
Well, yeah, he did, Bob. But, gee, when a girl gets engaged, she wants a ring with a diamond in it.
Well, what'd yours have?
A little glass bulb containing an oxygen bubble. You know what Skinny did today, Bob? He made a parachute jump from 2 miles above the field.
Oh, what a reckless thing to do. Didn't the pilot stop him?
Pilot? Oh, Skinny was on a pigeon at the time.
Well, I've had quite a time here myself. I was out looking over some of the planes. I crawled underneath one until my belt got caught in the bomb rack. Then the plane took off with me hanging on, and finally when we got over Hollywood, my belt broke.
See what happened?
One of Bing Crosby's kids ran out in the front yard and yelled, "Quick, get the shotgun, Pop. The stork's bringing him full grown now." By the way, Mary, I was just telling Francis about the wonderful reception I got down there. Did you see that big silver propeller the aviators let me have?
Yeah. Did it leave much of a gas?
Well, I'm very popular with the boys down here. One pilot took me up for a flight this morning. We did spins and turns and loop-the-loop.
Were you scared, Bob?
Scared. 3 of my goose pimples put on parachutes and bailed out.
Gee, when that aviator was going to start the plane, you shouldn't have offered to spin the propeller for him. When it started, you forgot to let go.
Yeah, I went around with the propeller 3,000 revolutions a minute till they managed to shut the motor off. You saw me afterwards. Did I seem dizzy?
I don't know, Bob. They didn't catch it till the middle of the afternoon.
You know, Bob and I were discussing the Army. I think soldiers are divine.
Yes, but I think sailors are better dancers.
Oh, but I think soldiers are much better dates.
No, I think sailors are much more sociable.
No, I think soldiers are much more romantic.
Oh, no, I think sailors are much better kissers.
Where does an alien go to register?
Don't you think the boys down here are nice, Bob? And they're so intelligent. One of the boys was telling me he came down here to Marchfield and got his wings in 5 weeks.
That's nothing, Francis. My uncle stepped down on Hollywood Boulevard and he got his wings in 20 seconds.
Oh, I meant to ask you, Bob, why did you leave the field so suddenly?
Oh, I guess it was just my imagination. While I was standing there, I began to think of those planes as big birds, and suddenly all those big birds seemed to be coming right at me.
Gee, you'll never get over those years in Baltimore, will you?
I needed a sweater for one of the pilots down here, but I forgot to put any sleeves or armholes in it. He wore it yesterday, and now he's in the hospital.
He's in the hospital? What happened to him?
He tried to salute an officer, broke his arm. Wouldn't you like to be a flyer, Bob?
Oh, I tried to become a flyer at Pensacola, but I was washed out. And I tried to become a flyer at Randolph Field, but I was washed out. Then I tried to become a flyer at Kelly Field, but I was washed out.
Sounds like the case history of a drift.
I suppose I could get some. He throws it away, doesn't he? I suppose I could get some sort of job, though. They need a new bugler here.
What does the bugler do?
Every morning at 6 he blows reveille.
What happened to the old bugler?
Oh, this morning at 6:07 he was strangled between Revel and Lee. Say, Francis, did you attend that informal lunch I gave out at the airfield today?
Yes, Bob, and I thought that lunch was a little too informal.
What was wrong?
Well, I heard one of the officers say, you're the only visitor to March Field to ever stick a baloney in a propeller and yell, grab some as it comes your way.
I didn't know that propeller was so powerful. People were fed as far away as Pomona. But you've got to admit, I gave you girls quite a treat bringing you down here.
Yeah, it's almost like getting our salaries.
Well, haven't you girls been getting your salaries regularly? Well, I'll take care of that right away.
Gee, thanks, Bob. Look, Betty, Bob gave me 10 $1,000 bills.
And here's yours, Betty.
Gee, all the salary you owe me, $5,000 in $100 bills with a bonus of $500 extra.
Think anybody believes this?
I wonder how a fellow with a lot of money feels when he has to go to the Army, Bob.
Well, should we do a number in here for now? And then we'll come back and do the rest of it, shall we? You want to do another? We're talking a lot, you know. What would you like? Would you like to hear a number right in here, huh? Let's break it up. Let's have one number, then we'll come back and do the rest of this. No kidding. What are you going to play, old boy? A train? What? Another number while I get my breath. Why do I knock my... Archie, come. Come, Archie. Oh, yeah, we have to do that. Stand by, Frank. I'm in great shape. Really, embalmers are starting to smile. Well, where we go now? I wonder how a fellow
with a lot of money feels when he has to go to the Army, Bob.
Well, suppose we show our audience how that would be. First, we show them how a rich kid, then how a tough kid reacts when they find out they're drafted. First, Francis and I will play the rich kid and his girl. Skim the music. I say, Jeeves.
Yes, Master Reginald.
I have just received a communication from my local draft board.
Indeed, sir. Are you going to read it?
Oh, of course not. We haven't even been introduced.
Perhaps you ought to read it, sir. It might prove amusing.
All right. They say I'm to join the Army at once, and if I refuse, I may be clapped into the clink. Collapsed into the clink? What does that mean, Jeeves?
I'm sure I don't know. Why don't you ask your father?
How can I ask Father? He's just been jammed into the jug. Let's see what else it says. Kindly report to your draft camp on February 2nd. Why, I shan't think of going. I'll be dashed if I'll attend.
What's wrong, sir?
Why, just look at the invitation. No raised lettering. Oh, but I have nothing to worry about, Jeeves, except that joke. Grandfather. Jives. Grandfather is very influential. Both of you. Grandfather is very influential, and he said they can't take me. He absolutely forbid them to take me.
Oh, by the way, sir, where is your grandfather? I haven't seen him for days.
Camp Roberts, private, first class. You know, I knew I might have to go, Jives.
Yes, master?
Am I completely packed?
Yes, master. Everything is tucked in. You look perfectly lovely in your girdle.
Now lace me.
All right. All right, master. I'll lace you. There. How's that?
Oh, no, that's too loose.
I'll make it tighter. How's that?
That's too tight. By Jove, I never thought that I would pass the physical exam, but they took me, monocle and all.
Yes, sir. One might call you Monocle Bill the Soldier. Well, looks like I've lost another week's wages, doesn't it, sir?
Please, Jives, suppress the hilarity. I must get ready. I say, Jives, I wish to journey to my room. Crouch, Jives. That's it. Dear, this pattern you're wearing today is very uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, sir? But I secured it from a peasant named Eugene Autry. He assured me it was quite comfortable.
Well, the joke is on me, Jives. I'm sitting on his guitar. Oh, Don, I'm wearing that new woolen underwear Mother bought me, and it itches. Oh, Jives.
Yes, sir.
Scratch me.
Very good, sir. I'll scratch you.
No, Jives. That's the wrong place. No, that's still the wrong spot. Still wrong, Jives. No, Jives. One more mistake, and I have to take away your navigator's license.
I say, Reginald.
Oh, Francine, old thing. You're just in time. I'm going to join the Army.
Oh, Reginald, how frightfully common of you. Everyone's doing it.
Really? I say, Jives, take a letter to my draft board. Gentlemen, so sorry, old things. Cannot find time for Army this week. May pop in sometime next December, but can only stay for weekends.
Right, sir. What shall I do with this letter?
Burn it. I'm not that much of a dope.
Reginald.
Yes, Francine?
I flew to you the moment I heard the news, dear boy. What regiment will you be in? The Fighting 69?
No, but I believe it's called the Flabby 48.
I never thought you'd pass your physical examinations, what with your pater with a bad heart.
Yes, slicker with a ticker from too much liquor. I dare say I'll make a fairly good soldier. I'm in fair health. How does my face look?
Horrible. Why, the obnoxious-looking smear.
Well, I'm practicing to become a second lieutenant.
So sorry to see you go, Reggie.
That'll do to him down there, don't you? I know, we did one last year. That is only a super yak. All you have to do is say second lieutenant down there and go, whoa!
So sorry to see you go, Reggie, old boy. Do take care.
Oh, I shall, but I shall have a go at them. You know, I've been seething ever since my Japanese gardener threw me in the swimming pool.
Oh, Reginald, my hero. I can just picture you in a soldier's uniform.
Really, and how do you think I look as a soldier?
I don't know, but I better go out and buy some more defense bonds.
Say, old girl, could I have a picture of you to take with me?
Certainly, Reggie. Which one would you like?
May I have my favorite picture, that lovely one of you sneering at a $100,000 bill? And that reminds me, Francine, have you any idea what my remuneration will be in this new position?
Yes, the government will give you a $20 bill and a $1 bill at the end of each month.
A $1 bill?
Yes.
You mean they make them smaller than tens? Dear, it's dreadful being so rich. How am I going to get rid of so much money to draft camp?
Pardon me, sir. Are you very familiar with a game called dice?
No.
You'll get rid of it.
Francine, darling.
Yes, Reginald?
Will you miss me when I'm in the Army?
Frightfully, old boy. You were such a sucker in gin rummy. Tell me, Reggie, are you wearing the socks I knitted for you?
Yes, and they're a wee bit too long.
What do you mean they're too long?
Well, this is the first pair of socks I ever wore that I had to cut armholes in. I didn't want to be cold, Fran, so look at the special pair of pajamas I had made for myself, see, instead of red flannel.
Why, Reggie, pink mink.
Yes, everything. It looks like I'm really going to the army.
You certainly are. Jives,
Yes, miss.
lay out Reginald's water pistol. Reggie, do you think you'll get used to the army fare of beans?
Beans? What are beans?
Oh, they're sort of a brown caviar.
Jives, I want you to pack an extra electric razor.
An extra electric razor?
Yes, in the army, one never knows when one may be called upon to denude a potato. Denude, he says.
Well, I might as well help you finish packing, Reginald. My, what's this, a mask?
No, that's my eye shade. I shall wear it over my eyes so the sunlight won't wake me up when it comes streaming into my tent around 11 a.m.
But, Reginald, I understand the soldiers must get up at 5.
At 5? Dear me, I'll have to force myself to sleep that late in the afternoon.
You know, Reggie, I've always admired your family. You're related to the Society of Vanderbilts, aren't you?
Oops, caught my finger in the trunk. It's bleeding.
Well, don't let it drip. Let's fill your fountain pen.
We're as sharp as a yeast cake tonight. Well, it's almost time to go. I better call a cab. Gee, Jive.
Yes, master.
Hand me the phone.
Very good, sir. Hawkins, hand me the phone.
Very good, sir. Phillips, hand me the phone.
Very good, sir. Hawkins, the phone.
Egad, every time I ask for the phone, it starts a rugby game. Come on, Jives, hand me the phone.
Go jump in the lake, sir.
What?
He's allowed to say that once a day. It's that new union contract. You know, I do hope the Army gives me a comfortable suite of rooms.
But, Reginald, I understand in the Army you live in a tent.
Oh, come. Next thing you'll be telling me I have to share my bath with someone else.
You do?
That's settled. Jives, call up the Army and tell them I'm going to commute.
Reginald, I think that Jives and I will say goodbye to you right now. And, Reginald, when you say goodbye for a long time, it's customary to say goodbye with a kiss.
Oh, no, really, I don't care for Jives that much.
Well, let's finish packing. Are you taking your tennis racket and your golf club?
Oh, yes, and Jives, don't forget to pack in my pinball machine.
Oh, I wouldn't take that, Reginald. A friend of mine took his pinball machine to the camp when he was drafted.
Really? What happened?
The top sergeant tilted him.
Come, let's pack them all in my luggage. That's right. Now, just push the polo ponies aside. There, now, the trunk seems very, very well filled, Francine. I've taken my golf clubs. I've taken 70 suits, my favorite armchair. Everything I might need for is in the trunk. It's rather heavy. I'll ask Jives to carry it. Oh, Jives, where are you?
Oh, guess where else, sir?
And now Mary Jane Croft will show you the same scene, but now it's a boy being drafted from the other side of the track. Hey, Moit.
Yeah, Hoy.
Moit, guess what? I'm in the draft.
Well, you ought to get your money to sew a patch in your pants.
No, I'm in the real draft. Read what it says in this letter I got this morning.
Let me see. Gosh, Hoyman, it says the government put you in 1A.
Yeah, 1A. I got out of kindergarten at last.
No, Hoyman, they're drafting you. You got to go to camp.
Gee, I didn't think they'd take me. When they asked me how much is 2 and 2, I made a mistake and said 4.
Hoyman, 4 is right.
Yeah, that's where I made my mistake.
Gee, Hoyman, so you've been drafted. You have to live in a tent.
Yeah, just as I was beginning to like living in the sewer.
Aw, Hoyman, you know your house ain't a sewer.
Maybe not, but it's the only house in the block that's got running water permanently. Come on over to my house, Moit.
Okay, I'll call on the dispense.
Okay, hurry up and call him the fence. That's it. Hey, Moit, what's that?
It's that gopher. He installed a turnstile.
Moit, well, what do you think of my being drafted?
Well, you ought to be glad, Hoyne. We got to protect this country from the rock-bound coast of Maine to the sun-kissed shores of California.
Yeah. Huh?
We got to protect the rock-bound coast of Maine and the sun-kissed shores of California.
Listen, we got enough trouble right here in the United States. You know, Moit, the government took all my brothers, too.
Yeah, but you're the only one they took for the Army. Do you think your brothers will ever fight against the enemy?
Nah, them Japs will never invade Alcatraz. Gee, Moit, my mom was cute. When she heard I was going away, she baked me a cake.
Your mom baked you a cake when she heard she was going away?
Yeah, and from force of habit, she put in a hacksaw.
Did Does your old man know you're going in the army?
No, not unless he understands the wigwag system.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how it is. You can wave to him in the police lineup, but you can't say nothing.
Hey, what's the cops got your old man for this time?
Oh, he heard about the rubber shortage, so he went out and stole Mrs. Murphy's girdle off the clothesline.
And the cops caught him right away?
Yeah, the dope. He should have worn it on the inside.
Hey, Hyman. What is it, Brother Ivy? Hey, Brother Hyman. Now that you're going in the army and won't have no use for them, can I wear your new slacks?
Sure you can.
Well, make Mom take them off.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Irving, Moit. He's got the brains of a 2-year-old, so he thinks he's better than the rest of the family.
I think the kid's got something. My brother's a little off the beam, too. He got into trouble last night.
He did? What happened to him?
He walked by a bunch of Chinamen. They suspected him of being Japanese.
That's silly. Your brother's eyes don't slant.
They do now. Gee, I bet you're proud you're going to be a soldier, Heim.
Yeah, my whole family's proud of me. Aunt Sophie gave me this beautiful going-away bag.
Oh, where's your Aunt Sophie now?
Oh, she ain't around anymore. The cops caught her in the make company when she was going away with my going-away bag, so they put her away.
You know, Hyman, when you get in the army, they're going to give you one of them real short haircuts.
Haircut?
Yeah, haircut. Don't you ever go to the barber for a haircut?
Nah, I just bite it off when it gets past my nose.
And another thing, Hyman, they'll make you take showers.
Showers?
Yeah, the water squirts at you and you got to rub soap all over you. At least you know what soap is. You use soap, don't you?
Oh, sure, every Halloween.
I should have known you don't use soap for the tip of your nose.
What do you mean?
Well, look, it's trying to get away from you. Gee, Hyman, you look swell in your uniform.
Yeah, but look at these stockings the Army give me. No holes in them.
I guess it's the first time you ever wore stockings without holes.
Yeah, and my big toe is going stir-crazy from the confinement.
Hey, let me see how that gun works.
Did you miss the entire show? You don't mean to tell me you're going to see Red Scout and show animals. Were you here before? No, I want you to understand this. Where are we?
Let me see how that gun works.
Oh, let me see how that gun works? Sure, but be careful. Well, Uncle Louie always wanted cross-ventilation.
Hey, did your Uncle Louie join the Army, too?
Yeah, he's very patriotic since the blackout saved his life.
The blackout saved his life?
Sure, the warden had to turn off the electric chair. Hey, did I tell you my Uncle Ferdinand's a diver now?
Your uncle's a diver? What does he drive for?
No.
What does he dive for? Quail?
No, he works over Hogan's Laundry. Dives for clothes that get stuck in the bottom of the washer.
I think I hear that snooty Mrs. Smith. She's going to open the window and call her son upstairs to practice the violin.
Now come up, Milton, dear, and practice the violin. You know it's a real Stradivarius violin. Milton, come up and practice the violin. It's a very expensive violin. Come up and practice, my dear. Fritz Kreisler would be proud to own such a lovely violin. Milton, dear, come up and practice, or I'll come down and bash in your ugly head with a lousy fiddle.
I moved away. You weren't going to scare me, you know.
Gee, Horn, I bet when you're in the Army, you will never think of poor little me.
Oh, sure. I'll write you every day.
I mean, you know I can't read your handwriting. Looks like a chicken with muddy feet walking across the paper.
Oh, I don't write like that anymore.
You don't?
No, now I use a duck. But before I go, Moidle, I want to give you a picture of me to keep.
You're going to give me a picture of you, Hyman?
Yeah, there. What do you think of it?
Oh, Hyman, I love it. Numbers and all. Gee, Hyman, are you going to nail my picture in your tent?
Nah, Moidle, my brother got in trouble doing that in the last war.
Hyman, how could your brother get in trouble nailing up a picture on the tent?
Well, there was a general stand outside, and the nail was long, the wall was thin, the general was short. I guess I'm all set to go, but I don't know what to do with my pet white mouse.
Why, can't you keep him where you always kept him, Hyman?
Yeah, it's okay when I'm wearing my doily, but in them little army caps, he'd never get any exercise.
Hyman, I'd hate to see you leave me. It's so romantic here. It's nearly spring. Gee, can't you almost smell spring in the air?
Yeah. You can smell spring in the air, and the Moifers are having corned beef again.
Hyman, this will be our last night together before you go away to the army. Let's not go to a movie tonight.
That's right. Let's do something gay, something daring, something exciting. Let's go down to the garage and feel spare tires.
Say, Hyman, just think while you're in the army, you're going to make $21 a month.
$21 a month? Give it to me easy. How much is that in nickels?
How much is $21 in nickels? I can't figure that out. Don't you know I'm a championship dope?
I'll say, oh boy, what a champion dope you are. You're the champ of all dopes. If you want to find out how many nickels is $21, you multiply it by 20. Now, 20 times 21 is 2 and 2 is 1 is 3, and carry the 0. Now, 2 times 2 is 1 times 2 is Hey, Mortal, meet the new champ. Thank you, Mary. Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama.
But this young buckaroo was Yankee through and through. Then Johnny heard our country's call to arms against the staff. And as he marched away, his buddies heard him say,
Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama for the white and blue, my country and you. Goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama just to teach all those Jacks, the Yanks on the staff, a million fighting sons of Uncle Sam, if you please. We'll soon have all those Japs right down on their Japanese. So goodbye, Mama. I'm off to Yokohama for my country, my flag, and Yokohama for my country, my flag, and you. Goodbye, Mama.
Goodbye, Papa. We're off to Yokohama, so long, goodbye.
Start now to practice the common sense precautions. Avoid wet feet, drafts, and watch your throat, because that's where illness often starts.
Gargle with Pepsin antiseptic regularly.
It starts acting instantly to kill germs, even way back in your throat.
It makes short work of millions of the very types of germs that so often increase the misery of colds.
Pay attention to your throat for a few minutes each day, and you may save yourself days,
even weeks,
of misery during the cold season.
Gargle with Pepsodent.
Antiseptic.
Quick. Easy.
Effective.
Way.
To.
Kill.
Germs.
In.
Your.
Throat.
Where.
Serious.
Illness.
Often.
Get.
Up. Bottle.
Tonight.
Oh, no.
Once again, let us browse through the bookshelves.
Here we go again. Another.
Yes, there's nothing like browsing among the great books. The Life of Bob Hope, they got me covered. Ah, there's something good in browsing. Let us read Let us read another chapter from this famous book. During the past month, we've watched little Robert Hope well on his way to becoming a man. Too bad he didn't quite make it. Quite a few years have passed since that eventful day when the stork flew straight to the home of the Hopes and hesitated there a few seconds.
Gee, I hate to do this. It's such a dirty trick.
But the stork finally leaves this bundle of joy on the doorstep, and the laundryman picks it up by mistake. Next day, he delivers Robert to his parents, 6.5 pounds of rough dry, and a nose that got caught in the wringer. And now let's continue tonight's story with this chapter where Robert is born. He's just a few hours old, and his loving father gets his first glimpse at baby Robert and says,
I've been robbed!
But in spite of all this, Robert's parents decide to keep the little bundle of sabotage. Robert's mother spoils the little youngster. She spoils him so much that for the next year, she has to keep him in the icebox. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children hears about this icebox incident and summons Mrs. Hope to its chambers.
Mrs. Hope, I understand you put your little son Robert in the icebox and almost froze him to death.
Gee, I thought that little light would keep him warm.
And so Robert's mother puts him back in the refrigerator. She's trying to make an ice cube out of a little drip. But somehow, he manages to grow up and is sent to school. He's an apt student. And on his first day in the 1A, we find him reciting
C-A-T, cat.
The years pass. Robert studies his lessons diligently, putting the full power of his little mind into his work. And 10 years later, we find Robert Hope addressing an enthusiastic audience and saying,
C-A-T, cat.
Robert, having discovered the female of the species, acts toward his first school sweetheart in his usual gallant fashion.
C-A-T, cat.
Gee, Francis, thank you for helping me finish my homework.
Oh, that's nothing, Bob. Thank you for helping me finish my lunch.
Soon after this, young Robert joins the Boy Scouts. One afternoon, he tries to make a fire by rubbing two sticks together.
No use, Pop. You'll have to collect the insurance some other way.
Growing into a tall, husky boy, Robert becomes somewhat of a bully. When his folks move to a new neighborhood, he immediately picks a fight with one of the smaller children.
Oh, I had enough. Don't hit me again.
Okay, Rat. From now on, stay off this block.
Robert grows older. As a youth, he gets his first glimpse of Skinny Ennis.
Gee, so this is why we give money to the Red Cross.
Now we come to another milestone in Robert's life. He finishes high school. Then comes the night of his high school senior prom, his first real date, his first formal dance. We find him coming home from that dance.
Good night. It was awfully sweet of you to let me take you to the dance.
Yeah, but next time let's take girls.
They usually have a tough time getting girlfriends, but the two lads notice how the girls always fall for a uniform. So Bob and Skinny decide to join the Navy. One day, while they're on board their battleship, they notice the Admiral approaching in a small motorboat.
Hey, look, Skin, I've got this big 16-inch gun pointed right at the Admiral's motorboat.
Hey, careful, Bob. That's dangerous. Aiming that cannon at the Admiral.
Nonsense. This cannon isn't loaded.
They decide to join the Army. The news soon becomes a national headline. Bob Hope and Skinny Ennis join Army. From the Secretary of War comes a telegram of congratulations to Bob and Skinny, which says, Anyway, Bob and Skinny enlist in the Army, and Congress immediately appropriates $28 billion to strengthen the Navy. And now, Robert's father brings him to Marchfield to bid him goodbye. An officer sees this touching scene and says to Robert's father, "Is that your son?" And Robert's father says,
Yes, he's my own little boy, and I'm telling you, Sergeant, it shouldn't happen to a dog.
We now find Robert and Skinny at Marchfield. It is early morning. They're sleeping in their tent. There's a beautiful smile on Bob's face. He's dreaming that Hetty Lamar is tiptoeing up beside him. Now Hetty slips her arms around his neck and murmurs softly in his ear.
Come on, Bob. Time to get up here.
Hetty Lamar, Madeline Carroll, Ann Sheridan.
I'll tickle him. That'll wake him up. I'll touch his face with this feather.
Well, what do you know? Pocahontas.
Try again. Maybe you'll get Sally Rand.
What does that line mean? Say, Skinny, didn't I hear a bugle blowing reveille before? And when they blow reveille, that means you've got to be awake at 6 a.m., doesn't it?
Why, no, Bob, that would be cruel. The Army would think of asking you to wake up at 6 o'clock every single morning. That'd be very inconsiderate. No, sir. They don't care whether you wake up or not at 6.
They don't?
Not at all. But, brother, you better be out there marching at 6:05.
Gee, I hate it when that bugle blows. I always wake up in the middle of a dream.
Yeah, me too. I was dreaming I was hugging Hetty Lamar, and she was telling me what a big, strong man I was, and Madeline Carroll came over, and I was hugging Hetty Lamar and Madeline Carroll at the same time. Then Ann Sheridan came over, and I started hugging all three of them.
Well, what woke you up?
My corpuscle kept nudging me and saying, "This is ridiculous."
Well, you know, I had a horrible nightmare. I dreamed about Lana Turner.
You dreamed about Lana Turner, and you call that a nightmare?
Yeah, because just when I took her into my arms to kiss her, she turned out to be our second lieutenant.
Hey, Bob, it's 6:15 already. Man, it's still dark in this tent, but we better get dressed anyway.
Yeah, I guess I'll pull on my pants. Guess they were your pants, Ken. Gee, getting up so early, I can't get my eyes open. Well, I'll brush my teeth.
Hey, stop, Bob, stop. Ain't that toothbrush you're using? It's me.
Well, why didn't you say something when I spread the pepsodent across your chest?
Man, I thought you would give me a bubble bath.
Gee, this is terrible getting up so early. Say, do you care so much for the Army, Skin?
Oh, sure. I come from a long line of fighting men. My grandpappy Innes was a Confederate general in the Civil War. Why, man, he always believed that one Southerner could lick 10 Yankees single-handed.
Really?
Yep, and I was born, he switched the odds.
Well, you don't look like much of a soldier to me, Skin.
Oh, no? Well, we Southerners are better soldiers than you Northerners.
Listen, Skin, do you think who do you think won the Civil War? The North or the South? I said, who do you think won the Civil War, the North or the South? Come on, there's only one answer.
That's what I don't like about these Yankee quiz programs.
Hey, fellas, come on over to my tent. My mother just sent a sponge cake up to camp.
Well, here we are. Let's see. Where's the sponge cake your mother sent to camp?
Goodness gracious, you can't eat it. It's me.
Let's get back to our tent, Skinsy. There isn't any place to plug my electric saver in. I'll just connect it to this wire here.
Hey, look out there, Bob. There's 10,000 volts running through that wire. It'll give you a terrific shock.
Nonsense. Watch how I do it. Well, don't stand there, Skin. Wipe my footprints off the ceiling.
Okay, but how am I going to get down from there?
See, this Army routine is some life, Skin. All day long I got to peel potatoes. That's all I do is peel potatoes.
What's so bad about that?
What do you mean?
Well, Chuck Scissors got it.
Oh, I love that. Let's start over, huh?
What's so bad about that?
Well, this is all day long I got to peel potatoes. That's all I do is peel potatoes.
What's so bad about that?
What do you mean?
Chuck, you just got to peel them. I got to crawl inside and see where the eyes are staring in the right direction.
You have you have the music to worry about. I have nothing, and I can't read.
Hey, we wouldn't have to do all that if you wouldn't get in trouble, Bob.
Well, I just can't seem to remember that I'm not a civilian anymore. Yesterday at the parade, we were lined up single file with me in front, and the band started playing.
What happened?
That's the first time Company B ever passed the reviewing stand doing the La Conga. Say, Skin, we belong to different regiments. How was it that you marched with my regiment yesterday?
Well, I had to, Bob. When we were getting dressed, you put one leg in my underwear.
Oh, here comes our tough top sergeant.
Attention.
Well, shut my mouth. It is the top sergeant. Well, shut my mouth. Doggone, he took me literally. Hey, why didn't you stop him, Bob? You'll never make much of a soldier.
Well, how about you yesterday when the sergeant said squad's right? What did you do? You went left.
Well, I wanted to follow the rest, Bob, but the wind changed directions. And, man, with my physique, I was in no position to argue.
Well, you're not very strong. What'd you ever join the Army for, anyhow?
Well, I didn't intend to join, but our patriotic corpuscle had been reading about General MacArthur, and he argued the rest of them into it. Gee, Bob, this Army life is doing your shape a lot of good.
You mean I'm taking some fat off?
You sure are, Bob. Well, a few weeks ago, you couldn't tell where your double chins ended and your pot tummy began.
Yeah, now I don't need to bookmark anymore.
Say, why don't you kick about that uniform they gave you, Bob? The pants bag way out the back.
What makes you think they bag out far in the back?
Well, man, it's the first chance I ever saw that you could march in and catch gophers at the same time.
They do bag quite a bit, Skin. Every night when I come home, I have to empty the grass out.
Hey, how'd you make out on target range yesterday, Bob?
Well, Skin, when I first went out, I saw something moving in the bushes, and I took a quick shot at it.
Hit anything?
Yeah, how do you stuff a second lieutenant?
Hey,
I
Bob.
think that's the one we use. Well,
hey, look, Bob, there's the bugle, and it's going to blow reveille again.
Well, what do you expect for $21 a month? Tchaikovsky's Concerto?
that sponge cake gets around, doesn't it? Say, come on, Skin, we better go out and drill.
Gee, I'm getting sick of drilling. I get all tired out carrying a heavy rifle all day.
Well, look what I do, Skin. I just put the rifle down the leg of my pants and forget about it. Watch. Now, see how easy it is when I walk. Well, I can always get a new set of toes.
Yeah, your right foot sure looks funny with only 5 left.
You know, Skinny, we'd have it a lot easier if we joined the Air Corps. Those aviators have a much easier life than ours.
How you figure that?
Well, we march all day and they just sit in an airplane all day.
Yeah, Bob, but calluses are calluses wherever they are.
But I guess it's no use, Skin. I can't become a pilot. I can't stand high altitude.
You're really sensitive to high altitudes, Bob?
Sensitive. Listen, Skin, when I stand on my toes, my nose bleeds. But maybe I'll join the Air Force anyway.
Hey, Bob, don't you need 2 years of college training to get in the Air Force?
What's the difference? I've got 4 years of college training.
Yeah, but all as a freshman.
Well, anyway, you don't have to have any college training anymore. I can still be an aviator.
Oh, you're too pudgy to be an aviator. Just look at that pot tummy.
Wait a minute. What makes you think my tummy is big?
Well, it's the first time I ever saw one, and he's a ground crew.
No matter what you say, Skin, I'm going right over to the Air Corps office and get myself transferred into aviation. Gee, I can just see myself, Skin, leaning nonchalantly out of the cockpit of the B-19 while beautiful girls crowd are all around me trying just to touch my hand.
Gee, Bob, you're flying already.
Come on, Skinny, they're testing men to be aviators this morning. Let's go over to the examining office and see if we can get in. Well, here we are at the medical examiner's office. There's the sentry.
Halt. State your business.
We're going to become aviators.
I suppose you want wings.
Yeah, we want wings. What about it?
Well, get a pair for me. I got relatives in Capistrano.
And I bet they can't lay a cuter egg.
Hey, Bob, when you make cracks like that, ain't you kind of leading with your chin? Say, it's funny. They haven't got a poster outside this office with Uncle Sam pointing.
They got one, Skin, but as soon as he saw us coming, he turned the other way. Come on, let's go in. Oh, look, Skin, there's a girl sitting over there.
What do you tramps want?
Bob, are you sure that's the girl?
It must be. Boulder Dam ain't in California. Pardon me, nurse, but I would like to, I want to become I'd like to,
Just fill out this application, blank.
You gave it a reading. Thanks, nurse. We'd like to join the Air Force. This is my friend, and I'm Bob Hope.
Have you been to Laos?
Stop, Dolly. My name's Skinny Innes. I want to see the doctor.
Sorry, no death certificates issued after 3 o'clock.
Wait a minute. You can't say this. This is my friend, Skinny Innes.
Why don't people look both ways before they cross Hollywood Boulevard?
I resent that talk. Say, are you a nurse?
Yes. Are you a soldier?
Yeah.
Want to change places?
A punchline must come along somewhere. This is awful. Sounds like a Lux show. Well. I look awful certain. I've had enough of this fooling. Listen, nurse, I'm Bob Hope, the radio comedian. I want wings.
Well, keep broadcasting and you'll get them.
Ma'am, I'd like to join the Air Force, too.
What do you want to be? Chief pilot on a yo-yo?
Listen there, madam. Watch out how you talk to me. I'll take drastic measures.
Stand up and say that.
I am standing up.
You're the first walking casualty I ever saw.
Say, why don't you stop arguing with the baby blimp? Listen, we'd like to see Dr. Cologne at once and take our aptitude test. Then a little training, and I'll get him one of those fast new pursuit ships, take off, and just fly it and fly it all over the sky. And the girls would look at me admiringly and say, "Ain't Pilot Bob Hope wonderful?"
And for this, they work nights at Lockheed.
Come on, nurse. I'd like to take the examination to be a pilot. Is the doctor around?
Oh, he's busy right now. He's up in the air.
Flying?
No, he's filling out his income tax.
We will be on a minute, nurse. I'm giving the student a blindfold test. First, I blindfold him, then I put him in this chair. Then I whirl it around. Now, young man, get up and let's see what you can find. He's found a window.
Doctor, there are a couple of applicants here to see you.
Okay, nurse, I'll be with them soon. I'm just finishing a mental examination. Well, sir, I find you perfectly normal, a fine mind, an intelligent brain, and perfectly balanced mentally. Now, have you any questions? Sometimes you are a bit eccentric.
Saloni, you stretch my patient.
Okay.
You stretch it. Oh, boy.
Okay.
Stretch my patient.
Okay. Better have it rethreaded.
Hurry up, Doctor. We're anxious to have you examine us.
Suckers. I'll be right out. I'm in here teaching someone how to fly. Now, listen, Sparrow. I'll show you the correct way to flap your wings.
Professor, you mean to say you know how to fly better than a sparrow?
Of course. Just watch me, Sparrow. I'll jump off this window and flap my wings. Get caught in an air pocket.
The doctor will be right in, and he'll want some of your blood.
Don't look at me when you say that.
Come on, don't be afraid. I'll just take a small sample of your blood now. What was that?
Two of my cough muscles just bailed out.
Now, come on, you two. Get ready for your examination. Take off your shirt.
Okay. Hey, I got my shirt off.
Now, stick out your chest.
There.
Is that your chest, or does the front of your spine have a goose pimple? Hey, now, you. Have you filled out your application, Rudderby?
Yes, here's my application. I'm blacking up my temples. I give it a...
Yes.
Oh, no. I'll give that old Doc Stater a mental taste. Well, Bon, where have you been, Bon? Let's go walk in, Bon. Where are we?
Right there, your application.
That's Sunday, we're blacking up. Yeah, here's my application. My name is Bob Hope, and I want to earn my wings.
You do?
Yeah, why are you surprised?
Listen, brother. From the amount of eggs you've laid, I thought you had wings.
Whoopee, hey, fellas, I got my wings.
Gee, you mean you've completed the whole course here?
Well, what'd you think? I married an angel?
Nurse, where's the doctor?
Oh, look, here comes Psychologist Colonna now.
Low IQ.
Dr. Colonna, Private Ellis would like to be examined.
Ah, yes. Heart. Liver. Pulse. Here's the dollar, nurse.
What for?
Buy some flowers. This man is dead. Now, come, both of you. Stick out your tongue. Too bad. I'm very disappointed in your tongue.
Why, is there anything wrong with our tongues?
No, but the last guy I examined had 3 defense pants stuck on his.
You had a bond on yours.
Now, let's see. First, I'll give you this combined eye test and intelligence test. Read this in the daily paper. If you can read it, your eyes are okay. If you understand it, you have some intelligence.
Okay, here goes. Listen, Spike, you never get away with it, see?
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm holding all the revolvers, Tracy. All I gotta do is pull this trigger and bang. No more Detective Tracy.
Exciting, isn't it?
Come on, get on with the examination.
Oh, you sit down first, and I'll give you the insanity test. That's
brother.
it. Now, I'll tap you on the knee with this little mallet.
Colonna, that's no mallet, that's a sledgehammer.
Nonsense. I'll tap you on the knee, and if your foot comes up, you're all right. Here goes. Oh! Just as I thought. Insane.
Colonna, you make me fly off the handle.
No, you make me fly off the handle. I got a pilot's license.
Just a minute. Are you a real doctor?
Why, of course. I'm Professor Colonna, doctor of medicine and healer of the sick. $2 if you visit me, $3 if I visit you, and for $2.50, I'll meet you at the Palladium.
Yes, doctor?
Nurse?
Yes?
Nurse?
Yes, doctor?
Did you put my instruments in hot water?
Yes.
Well, take them out. I want to shave.
Hey, Doc, how about giving me some attention?
Nurse, what is this? Something left over from the last operation?
Now, wait a minute. I told you before this is Skinny Harris and he wants to fly for the Army.
Sorry, we don't need any carrier pigeons.
Listen there, you.
Well, I got a good mind to wade right into you with both hands swinging.
Now, wait a minute, Skin. Remember, she's a lady. I know it, Bob. Who else should I talk to like this?
Son, you ought to build yourself up. Why don't you tear off the top of a box of Wheaties and send it in?
I tried that, but I can't get the doggone thing off.
Skin, I don't like it here. I think the nurse is an insulting wench, and the doctor's even worse. Colonna, you know you're a dope. Don't talk that way to a petty officer, Hope, or I'll have you thrown in the gow hoot. Who's gow? Gow hoot. Who's gow? I don't care whose gow it is. I'll nook it anyhow. Oh, finish the examination. Well, Hope, I already discovered what's wrong with you, and now I'm going to report it to your commanding officer. You know, he's the B.O. You mean he's the C.O.? B.O. C.O. B.O. C.O. What difference does it make? You got it, ain't you? You drive me to despair. No, you drive me. I don't want to waste the rubber on my tires. Now, Hope, if you want to be an aviator, we've got to make sure you don't get dizzy easily. Now, sit down in the swivel chair. I'll strap you in, and it'll whirl you around. Whirl me around? Cologne, I don't think that'll do any good. I know, but you'd be surprised how much loose change I pick up this way. Now, look, Hope, this machine is my own invention. It's really a phonograph, but you sit down on it. There. Now, I turn it on, and it whirls you around like a phonograph record. There, all set? Now, I'll turn it on. There you are. I hope, just for the fun of it, I'm going to stick in a phonograph needle and see what it does. There.
Oh! Ouch, 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 ouch!
I wonder what it plays on the other side. I don't think you know anything about being a doctor, and I don't think you know anything about flying either. Don't be silly, Hope. I used to spend all my time in an airplane. I always used to be up in the clouds, far away from everyone. I used to say that all the time where no one was near me. Why did you stop, Colonna? Cheaper to buy sense then. Well, I meant to ask you, how do you like your new job here? Well, I love it here. You know, this field is named after my girl, Marge. Colonna, this isn't Marge Field. It's Marge Field. Marge. Pardon me, boys. Here comes the Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Are you a flyer yourself, Colonna? I certainly am a flyer. Well, before I was born, I had 200 hours in the air. Before you were born, you had 200 hours in the air. How is that possible? Very slow start. I'm sorry I started. Let's get on with the examination. Well, now for the eye test. There's the chart on the wall. Now hold this piece of cardboard over your right eye. All right, there. Now keep it there and hold this piece of cardboard over your left eye. That's it. Now, what do you see? Nothing. You need glasses. You should see two pieces of cardboard. All right, now what do I do, Colonna? Keep the two cardboards over your eyes. Take a deep breath. That's it. Take one piece of cardboard away from your eye. There. Peekaboo! Pardon me, Hope. Do you mind if I smoke? No. Good. Give me a cigarette. Wait a minute. Someone stole my cigarette case. Hey, since I've come in this office, not only is my cigarette case gone, but my watch is missing, and my diamond ring is gone, and my wallet is gone. And gee, even the gold fillings of my teeth are missing. I've been a busy little bee, haven't I? I guess I'll listen to your heart with this stethoscope. Well, what do you hear? Have you got mice?
Doctor, Mr. Hope came here for a physical examination. Would you like to take his basal metabolism?
You said?
Would you like to take his basal metabolism?
Is that legal? Come on, Colonna. I want to take my examination to become a pilot. Well, I'll have to examine you, Hope. First, I'll look at your lungs. Open your mouth. Colonna, how do you expect to see my lungs just by looking in my mouth? Oh, I don't do the job the halfway. I go in personally. Give me a boost. Now I'm inside. It's very dark in here. I'm passing your upper palate. Hiya, pal. I'll go down this tunnel. Say, Hope, did you ever swallow a golf ball? Oh, I know, Colonna. I never swallowed a golf ball. Then your heart has nipples. Now, here are your lungs. You get only one. Yeah, I loaned out the other one. Skinny Ennis is going to a dance tonight. Come on, Colonna, get busy on my lungs. Mind if I just sit here and ride up and down for a while? Get out of me before you do an inside loop. Tell me, did you ever do any stunting, Colonna? Of course, Hope. I was a test pilot. I used to dive nose planes. Colonna, nose dive. Dive nose. Nose dive. Dive nose. Nose dive. What difference does it make? It looks ridiculous on you anyhow. I hope I'll give you the colorblind test. How many fingers am I holding up? Colonna, that's not a colorblind test. In my case, it is. My father was an Indian. Colonna, that's a little hard to believe your father was an Indian. Yes, it is, considering my mother was an elephant. Colonna, you have elephant blood in you? I'm certain I have elephant blood in me. What makes you think so? Well, when my brother died, he limped for 3,000 miles before we could get him to lay down. Colonna, this is all very fantastic. This is all very fantastic. If your mother was an elephant, you'd have a little curly tail.
Ever see me in a bathing suit? And now for the last test, Hope, the parachute jump. Here, put on this parachute. That's it. Now, climb to the top of that 200-foot tower. And when you jump off, don't forget to pull the string.
What does that do?
It pulls out your insurance policy.
Wait a minute, Clone. I don't like this parachute. It doesn't look very strong to me.
Nonsense. I sewed those tea bags together myself.
But are you sure it'll hold when I jump off that 200-foot tower?
Certainly. That parachute fabric is so strong it'll never give way. Watch, I'll pull on it. Well, I hope you've got rubber heels.
Shall I make my jump now?
No, first we will test your balance. We'll walk up that 200-foot step ladder and stand on the top step.
Okay. I'm up here.
Fine. Now tell me, Hope, do you like heights?
Sure I like heights.
So do I, and I like Dorothy, too. Now I push the step ladder out from under you, and you stay right in midair. Here goes.
Why, this is wonderful, Cloney. Here I am in midair. Now, how do I get down?
What's that?
How do I get down?
Don't ask me. Ask the writer to get you up there.
Cloney, here I am 200 feet up in the air. Shall I make my parachute jump now?
Yes, jump off. There's absolutely no danger.
Here I come.
Great work, Hope. You struck oil.
That the examinations I passed?
Yes, Hope. You passed all your tests. Now I want to show you how to act in an emergency. Let's get into this training tank. Watch, I'll put it into a tailspin. Now I'll push the rudder to the right, and what happens?
Nothing.
I'll keep the rudder to the left, and what happens?
Nothing.
I pull back the stick hard. What happens?
Nothing.
Embarrassing, isn't it? Now just watch me at the controls, Hope, as I come in for a landing. I'll show you how I go into a left bank. See? Now I'll show you how I go into a right bank. See? And now watch how I go into another bank. Bank of America.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with I Love Louisa. The other night I was talking with a man who had just had the floors in his house completely refinished. In fact, he had just paid the bill. This time we're going to take care of our floors, he told me. We're taking your advice about protecting them regularly with Johnson's Wax. Well, that's advice I give very freely on this program, and you're all welcome to accept it and save yourself expensive refinishing charges. It's really remarkable how much punishment floors will stand when they're given an occasional coat of genuine Johnson's Wax. Besides the money-saving protection, Johnson's Wax offers two other major advantages. First, the glowing beauty it gives to all floors, furniture, and woodwork. And second, the way it saves you work all during the year. Be sure, however, that you get the original and genuine Johnson's Wax, available in paste, liquid, or cream wax form. When house cleaning time comes, a husband does one of two things. One, he goes away someplace. Two, he hangs around and gets in the way. The guy living at 79 Wistful Vista is type number 2, as you'll see when we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Now, McGee, if you're not going to be any more help than this, I wish you'd take the afternoon off. Go to a movie or something.
I might call Billy Mills and go bowling.
Well, why don't you?
I can't. Billy hates bowling.
Well, why don't you go down to the cigar store? You and the other hangers-on down there haven't settled the world situation for a long time.
Ah, those mugs don't know what it's all about. They're too fat to fight and too wise to know anything and too dumb to catch on when I try to explain things to them.
You being the authority, I suppose.
Why not? I read the papers and study military tactics. All them drips do is stand around moaning about their tires.
Say, this tire shortage is certainly going to put the country back on its feet again.
I don't care. I like to walk. Remember last summer, Molly, when I was always planning to pack a lunch and get up early on some Sunday morning and take a long hike out into the country?
Well, I remember you planning it, but you never went.
Yeah. Well, I hate to go away and miss reading the Sunday paper.
Well, you could have taken the Sunday paper with you.
Oh, yeah? I know a guy that carried a Sunday paper 2 miles once. He's been bow-legged ever since.
Well, now, if you're not going to help me with this house cleaning, I wish you'd go out someplace.
Okay.
But now, listen. Comb your hair first.
I just did.
What'd you part it with, a corkscrew?
I'm just different than most good-looking guys, Molly. Instead of curly hair in a straight part, I got straight hair in a curly part. No kidding, Molly. I don't...
Oh.
What's the matter? Hurt your hand?
Oh.
Molly, what's the matter?
McGee, my ring. My engagement ring.
Huh?
It's gone.
Gone? Oh, my gosh. Hey, maybe you took it off to wash your hands or
I
something.
never take it off. Oh, dear. My beautiful engagement ring. It'll break my heart if I lose that now.
Well, where did you see it last?
Right here on my left hand. Oh, dear, if I only...
No, I mean, where were you when
I had it this morning, and I haven't been out of the house. Now, let me see. First, I built a fire here in the fireplace.
Well, maybe you dropped it in the fireplace.
Oh, heavenly days. Scrape the ashes all out and sift them, McGee.
Huh?
I look upstairs, and then you get the vacuum cleaner, and we'll... Oh, dear.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Now, watch where you plant those big... watch where you step, Uppy. We lost a diamond ring around here someplace.
My engagement ring, Abigail. It's missing.
Yeah. Oh, how terrible, my dear. And it was such a dainty little diamond, too.
Well, I tell you, it isn't the ring so much as it is the sentiment, Abigail. I remember the night McGee gave it to me, just like it was yesterday. There he was, kneeling in front of the...
Oh, never mind that. Uppy ain't interested in how...
Oh, but I am, Mr. McGee. Oh, it's simply too romantic. Tell me, my dear, after he put the ring on your finger, did he kiss your hand?
Oh, sure.
I think he was going to, Abigail, but before he had a chance, my father came in with a glass of elderberry wine for each of us and said, "Congratulations, children."
Grand old man, too, your father. Must have waited outside that door for 2 hours and never spilled a drop.
I hope you were married right away, my dears. I never did believe in long engagements.
Neither did McGee. Particularly after we went into vaudeville. You know, we never played a theater more than 3 days.
Oh, good heavens. Were you in the theater?
Oh, why, sure.
Oh, how utterly fascinating. I was an actress once, myself.
Oh, Uppy. I remember you. Didn't you used to have an iron jaw act? Swinging on a rope by your teeth and waving a little American flag? Huh?
Now, please, Mr. McGee, I was never in vaudeville.
Oh.
I played only Shakespearean roles. Juliet, you know.
Oh, we played Joliet, too. Sure, Joliet, and then we went to Kankakee and Decatur.
No. Not Joliet. Juliet, my dear. Oh, what fun. My leading man fell in love with me. Poor dear P. Jarvis.
P. Jarvis?
Yes, his name was John P. Jarvis, but I always called him P. Jarvis.
That was cute. Well, whatever happened to... I don't like to be nosy, Upsy. But...
He went away to make his fortune, but I've never seen him since.
Well, didn't he leave any message when he left, Abigail?
Yes, he left a note saying that someday he would return, and when he did, he... Oh, good heavens. I wonder.
You wonder what?
He said that some night he would return and toss a pebble at my window.
Oh, my.
Do you suppose? Oh, but it couldn't. But still, I must have this investigated at once. Goodbye.
Well, if it was him that came back and threw a rock through her window, that lets you out, McGee.
It lets me out of more than that.
What do you mean?
I mean this diamond ring of yours. I've been afraid. I am afraid. Maybe I walked in my sleep again. And are you sure you had it on this morning?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's a load off my mind. I was afraid I'd got up in the night, swiped your rock, and heaved it through somebody's window. Oh, come on, let's sift the ashes. Get the vacuum cleaner, Molly. We'll get this house going over like it never has. Here, take my coat.
McGee, and how'd you get so dirty?
I've been looking for your diamond ring. I sifted all the ashes out of the fireplace and dumped them in the alley, a grain at a time. Boy, that stuff sure makes you cough.
Well, why didn't you tie a handkerchief over your nose?
I did, and then I had to breathe through my mouth. And that's what made me cough. But your ring wasn't there.
Well, I tell you, it's around someplace. Nothing is really lost till you quit looking for it, you know.
Is that true?
Certainly. Why?
And I lost a couple of kneecaps. Since I started putting on weight, I've quit looking for them. Oh, boy, am I tired.
Well, I certainly appreciate your help, dearie. Now, listen, you take it easy and let me finish the house cleaning. I'll find my ring somewhere.
No, sir. I'm going to turn this house upside down and shake it if I have to. Hand me that carpet sweeper.
All right, darling. Here. And keep a sharp eye out in the corners along the baseboard.
Yeah.
Heavenly days, my left hand feels positively indecent without that ring on it.
Mm-hmm. I know how you feel, Molly. I lost my wristwatch once. And every time anybody'd look at my naked wrist, I'd blush clear up to my elbow.
Listen, dearie, be sure to look under the edges of the rugs, won't you?
Don't worry. Old Eagle Eye McGee is on the job. We'll get you. Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Look out the window.
Huh?
Is there an armored delivery truck out there?
No.
Well, then it can't be the grocery man with my 2 pounds of sugar. Come in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. What you all bundled up in the fur cap and mittens for?
I regret to say that I neglected my business affairs today and yielded to the temptation to go out with a small party of friends.
Oh.
We have been boob sledding.
No. You mean bobsledding.
With the frantic little group of sportsmen I was with, Mrs. McGee, it is boob sledding. They are imbued with the peculiar idea that to see how close one can steer a sled to a moving streetcar is the height of hilarity.
Well, it is kind of fun at that, Latrivia.
Yes, I imagine it would appeal to you too, McGee. You are the type that rocks rowboats and wears ladies' hats at parties.
Why, he does not.
He always wears a lampshade.
Get a much bigger laugh with a lampshade, Latrivia. That kills him.
Thank you. I shall try to remember that the next time. But am I intruding? Were you cleaning house, Mrs. McGee?
Well, yes. And then I lost my diamond engagement ring, Mr. Mayor. So we know it's around here someplace.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I take a look around?
Oh, I'll be glad to have you, Latriv. Go ahead.
Well, I don't see it anywhere.
You couldn't have found a flat car in a phone booth in that length of time.
My eyesight is very penetrating, McGee.
Oh.
In fact, I was quite a student of mesmerism at one time.
What's mesmerism?
Mesmerism. Hypnotism. Like this. Look me in the eye, McGee.
Which one?
Either one.
Oh.
Now relax. You're slowly coming under my dominance. You have no will of your own.
I've been telling him that for years, and I'm no hypnotist.
Please. McGee. All right, McGee. When I snap my fingers, you are completely subject to my orders. There. You see, Mrs. McGee? His mind is a blank. Look at that glassy stare.
That's the way he always looks when he does crossword puzzles. Isn't it, McGee? Isn't it, McGee? McGee! Well, heavenly days, he is hypnotized.
Of course he is. Watch this. McGee, you are an Airedale. A big, brown Airedale. Speak.
Isn't that wonderful? Look at him trying to wag his tail.
No. Get down. Stop jumping up on me. Down, doggy, down. Oh! He bit me in the leg. Let me out of here.
Well, aren't you going down and hypnotize him first?
Oh, he'll come out of it shortly. I don't want to... Here! Get away from me! You brute!
Boy, I sure fooled him, didn't I, Molly?
You fooled me, too. I was about to call the drugstore for some flea powder.
Well, I had to get rid of that guy some way so I could get back to work. Some act, huh?
It was wonderful. It was so realistic. McGee, pull in your tongue and stop that panting.
I can't help it. I'm tired. This carpet sweeper works awful hard.
Well, use the vacuum.
Okay, plug in the cord, will you?
All right.
Thanks.
What's the matter now?
Motor won't start.
McGee, have you been tinkering with it?
Why should I tinker with the vacuum cleaner motor?
I don't know, but have you?
That's a silly question to think that I...
McGee, have you?
Oh, you mean with the vacuum cleaner motor? Yeah, come to think of it, I have. I took it apart to fix it.
Well, couldn't you get it back together again, right?
Ordinarily I could, but I took it apart on my workbench down in the basement, and I already had the lawnmower apart, and I didn't know which parts went back in which.
That's lovely. Well, I'm glad you didn't have my sewing machine down there, too.
I did. But I kept the parts to that separate.
Well, good for you.
Yeah. I didn't want them to get mixed up with the works out of your electric mixer.
What? Heavenly days. Please, McGee, will you stop experimenting with the appliances?
Well, I was just trying to... Something is all. I thought if I fit a couple of little paddles to the mixing machine, I could use it for an outboard motor next summer.
And my sewing machine, what were you trying to make out of that, a pencil sharpener?
No, Hey, I bet you got something there.
Oh.
I'll bet if I attached a razor blade to the bottom of it...
No, please. Go get the carpet sweeper and sweep these rugs. Don't forget, I have a diamond ring laying around here someplace.
Don't worry, I'll find it. I'm the guy...
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Molly. What's cooking, good looking?
I've lost my diamond ring, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, be careful where you step, Harlow. We like mashed carrots, but not in the rug. Am I hot tonight?
Well, gee, that's tough, Molly. Are you sure you lost it around here?
No, absolutely. I always wear it right here on the third finger of my left hand.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see.
Now, what good will it do to look at her hand? You're just hanging around the fairgrounds after the balloon's gone up.
Hey, look at that hand.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing. It's lovely. Why, it's hands like yours that make the best possible advertising for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Oh, my.
And Glow Coat is a beauty treatment for your linoleum, too. Now, I had 20-minute floor facial. Pour out little Glow Coat, spread it around, and presto, in 20 minutes or less, it sparkles with pride and joy.
Harlow, you amaze me.
How so, Joe?
The way you keep up your enthusiasm. For 7 years now and more, you've been whooping and hollering about Johnson's Glow Coat. Don't you ever let down?
What do you mean, let down? After only 7 years? Do you realize how many hundreds of years, BG? Before Glow Coat? How many hundreds of weary years women spent trying to keep their homes clean and bright with bunches of grass and crude brooms and dirty scrub brushes? The aches and pains and toil and... Oh, you wouldn't understand. Well, I hope you find your diamond, Molly.
Thanks, Mr. Scott. He certainly loves his work, doesn't he, dearie?
Yeah, you know what he did? He went down to the Red Cross yesterday and gave him a pint of Glow Coat. He told him it was his life's blood. Well, this ain't finding that diamond, Molly. Move that chair, will you, so I can sleep on it.
All right.
Ain't under there any place.
Oh, dear.
You know what I can't understand is how that ring ever come off your finger. I thought it was on so tight.
Well, it was, but whenever I worry, I lose weight.
Well, what are you worrying about?
Well, wouldn't you worry if you lost a diamond ring?
Yeah, I guess I would at that. Oh, well, I better keep quiet till I find it.
Hello there, kids. Just stopped in to say goodbye.
Why, Mr. Oldtimer, where are you going?
Joining the Navy, daughter. I'm an old salt, full of the old pepper. 8 bells and all's well.
What?
Believe the wheel, the lifebuoy, and the lookout. Lay aft and the topside, all the ship's company. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main. Many a stormy wind shall blow.
Hey. Wait a minute, old-timer.
See?
They won't take you in the Navy. You're too old. Well, you'd lay an awful egg in a crow's nest.
Yes, that's so. Well, by John Paul Jones, Johnny, I got my mind made up to join the Navy, and I'm going to do it. I already told my girl. I says, chicken, I says, get off my arm and make way for an eagle. I says,
But now look, Mr. Oldtimer, you're way, way over the age limit. You can't get in if they won't take you.
Then I'll stow away, daughter. I'll send you a snapshot of me on a destroyer.
You ever get seasick, old-timer?
Oh, good gravy, Johnny. Why'd you have to mention that? Oh, that spoils everything. And I know I'd look cute in a sailor suit, too.
I bet you would, too. Indeed you would. It's the navy blue that makes sailors like you, and it's sailors like you that make the navy blue.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, you know what the Germans are going to do next in Russia? No, says t'other feller.
Well, what's the answer?
Daughter, there's a feller with a little Charlie Chaplin mustache who'd like to know that, too. Well, I'm still going to try and get in the Navy, kids.
The King's Men sing The White Cliffs of Dover.
I'll never forget the people I met braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, the light of hope in their eyes. And though I'm far away, I still can hear them say, thumbs up, for when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, just you wait and see. There'll be love and laughter and joy ever after. Tomorrow, when the world is free, the shepherd will guard his sheep. valley will bloom again, and Johnny will go to sleep in his own little room again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow when the world is free. The stars will be bright and clear, the sky will be blue again, and no one will ever fear, and dreams will come true again. There'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover tomorrow. Just you wait and
Oh, boy. My world. This is the cleanest this house has been since it left the lumberyard. Hey, Molly.
Did you call me, McGee? Every day's look at you perspire.
Why not? I cleaned the whole downstairs, vacuumed all the rugs, and cleaned out all the desk drawers, and emptied the cigar ashes out of all the vases.
Oh, good for you, Jerry. Good for you. But I'll feel terrible if we don't find my ring. You see who that is. I'm going to look around upstairs once more before...
Okay. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, I haven't got time to talk to you now. Mrs. McGee's lost her diamond engagement ring.
Is she engaged?
No, she ain't engaged. She's married.
Well, why hasn't she got a wedding ring?
She has got a wedding ring. She's also got an engagement ring.
I thought she lost it.
She did.
Then she hasn't got it, huh?
I know she hasn't got it, but she had it, and she lost it.
Where?
Look, sis, if we knew where she lost it, we'd go there and find it, wouldn't we?
Maybe she swallowed it. I swallowed a nickel once.
You did? I says you did?
Did what?
You swallowed a nickel.
I know it.
Look, sis, I'm busy. Go on home now and leave me in peace. Come back in the spring and we'll chase butterflies together or something. Go on now, beat it.
Okay, mister.
Well.
But spring won't be here for 6 weeks more.
Who said so?
Well, gee, the groghound saw his shadow yesterday.
Groghound? You mean Uncle Dennis?
No, the groghound, like a little dog, kind of.
Oh, you mean the groundhog?
Sure.
Well, I guess that proves it all right, sis. They say the groundhog is always right.
Gee, do you think so, mister?
Absolutely. Nature gives them little animals the instinct for that kind of stuff like that there, sis. That's how the robins know where to fly down to where it's warm. And how the bears know when to go to sleep for the winter. And how the little moths know when to start munching on your best babies. I guess you never thought of that before, did you, sis?
Sure, I have, I bet you.
Oh, you have, huh?
Sure. But I always kind of laughed it off, mister.
Huh?
Because anybody with the brain of a bumblebee knows that a groundhog is just a stupid little quadruped that wouldn't know February 2nd from National Apple Week. And hardly a proper source for intelligent meteorological forecasting. So long, lunkhead.
Why, that impudent little twerp. One of these days I'm going to lose my patience and play Clap Hands, Here Comes Fibber on the back of her rompers. Now, let me see. I better put that piano back where I got it. Oh, boy, am I wore to a nothing. I got more creaks than a cricket and more pains than a greenhouse. My back is so...
I'm almost ready to give up. And you know, it just breaks my heart. Well, for goodness sakes, how nice everything looks, dearie.
Boy, it ought to look nice. I've lost 7 pounds in weight, 2 inches in height, and a lot of interest in life.
Well,
Now, you just sit down and rest, dearie. You've really worked hard today, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, what good did it do? With your ring still missing? Well, I'll be... Look. What's that?
What's what? What are you staring at?
Your hand. Hey, your finger. Your ring, there it is.
Why, you must be seeing things. My hand is as bare...
No. Your right hand. You got your ring on the other hand.
Well, Oh, McGee, thank you, darling. Thank you for finding it.
What do you mean, finding it? You had it all the time?
Well, if I'm not the worst, now I remember. I put it on the other hand this morning to remind me of something.
Remind you of what?
Never mind. It seems so silly now.
Huh. Well, I want to know. I got a right to know. And I can keep from collapsing just long enough for you to tell me.
This is so ridiculous.
Well, why did you put the ring on the other hand?
Well, it was to remind me to ask you to help me with the house cleaning today.
In bad weather, when the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker come tramping across your kitchen floor with wet and soggy feet, your linoleum needs extra protection. Give it that protection with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and see what a difference it makes in your daily work and in the appearance of your kitchen. As a matter of fact, it's when your floors get this extra punishment that you can see what a wonderful polish glow coat really is. It has a flexible film, which means that it wears evenly without chipping. It has a lasting luster, gives floors sparkling beauty that brings out and preserves the fresh colors of the linoleum. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. Glow Coat is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. But for Glow Coat results, be sure you get the one and only Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I made up my mind I'm going to quit joking about not using our car so much. You know, this is a serious business. I think our support of these wartime restrictions ought to be absolutely...
tireless.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, honey.
The War Department has just announced new revised regulations for training aviation cadets. Under these new rules, men between 18 and 26, married or single, with or without college education, are now eligible for the Army Air Corps. More than 2 million more men may now join this exciting branch of the service and play an important part in America's all-out victory program. How to join? See your local Army recruiting station immediately. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Run the trail of the Black Arrow! Oh, Silver!
The small fire in the Lone Ranger's camp in the woods had burned to glowing embers when the masked man wakened. He was unable to decide for the moment the reason for his waking. Then he noticed that Tonto had roused too, and though motionless, was keenly alert.
That's Silver's warning, Tonto. Someone is nearby.
Me no. Me listen. Me not hear sound.
I don't hear anything.
Not even cricket. And that bad sign. Cricket. Katy did stop sound when man come near.
Slipped from his blankets, and with typical cunning, squirmed along the ground toward a thicket. And suddenly he leaped to his feet and charged.
Got him!
Look out! Don't shoot!
You watch for others.
Good work, Tonto.
You're busting my neck the way you hold me. Go
I
easy till I
hold you
speak.
tight.
I'm ready for anyone else.
I'm alone, mister. Tell this redskin that my neck breaks easy, will you? Stop dragging me. I'll come.
Me got this feller.
Don't be too rough until we find out who he is.
I'm a friend. I don't mean no harm.
All right, let him go, Tonto. He won't get away now.
My sakes alive. I'm most stove in from the way Tonto tackled me.
You'd better have a good reason for sneaking up this way. What do you want?
You, that's all.
Go on.
Dad Ratted, I didn't mean no harm. I was only trying to get close enough to see if you was wearing a ring on your finger.
A ring? What do you know about a ring?
I was told to be careful and to make no mistake. And if you didn't have a ring, I was to sneak away again. Fine chance I'd have to get away. Does that Injun have eyes in the dark?
Who sent you here?
Now, that don't enter into it at all. You're the Lone Ranger, you wouldn't be wearing the ring. I can see it now in what light there is. What's more, no one but Tonto could have took me like I was tooken. I'm satisfied that you're the right party.
Get to the point.
I will. Just tell Tonto not to treat my poor neck like it was a pump handle. All I'm to do is to make sure you wear the ring that you didn't get the chance to return to a certain party. And then hand you this here letter.
A letter? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Here it is.
When did you get this?
A couple hours back.
In town?
That's right.
How did you know where to find us?
Now, look at here. I can't answer a lot of questions. I was
How did you find us?
I'll tell. She rode with me to the edge of the woods, then told me to follow her trail till I see the light of your campfire, which I done. She left and rid off toward the north.
Get some more wood on the fire, Tonto. Light enough to read.
I'll give you a hand.
Tonto, sorry about your neck.
Oh, that's all right. Under reason, I reckon I'll have something to brag about to the boys when I tell them that the partner of the Lone Ranger like to tie a knot in me. I'd sure shootin' hate to have you really mad at me.
That brush make quick firelight.
That's enough, Tonto. I can read. This, good friend, is the most dangerous task you've ever had. An army may depend on your success.
Headquarters of the Legion of the Black Arrow is somewhere in the woods south of Powder River. Woods are very large. There are hills and valleys. Colonel Moffat's troops are heading
Now we'll enter the woods. An ambush is planned. Colonel Moffat's troops? Ambush? Tonto.
What we do?
Break camp at once. We're through with rest and sleep. We've got to ride again and faster than ever before.
Great day in the morning.
Here, Silver. Steady, boy. Steady. Steady there while we saddle up.
What can I do to help?
Roll up that blanket and hand it here.
Sure thing.
Tonto, leave the canteens aside. We'll empty them on our fire.
Here's the blanket.
Thanks.
Now,
1 minute. You said you saw the light of our fire. That fire was mighty well concealed. What kind of eyes do you have?
Well, I didn't exactly see it. The girl gave me pretty definite instructions. I know this wood, you see, and she said you'd be near Overhang Rock.
She certainly is well informed. Ready, Tonto?
All but fire. Put it out?
Yes. And then we'll ride.
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto left the camp, the man who had brought them the girl's message watched and listened until he could no longer hear the hoofbeats of the horses. And he started back to town on the aged horse he had left at the edge of the woods. He saw a figure on horseback in front of him. He noticed that it was the girl.
I circled back after I left you, Amos. I wanted to be sure you delivered the letter.
I sure did, ma'am. Now, if there's anything else I can do, you just name it.
Did the man you gave it to have the ring on his finger?
Yeah, he's well on his way by this time.
Oh, good. Thanks a lot.
Cracky, miss, don't thank me. I'm the one to thank you. Wait till I tell the colonel that I met up with the Lone Ranger. Last time I see him, he was telling me about that masked man.
The colonel?
Uh-huh. He's a sort of distant relative of mine. Third cousin or something of the sort.
I'll ride back to town with you, Amos. I thought I'd better meet you and make sure you deliver the message.
I can hardly wait till the day after tomorrow when the colonel gets to town.
That'll be nice.
Yep. Had a letter from him last week. He said it was coming by stage. It's been a long time since we've seen one another. Fact is, it's been 5 years when I left his cavalry on account of getting on in years.
Is he still in the cavalry?
Sure is. Fine soldier, too. Reckon they don't make him no finer. Give him another 5 years and he'll make the name of Moffat mean something in the West.
What's that?
Huh? Why I was stopping.
What did you say the colonel's name was?
Colonel Moffat. Why? You heard of him?
Isn't he with his troops north of Powder River?
No. The troopers are there, but the captain's in charge. The colonel's been east on some special business.
Oh.
Why, what's the trouble, miss?
Are you sure the colonel has been east?
Sure, I'm sure. What about it?
Oh, listen to me. You said you'd been a soldier.
I was. I was a good one, too, if I do say so myself.
Then you've got to help me further. The army needs you again.
Huh?
There's a big woods between here and Powder River.
I know that woods. It's big and sprawling over mountains and valleys.
A huge gang is there, waiting to ambush Colonel Moffat's men.
You don't say. Why, the ornery coyotes. Moffat's men, you say?
Yes. They're going to come through the woods to get here. This is to be their new station.
Cracky, I didn't know that.
The letter you took to the Lone Ranger told about the ambush. The Lone Ranger is riding to warn Colonel Moffat. But you say a captain is in command now.
Sure, that's right.
The colonel would know the Lone Ranger. He'd listen to him, believe what the Lone Ranger said.
Sure he would.
He is in command. This captain may not know the Lone Ranger. He might think the mask means outlaw. He might put the Lone Ranger under arrest. If the Lone Ranger can't convince the captain that there is a trap in the woods, the whole detachment might be wiped out.
Jumping Juniper. We got to do something about that. Just you say what, and I'll do it.
You've got to ride. Ride hard and long and try to overtake the Lone Ranger.
Overtake him?
Hopeless though it seems, you've got to try. If you can't overtake him, you'll have to keep going until you meet the troops. Tell the captain... Oh, wait. There's one thing. The ring.
The ring? You mean the one the Lone Ranger's got on his finger?
Yes. Get word to the Lone Ranger. Tell him to open the ring. Remember that. Open the ring.
I'll do it. I'll start right now. It'll take till tomorrow night to reach the woods, and I'll make my way through in the dark. Get to Powder River, and then shove on till I find the army camp. I'll get what grub I need as I go along.
Remember the message, Amos. Open the ring.
I will. Go on there. Get up there.
Amos pushed his horse to the limit. For long hours he rode steadily through the night. At dawn he paused briefly, let the horse drink and graze for a minimum of time, then once more pressed ahead. By nightfall, the exhausted man and horse had reached the vast stretch of woods near Powder River.
Now we're in for hard travel, old horse. Got to go due north by instinct and what little we see of the stars. Get along, boy. If we got luck on our side, we'll be at the Powder River by sunup.
An hour and then another passed, while horse and rider continued through the trees. Low branches slapped at Amos' face, and rough bark raked the horse's sides. It was almost midnight, and the center of the forest had been reached. Then suddenly...
Wait up there! Stop! We want you! Hold up when we drop you! Stop until we know you!
Hey, easy there! Don't you hurt my horse!
Take him out of that saddle! Take him off, boys! Hold him down!
Hey, this is just an ordinary kind.
Sure, that's all I am. Let me go. I don't mean no trouble.
Where are you going?
North of the Powder River.
For what?
Look, mister, I didn't do anything. I don't know who you are, but if you think I'm an outlaw, you can search me.
Why are you riding north at this time of the night? What's your name, anyhow?
Amos. I'm riding north to... And to meet my friend.
Take him to the headquarters.
Please let me go.
Slade, the headquarters a long ways off. Yeah, that's right. We gotta stick around here. Rope him to a tree. That'll keep him for time.
No, don't do that. I gotta get north.
Shut up. You're lucky to be alive. Rope him. Right.
Tightly tied to the large trunk of a great tree, Amos could see the vague figures of the men who moved in the midnight darkness of the woods. He knew there were a lot of them, but there was no way to count the exact number. His spirit sank to low ebb. He had failed in his all-important mission. The words of the girl echoed in his ears.
Tell him to open the ring. Tell him to open the ring.
Can't tell him. Can't help now. They'll be licked. The army. My army will be licked.
The whole detachment may be wiped out. Tell him to open the ring. Open the ring.
And I failed them. Maybe they've got the Lone Ranger a prisoner, too.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto continued through the woods.
Blackest part of woods behind us now.
Hope those outlaws are behind us.
That's what Tonto think.
Do you, Kimosabe?
Long time back, we ride in wide circle.
That was when you told me not to speak and had our horses travel very slowly.
And that's where Tonto think outlaw wait.
Tonto, look ahead of us.
Oh, that's good. That's where woods come to end.
Powder River.
That right?
Another few seconds and we'll be out of the woods.
And then we cross river.
Then, Kimosabe, we can really travel.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The masked man and Tonto reached the river and splashed into the water. The stream was shallow, and in a moment the hoofs of Scout and Silver clattered on the dry bank, the north bank of Powder River. Ahead the land was level, free of trees, and lighted by the moon. The Lone Ranger cried out, "Come on, Silver! Get him up, Scout!" Both horses leaped ahead. They seemed joyous that the woods had been left behind. Mile after mile the mighty Silver paced the sturdy Scout. The moon sank and the darkness grew more dense. Again the hearty voice rang out, "Come on, Silver!" Then the first gray light of dawn. It grew, and then a reddish hue came from the east to paint the land ahead. On through the dawn the horses ran. Then far ahead, just as the sun's rim showed a tiny arc above the horizon, the faint notes of a bugle sounded above the clatter of the horses' hoofs.
The army, Tonto! There it is! Steady, Silver, steady, boys.
Scout, hold, fella, hold.
Halt! Who goes there? A friend. I want to speak to your commandant.
You're a mask.
Yes, will you summon the commandant?
Very well. Corporal of the Guard. Corporal of the Guard.
Steady, boy. Our horse is very tired, Tonto.
Them make plenty long run.
They've earned a rest, and they're going to get it.
Maybe Army goes south right away.
That's all right. We'll not have to go with it. As long as we inform the colonel of the situation south of here, he'll take matters in hand. He went into the woods unaware of the danger. Well, he might be overpowered. If those outlaws don't have the advantage of surprise, the Army will have the situation in hand from the start.
Not many soldiers here, Kimosabe. And plenty outlaw in woods.
Odds mean nothing to the Army, Tonto. As soon as we've seen Colonel Moffat, we'll find a place to camp.
The Corporal of the Guard will tell Captain Blake about you.
But I want to see Colonel Moffat.
He hasn't been here in weeks.
Hasn't been here?
Captain Blake is in command. And he doesn't like masked men.
Captain Blake joined the sentry at the Army camp, and with a deep frown on his face, studied the Lone Ranger.
What, sir, is the meaning of this? You come here masked.
I came to speak to Colonel Moffat. I understood he was in command.
He has been away for some time.
You're Captain Blake?
I am.
If the Colonel were here, he would know who I am.
I propose to find out who you are. Please remove that mask.
Now, just a moment, Captain Blake. You wouldn't have any idea who I am by seeing my face.
No? Well,
I don't expect that my efforts in this part of the country have made you familiar with the expression, The Lone Ranger?
I've been here but a short time. I'm from Ohio. I must insist that you unmask, sir, and account for the wearing of that mask.
Captain,
This part of the country has been placed under what amounts to martial law.
Tonto and I have been traveling hard to bring a message to you, to your men.
I said, sir, unmask. Do so at once or I'll have it done for you.
Just a moment, Captain. You're traveling south. You're going to the woods south of Powder River.
You know a great deal about Army maneuvers. Too much, I would say.
Captain, have you heard of a powerful gang of outlaws around here?
So you seek further information?
I do nothing of the sort. I'm trying to give you information.
False.
The truth. The woods south of Powder River hold an army of outlaws. More of them than you have soldiers. They know you're coming. They're waiting for you.
Indeed.
Yes.
This is probably the poorest effort and strategy I've ever seen. Naturally, the outlaws don't want the army to take over control south of the river. The bandits down there have had things their own way. They don't want us there. So you come here. You expect me to believe you despite that mask. You tell of the size of the outlaw army in the woods. And I dare say you expect me to remain here rather than go and confront those outlaws.
Captain Blake, I'm trying in every way I know to state the situation to you.
What would you suggest, sir?
That you start now, at once. Get through the woods in daylight. And be prepared to fight.
Thank you for the suggestion. My information, however, is different. Therefore, I will proceed along the lines originally planned.
And break camp tonight?
Yes, I have no apprehension of going through the woods in darkness. I've been informed that the men we seek are beyond the woods. If I follow your suggestion, we'll come out of the woods in the south at night. And that is where we expect to meet our opposition.
What can I do to convince you I'm not in league with those outlaws?
You can't convince me.
Oh,
Place this man under arrest.
Yes, sir. You stand back.
So?
I'm not going to be placed under arrest.
Fast draw. 2 guns, huh? Well, that serves to verify my suspicions. If you were what you claim, a friend of the army, you'd be quite willing to submit to arrest, unmasking, and investigation.
Captain, there are reasons you can't possibly understand why I cannot be unmasked.
I'll signal.
That'll bring men.
If I'd been the outlaw you accused me of being, I'd never let your guard fire that signal.
You can't escape. Fire your guns or you'll be riddled with bullets. Turn from here to ride and we'll bring you down.
Blake, I've got to do this, much as I hate to. I'm leaving, and you're coming with me.
You can't
watch those others, Tonto.
You watch them. Unhand me. Let me go.
I'm sorry. Up you go. You're riding on Silver with me. Steady, boy. Hip.
Let him go or I'll fire.
Fire and you'll hit your captain.
Hold your fire. Don't shoot the captain.
You'll hang for this.
You'll change your mind about that. Tonto, our horses are tired, but they've got to do it. Get going.
Get him up. Away! Mount up. Bring the horses. He's got the captain. Hurry up. He's making for the south.
In a few seconds after the Lone Ranger dashed away with the captain, the troopers were in their saddles, racing in pursuit.
That white horse can't hold the pace for long, carrying double like that. Keep him in sight.
Silver, already exhausted, called forth reserve strength from his great heart to obey the command of his master. This was no ordinary incident for the Lone Ranger. It was the climax of all his efforts of the past.
Come on, Silver. Show them your silver heels.
The masked man felt the ultimate defeat of the whole legion of the Black Arrow. The terrorist band of outlaws, plotters against the flag, depended on the next few hours. He was ready, even glad, to offer his own life if by so doing he could smash the menacing organization that threatened the very foundation of a nation.
Blake, when we ride, you've got to listen. There was no other way than this.
You'll hang for this if my men don't shoot you.
My life doesn't matter. The life of your troopers is what counts. They must not be massacred. They must carry on.
They'll carry on long after they dispose of you.
Well, the river is just ahead. On the far side, I'm going to let you to the ground.
You'd better.
But not until we've penetrated the woods a little way. Far enough to prove to you that I have told the truth. Otto!
Now, what you want, Kimasabi?
You've got to stay with the captain. I'm going on alone.
Aye, you stay. Tonto, go on.
No, follow orders, Kimasabi.
The river.
We'll cross. Just a little deeper into the woods, Captain. I'll leave you in Tonto.
My men will overtake you in a minute.
They won't need to. Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. Now, down you go. Take over, Tonto.
No. Tonto got gun on Captain.
Blake, I'm going on ahead. Those outlaws want me just as badly as they want you and your troopers. I think they're not far ahead of us. Perhaps when they open fire on me, you'll believe what I told you. That this is where your danger exists.
I'll see
you. Stay here.
Adios, Tonto.
Let me join you by and by.
Come on, Silver. This is the last effort, Silver, old boy. I know you're tired, but so am I. But that doesn't matter now. Only we can draw enough gunfire to show the troopers where those killers are. Only the first shots don't get us.
that Indian under arrest. Let me take a horse.
Here, sir, I brought your own.
Search these woods for that masked man. Spread out.
No, not spread out. Go on. Find outlaw.
We'll find the outlaws beyond the woods.
You hear?
One shot. Fired by the masked man to lure us on. He's desperately anxious to have us go on through the woods now and arrive at the other side after dark.
Firing again.
Outlaw there.
Lay it out, men. Close in on him.
All those shots, not one man.
There does seem to be a lot of shooting.
Now, wait. One of those reports are rifles. The masked man had no rifle with him.
Do you think he was telling the truth, sir?
Let me listen.
Did you hear that, sir? Someone called out.
Now, wait, let me listen. Someone said, get the Lone Ranger.
Black Arrow, pay handsome to the man that drilled him.
The Black Arrow? Pay handsome?
I heard that.
Behind them trees. Get him up
He was right. Man, listen to me. The Black Arrow's ahead of us. Hear that? The Black Arrow.
Them got more men than you have here.
Oh, man, what of that? We're soldiers. We're fighters. Come on, let's go get them.
At last the captain believed. He led his men, saber flashing in the sun as it glinted through the trees, pistol in the other hand, barking at the first of the outlaws who came before his sight. Trained soldiers, experts at grim battle, charged the scattered outlaws who were taken by surprise. Gunfire that was devastating lashed at the Black Arrow. The outlaws were gripped by stark panic when they faced the army. Their shots were wild, erratic. Some tried to flee without success. Others sought the protection of trees. The well-trained horses of the troopers leaped over obstacles, dodged around the underbrush, and kept a line of fire on every man. And through it all, one man yelled triumphantly.
Atta boys! That's the fighting spirit! That's the way we always done it! Cut them down! Wipe them out! That's doing it! Show them what the army men are like when they get fighting mad! You too, Lone Ranger! They'll get what's coming to them!
He was lashed to a tree, but feared none of the wildly flying bullets. He saw the army, his army, fighting as never before. Then the fight was over.
I'll cut the ropes, Amos. How did you get here?
The polecats catched me. I was trying to get to you.
There now. Rub your wrist.
Oh, me? I'm all right. Did the troopers get them all?
They're tying the prisoners now.
Golly, I wanted to tell you about Colonel Moffat. When the girl heard that he wasn't in command, she sent me after you. It was about the ring.
The ring?
She thought you might have trouble convincing the captain in command that he was to believe what you said. But you didn't have no trouble, I guess. You fetched him here all right.
Yes, I brought them here.
I'm glad you did.
What about the ring?
She says to tell you to open the ring.
Open the ring?
Just that. That's what she says. That and nothing more. Open the ring.
I didn't know it could be opened. In fact, I've hardly had a chance to examine it closely.
Kimasabi, everything all right now?
Tonto, this ring is supposed to open in some... Oh, there it is. There's a secret compartment here.
Now, what do you know?
Tonto, this explains one thing more about the girl. Where's Captain Blake?
Let him come.
Captain Blake.
So they call you the Lone Ranger. Now, sir, I understand what that means.
I'm sorry for the way I had to take matters in hand.
Sorry, man alive. I'm proud to have been taken in hand.
Look, I didn't realize it, but I had this with me all the time.
What's that?
Very small bit of thin paper on which is written a message. You see, this message will assure anyone who sees it that the bear is acting at the personal request
The president. Is this your ring?
It wasn't mine, but, well, I was told to wear it.
Now we go make camp, huh?
Yes, Tonto. The army will take care of the prisoners. See, Silver. Your permission, Captain, we'll leave.
That's all right.
I'll go back to town with my old regiment and tell the girl that everything's all right.
I don't think you'll see her to tell her, Amos.
You don't think I'll see her?
I think she'll drop out of sight until she's needed again.
Good luck, Lone Ranger. Adios.
Adios. Ready, Tonto?
Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Well, Silver.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Any Bonds Today, starring Henry Fonda on the transcribed program of the United States Treasury Department. By the way, have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today? We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today.
Some 78 years ago, an incident occurred which became one of America's milestones. An incident that is a disputed chapter in history because no one can say without contradiction when and where and how it happened. We give you our story of that incident the way we believe it may have occurred. Starring Henry Fonda with Bill Adams and John Brown, we present The Man from Cemetery Ridge, written for the Treasury Department by D.H. Johnson. Music by the Treasury Department Orchestra and Chorus. This is the 18th of November, 1863. An autumn afternoon in a peaceful valley of northern Maryland. It is a mild, still day. The smoky sun gleams low on harvest stubble and grazing herds. And there is no suggestion of the bitter strife that has raged for more than 2.5 years. No hint of the war until a bustling little locomotive thrusts the towering cone of its smokestack around a bend in the valley and chuffs importantly northward toward the hills of Pennsylvania. The cars behind it draped with flags and filled with men in the blue of the Northern Army. But not all are in uniform. Here in the last car, watching the passing gold and russet land from the windows of a private compartment, are 2 men in civilian garb. One is Abraham Lincoln. The other, younger man, his trusted personal aide, John Hay. Lincoln's eyes are somber, and his voice is weary as he says,
John, I'm worried. The war, sir? The war is more than a worry, John. This is another matter. I'm afraid I'm going to cut a mighty sorry figure up there tomorrow.
I wouldn't say that, Mr. Lincoln.
You're too loyal, John. I might as well face the facts. Any words of mine are going to sound mighty shoddy after Mr. Everett's speech. Have you read what he's going to say?
No, sir. I know he sent you a copy.
I have it here. It's a beautiful piece of writing.
Why not? They gave him 3 months to write it. They let you know 2 weeks ago as an afterthought, with a message to Congress to prepare a war going on.
That doesn't matter, John. I fear I couldn't have done this well if I'd have had 2 years. Let me read you a little of this. Oration to be delivered by the Honorable Edward Everett at the dedication of a National Soldiers Cemetery at Gettysburg, November. Here's the beginning. Overlooking these broad fields, now reposing from the labors of the waning year, the mighty Alleghanies dimly towering toward us, the graves of our brethren beneath our feet, it is with hesitation that I raise my poor voice to break the eloquent silence of God and nature. Now, that's magnificent oratory, John.
I'll grant that. Mr. Everett is the greatest speaker alive. How long will he talk, sir?
About 2 hours, I reckon. And then they'll call on me for the dedication. I'll make some stumbling, inane remark.
Mr. Lincoln.
Well, that's what a lot of folks say about my speeches, John. Looks like they'll have more cause than ever hearing me after Mr. Everett.
It doesn't matter what they say.
But it does. Not to me. I'm thinking of some of the folks who'll be there. Mothers and fathers and wives of men who died at Gettysburg. A lot of them blame me for the war. And when they hear me, well, they'll lose what little faith they have left in the Republic. If I could only think of the right thing to say.
May I make a suggestion, sir?
Why, of course, John.
Could you describe the battle, sir? I mean, as it might have seemed to a soldier who took part in it.
I know very little of how battles seem to soldiers, John.
My few weeks in the Black Hawk War...
But you might talk to someone who was there, sir.
Who?
The train's full of soldiers, Mr. Lincoln. There must be some who saw action at Gettysburg.
Yes. I reckon it might not do any harm at that.
I'll go through the train and find someone at once, sir. I'll send him in. Oh, by the way.
Yes, John?
I have a letter for you in my dispatch case in the next car. It arrived just as we left the White House. I'll bring it when I come back.
Very well, John. Yes, come in.
Private Williams reporting, sir.
Williams?
I was asked to tell you about Gettysburg, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. You were sent... Say, wait a minute. You're Tom Williams.
Yes, sir.
From Springfield.
I wasn't sure you'd remember me, sir.
Well, I might not recognize you, Tom, the way you filled out, but I certainly remember you. A few years back, you were the noisiest boy in Springfield.
Reckon I was.
The way you used to run up and down in front of my house dragging a stick against the pickets and yelling outside my law office when I was studying up on a case.
I'm mighty sorry if I used to bother you, Mr. Lincoln. I reckon I just like to make a lot of racket.
Yeah, well, most boys do, Tom. Yeah, so you were in Gettysburg, eh? I imagine you got enough racket there.
It wasn't mighty noisy, sir. Awful quiet, too.
Noisy and quiet?
Sometimes it was like being in a terrible storm with cannon for thunder and musket balls instead of rain. And sometimes it was so still you could hear your own breathing and the blood pounding in your ears.
I didn't know that.
First time it was so awful quiet was the morning of the third day. My company was behind a stone wall on Cemetery Ridge. We could see the Rebs over on the next ridge about a mile away getting ready for something. But hours and hours went by and it didn't happen. It kept getting quieter and quieter and scarier like.
Scarier?
I ain't told nobody but you, sir, but I was mighty scared.
I reckon it takes a brave man to admit that, Tom.
Then, about noon, the artillery opened up and it got good and noisy again. I wasn't scared no more. Then they started their advance and the guns stopped. They couldn't fire for fear of dropping shells on their own men, and we was waiting for them to get closer. 15,000 of them marching toward us across the valley, and not a sound. I got awful scared then.
What was it, Tom? A fear of dying?
No, sir. It wasn't that scared me. It's an awful thing to say to the president of a country, sir, but you're my friend.
You can tell me, Tom.
What scared me was watching them men come on. They was marching right into death, and they knew it. But they didn't even break step. You got to have something to do that. You got to believe in something. You got to think you're right.
They're brave men, Tom. And they do believe they're right.
The thing that scared me was thinking, maybe they are right. All through that awful stillness, a thought kept getting louder and louder in my brain. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this wave of men coming on is something there's no use fighting against. Maybe what they stand for is supposed to happen.
I see.
Then firing started, and I didn't have no more time to think for a while, and I wasn't scared no more. Then I got shot.
You were wounded?
Musket ball in the throat, sir. I fell down. The sky got kind of dark, and all the noise faded far away and stopped. It was terrible quiet then. Quieter than I ever knew it could be. But that time I wasn't scared.
Why not, Tom?
Because I figured I was dying, sir, and the whole thing come clear to me all at once like a great light. I wasn't scared no more because I knew I wasn't wrong. I realized them fellas that started this country back in 76 started something that was meant to be. It's worth fighting to keep. It's worth dying for. If the fellas that don't die take care of it after you're gone, it's got to keep on going because it's right.
What happened then, Tom?
Oh, nothing much, sir. They come and picked me up and took me away. I've got to get back to duty, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, goodbye, Tom. It's been good talking to you. I'll write your mother and tell her that I saw you.
Oh, you needn't, sir. Mother knows where I am. Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln. I'll see you again.
Goodbye, Tom.
Oh, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, yes, John.
Mr. Lincoln, I went through the whole train. There's no one aboard who saw action at Gettysburg.
What?
There's no one on the train, sir, who was in that battle.
But there must... Oh.
What was that, sir?
Oh, never mind, John. Is that the letter you mentioned?
Oh, yes, sir. It's postmarked Springfield. Shall I read it?
Yes, John.
It's from a Mrs. Williams. She says, Dear Mr. Lincoln, as an old neighbor, I know you will share my grief at the news that has just reached me. My son, Tom, gave his life at Gettysburg, July 3rd. His company was at Cemetery Ridge.
Don't read the rest, John. I know what it is.
Very well, sir.
I was asked to tell you about Gettysburg, sir.
I think I know what I'll say tomorrow, John. The whole thing has come clear to me like a great light.
Them fellas that started this country back in 76 started something that was meant to be.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
It's worth fighting to keep.
Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure.
It's worth dying for if the fellows that don't die take care of it after you're gone.
We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We are met to dedicate a portion of it as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether
We are now engaged in another war, a world war. This will be a long and a hard fight. Production of war materials must be doubled and quadrupled. What have you done to help double, let alone quadruple, output of our mines and factories, so that soldiers and sailors may be supplied with weapons? How many dollars have you put into United States defense bonds? Double it. How many times have you bought them? Quadruple it. Make your bond buying a regular program. Buy as many bonds as you can today and every payday. Buy them at your bank, post office, and savings and loan association. Get defense stamps from your newspaper carrier boy and your retail dealer. Set yourself a quota, then beat it. Join your country in all-out defense against the Axis. Have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the Freedom Man asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today?
You've been listening to Any Bonds Today, the transcribed program of the United States Treasury Department for Defense Bonds and Stamps. Stars of this program were Henry Fonda and Barry Wood. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the Treasury Department.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett. Mr. District Attorney.
As District Attorney for this county, it's my job to prevent crimes as well as solve them. But sometimes you can't prevent them. Sometimes you can only pick up the trail after the violence has begun. In this case, it began 18 hours before the first police report reached my office.
All right, stop the car. Stop the car, I said.
Ellie, put that gun away. Ellie!
Shut up, Grandpa. Come on, pull up right here.
Ellie, don't be stupid. Take the gag out of his mouth. Give the man a chance. You can't...
Why? Would he give us a chance? Look at him. Look at his eyes bug out. He thought he knew all about us. Well, here's something he didn't know.
Ellis, you can't kill a man in cold blood.
No? Watch. See, Grandpa? See how easy it is?
I knew you were a cheap little no-good punk, Ellis, but I didn't think that you were a murderer.
Come on, let's dump him out of here. Here, I got his wallet.
One thing I hate, Ellis, is a killer. I hate killers.
Now, look, Grandpa. You're in this up to your lower plate. Now, come on, give me a hand. Grab his ankles. Come on, will you? Okay. Swing his feet out. I'll dump him right here. These high weeds.
You think the law won't find him here?
Sure, they'll find him. But let them try to find us. Come on, shove. There. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Hicks. Okay, shove over, Grandpa. I'll drive back.
I hate killers, Ellie. I hate killers.
I hate killers, too. They're easy to hate when it's your job to study their handiwork and track them down. Harrington and I picked up the tracks on this case in the county morgue.
22 years service and this place still gives me the willies. You too, Chief?
Sure does. This one, Harrington?
Next one.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. 3 shots at close range. Like maybe he was looking right down the muzzle of the gun. Somebody else's gun.
Is he a John Doe?
Yeah, he was until an hour ago. His wife identified him. His name is Hicks. Alfred Hicks. He's an insurance investigator. He was, I mean.
What company?
Globe, I think. Yeah, that's what Lieutenant Padway said. Globe Casualty Company. I asked Miss Miller to call him and find out what claims Hicks was working on.
Oh, good. Where was the body found?
In a vacant lot behind a motel way out on South Street. No identification on him at all. His wife called the cops when he didn't come home last night. Padway and Homicide brought her down here for a look, and that's what she saw.
Harrington, go on over to Homicide and find out what Lieutenant Padway's learned from Mrs. Hicks. I'll call the office and see if Miss Miller's learned anything from the insurance company.
Okay, Chief.
We'll see you later. You mind if I use this phone? Thanks.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, we've been waiting to hear from you. I've just been talking to the chief investigator at Globe Casualty.
Well, what did you learn?
Well, he said Alfred Hicks had been assigned to a stolen car claim. A big stolen car claim, incidentally.
Oh? How big?
An auto carrier loaded with 4 new sedans was hijacked about 14 miles from the factory.
Do we have a report on that?
We do now. It's on your desk.
Fine.
Mr. Hicks had been checking the want ads for any slightly used cars that might be for sale. His last call had been at the Sleep Easy Motel on South Street.
Well, that was his last call, all right.
He was seeing a private party named Thompson.
Did you call the motel?
Yes, sir. There was a Mr. and a Mrs. Thompson. They checked out about 7 last night.
That figures. Look, if Harrington calls in before I get back to the office, send him over to the Sleep Easy Motel.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to get a description of the Thompsons and any leads on where they might be. I'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Sonny, I heard you.
About time.
Yeah, about time, sure, yeah.
Hello? Hello, Ellie?
Yeah.
This is Irma, dear.
I know. What's up?
A load just left for Woodside. 3 sedans and a convertible.
How long ago?
About 20 minutes. Ellie, I wish you'd forget about this one. It's too soon after the last job.
Look, Irma, will you forget it? I know what I'm doing.
But you promised me faithfully that there wouldn't be any more.
I'll see you tonight. Now, what are you looking at, Grandpa?
The loving young husband hangs up on his wife.
Why don't you mind your own business, huh?
Irma is my business. She's my granddaughter.
And my wife.
And if I'd had my say about her marrying you...
You didn't have any say. You were doing time, remember?
Yeah, I was doing time, all right. But I'd done my time. And anyway, I was up on a good, honest forgery rap, not murder.
Shut up.
Bad enough, Irma's married to a car thief. How'd she like it if she knowed you were the killer, too?
Shut up, I said.
Easy, Sonny, easy. I ain't afraid of that gun of yours. I already messed up my life. I ain't got much left to lose, except... maybe Irma.
Listen, Grandpa. A truck left the plant 20 minutes ago for Woodside. We got about an hour and a half to meet it. Let's get going.
Not me, Sonny.
What do you mean, not you?
Told you before, Ellie, that gun don't scare me. I got nothing left to lose.
Except Irma.
Yeah, except... You know, Ellie, I really believe you'd do it to her, too. I really believe it.
You coming with me or not?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming. You want this last batch of pink slips?
Yeah.
And run them off yourself.
We got enough time? The truck should be here.
You make the decision, Sonny. It's your deal, all of it. You print the slips, you make the phony license plates, you plan the hijacking, you do the killing.
Okay, this is the spot. The auto carrier's just coming over that hill. Think you can drive this truck, Grandpa?
I drove it last time, didn't I?
Yeah. But I paid a lot of loot for this wagon, and it's helped me get a lot more. I'm sentimental about it.
I didn't think you could be sentimental about anything.
Here comes our sucker.
Hey, buddy!
Matter, Mac, you got trouble? Yeah, rear axle's locked. Can you give me a hand?
Yeah, sure thing.
I hope you got a good flashlight on you. Yeah, these things always happen after the sun goes down, it seems. It's the rear axle.
Take a look here.
Looks all right to me. Maybe just... Hey! Okay, Grandpa, you drive this one. I'll drive his.
What are you going to do with that driver, Ellie?
Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Get going. Go on, Grandpa. Move, will you? Go on!
Morning, Miss Miller.
Good morning, Mr. Garrett.
Harrington checked in yet?
Yes, sir. I'm typing up his report now. He's in your office.
Good.
Hi, Chief.
Hi. How did you make out, Harrington?
Well, I got kind of a vague description of the Thompsons, if that's what their name is. I gave it to Miss Miller. The guy is young, early 20s, curly hair, nervous, smokes a lot. Girl is the same age, about. Has one of them new style haircuts all over her head, you know. Reddish hair. Kind of pretty from what the motel guy said, but you know how motel guys are.
Oh, that's vague, all right.
One thing he said, though. He said there was an old guy with the Thompsons. Seemed to be a relative, like a grandfather or something.
Excuse me. Yes?
Did you order the morning papers, Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes. Will you bring them in, Miss Miller?
All of them?
Yes, please. All of them.
Why the papers, Chief? You cleaning out bird cages or something?
You and I are going to check the want ads.
Want ads?
Another auto carrier was hijacked last night.
No kidding. That makes two.
Yeah, two. From the same assembly plant. 4 brand new cars on it. 2 hijackings, 2 murders.
2 murders?
The driver of the auto carrier. He was found on the highway last night. Harrington, you and I are going to check the ads for slightly used automobiles. Just the way that insurance investigator did.
Only he ended up in the morgue.
Here are the papers, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thank you. Well, Harrington, I wonder where we'll end up.
Back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Two auto carriers had been hijacked. 8 brand new cars had been stolen. And 2 men had been murdered in cold blood. For 3 days, Harrington and I and other members of my staff tracked down every lead, including the ads for slightly used cars. No luck. 3 days. 4 days. 5 days. Somewhere in this teeming city, our killer was still free. Free to kill again.
Ellie, I wish you'd stop that pacing. Ellie, please.
Your wife's talking to you, Sonny.
I heard her.
Ellie, will you stop?
Stop what? Stop this. Stop that. Stop the car deal. Stop the phony licenses. Stop living, why don't you tell me?
Now, there's an interesting idea.
You shut up. I've taken enough from you.
Ellie!
Oh.
Ellie, what's wrong with you?
Oh, you know, Irma. This is a big job. We still got 2 cars left over from the last job. And so far all week, we only got 1 call about our ad. An old maid school teacher didn't even have her driver's license yet.
Oh, I knew you shouldn't have pulled this job. I didn't even know about the first one till after it was done.
There's lots you don't know, honey.
Shut up, Grandpa.
Ellie, you promised me there wouldn't be any more. I only helped on this one because you promised me you'd stop.
Will you?
No. No, I won't forget it. You won't let me.
I won't let you.
No. You're so tense and nervous.
What do you expect? Our car's stashed away all over town and us holed up in this flea bag motel waiting for want ads to pay off.
Well, maybe we should have stayed at the Sleepeasy. Lots of action there.
It's more than that, Ellie. It's the way you talk, the way you look. You look so cold and hard, like... Well, like a real...
Like a real what? Go on, say it.
Like a real crook, she means. Or even a killer.
I told you to keep your big mouth shut.
Ellie, stop it!
I've taken all from this old man is going to give.
Ellie, put down that gun. Ellie! Ellie, that gun, where'd you get it? Ellie!
Give it, Irma. Just see that this grandfather of yours doesn't louse up this whole deal. I don't trust him. Yeah, hi. You the party running the ad for the slightly used car? Oh, yeah, I'm the party. That's your missus in there? Yeah, the car's out here. My name's Harris, Joe Harris, Mr. Johnson. That's Mrs. Johnson.
How do you do?
Hiya, Mrs. Johnson. And this gentleman?
Mr. McCabe, my wife's grandfather.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm glad to know you, Mr. McCabe. McCabe, eh?
Oh, Mr. McCabe isn't feeling so good. My wife has to take care of him.
Oh, that a fact. Well, I have a little foot trouble myself.
Yeah, well, the car's right over here.
Oh, not bad. Not bad at all.
Practically brand new. Hasn't even been all broken in yet. Just a few hundred miles on it. See?
Yep. That's what the speedometer says, all right. Hey, these tires are in good shape, too, ain't they?
I told you. Not even broken in yet.
Why are you selling it, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, you know, I bit off more than I can chew. I need the cash. Sometimes a guy gets in over his head.
Yeah, sometime they do. You mind if I look under the hood?
Go to it.
Hey, that motor is clean, all right. Real clean. Almost like it wasn't even used.
I told you. If it was any newer, you'd have to pay new car prices.
Best one I've seen today. How much?
2,000 flat.
1,800? I'm interested.
2,000. Take a ride in it, and you'll see why.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll go home and get the missus. Then we'll let her drive it. If she likes it, I'll go get the $2,000. Okay?
Well, you know, a car like this won't last long, and that ad brings in a lot of calls.
Okay, I'll give you a deposit. I'll hold it for an hour or so. 25, all right?
Well, no longer than an hour.
It's all the cash I got on me. Mind giving me a receipt?
Oh, no, not at all.
Here, this envelope is good enough. It's only for an hour.
Okay. Hey, you won't be more than an hour, will you?
Oh, don't worry. I don't want to lose a deal like this. I'll get the wife and see you before an hour, maybe.
This your car?
Yeah. I'll sure be glad to get rid of this clunk. See you.
District Attorney's office.
Harrington, Miss Miller. Chief there?
Yes, he is. Just a moment.
Hello, Harrington.
Take this motor number down, Chief, before I forget it.
Okay.
356P7338. You got it?
Got it. Wait till I check in on the motor numbers of the stolen cars.
How about a raise and pay? It matches.
356P733. It matches all right. Where did you find it?
Thompson's name is Johnson now. Young fellow in his early 20s, curly hair. That's a pretty wife with him, reddish hair. And an old geezer supposed to be a grandfather.
Where are they, Harrington?
The Stateside Motel on Highway 99 near Academy Street. I gave him $25 in marked bills to hold the car for an hour.
All right, we'll be down there in about 25 minutes. I'll get Lieutenant Padway and some men. You keep your eye on the place and see that they don't check out all of a sudden. That's the Stateside Motel, Highway 99 near Academy Street, right?
Right, Chief. They're in cabin number 3. And tell Padway not to use the sirens.
Okay, good luck. Did you hear all that, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. I'll call homicide.
Tell Padway I'll meet him in front of the building.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Well, I think we finally hooked a sucker. Hey, where's the old man?
He said he was hungry.
I told you to watch him. I told you.
For Pete's sake, Ellie, Grandpa just went to get us some sandwiches.
When?
Why, you were talking to that man and... Wait. Let go of my arm.
Why'd you let him go? I told you not to let him go. I told you to watch him.
Ellie, stop it. Let me go. You know what I think? I think you're gone crazy. I think you're gone right out of your head. Why should you be so scared of Grandpa? What did he ever do for you to be scared of? Why should you be so scared of everybody and everything? Why, Ellie? Why should you be so...
Both of you. You and that old man. You're both trying to turn me in so you can take over. That's why you let the old guy go, so he can call the cops. Get away from the door.
No!
Get away from the door, or so help me out.
Come on, Ellie.
Get away from the door, I said.
You're a killer, aren't you? Like Grandpa said, you're a real killer. Only I didn't believe it. I didn't believe you could be that rotten and crazy.
Move. Come on, get over here.
Hiya, Mr. Johnson. Guess I got back a little early, huh?
Yeah, Harris. You said about an hour.
Well, I figured it this way. On the way home, I said to myself, why don't I buy the car and surprise the little woman? That'll keep her happy and me happy and... What are you staring at?
That police car out there.
Police car? Oh, that's probably just
There's two of them.
He's a killer, mister. He's got caught.
You, get in here. Get in fast.
That won't help you, Buster.
Get in, I said. You're a cop, ain't you? Ain't you?
What you expect, dancing girls?
See, I brought some friends.
All right, Johnson, or whatever your name is. Open up. Watch it, Chief. He's going to shoot. That won't help you one bit, chum. We've got more men, more guns, and more patience than you have.
Give up, Ellie. Please. Please give up. Please.
Go on and shoot, coppers. I got my wife and one of your men in here with me. If I get it, they get it. Now we just wait and see.
It's no use, Ellie. Give up, please.
All right, you two. Get over there, away from the window. Go on. Over against that wall. Both of you. Okay, now stay there. If you try to separate, I'll kill you.
Hey, Johnson. How do we know our man hasn't gotten it already?
Not a word from either one of you. Not a word.
Prove he's alive, Johnson, or we'll blow that cabin sky high. We mean it, Johnson.
Ellie, let him talk. Let him say something.
Okay, cop. Tell those Boy Scouts you're still alive.
It's all right, Chief. I'm right here, and so is his wife. But you better do like he says, Chief, because he's armed and he's dangerous.
All right, that's enough. Hey, what the... What are you... Thanks for the chance. My turn now. Hey, let go. Let go. Drop it.
That's a good boy. Oh, come on, killer. Your wife will open the door and you'll walk through it.
Some pals you got, copper. They know you're in here, but they shoot anyway.
Sure. How do you think they wanted to hear me talk? They could tell where I was, so they could shoot where I wasn't. Just enough to get you off guard.
You all right, Harrington?
Yeah, I'm okay, Chief. Here's our gun-happy friend.
What are you going to do with him?
We'll let the court decide that. You're his wife?
Yes.
I imagine you're involved in all this, too.
Yes. Yes, I am.
I hope you'll be willing to tell us about it.
She don't have to tell you a thing. She's my wife. She can't testify against me.
No, but I sure can, Ellie. I can tell plenty.
That's the grandfather, Chief.
I can tell you gentlemen all you want to know about this cheap two-bit murdering little punk.
He's in this, too. He's in it up to his dirty old neck.
I told you 100 times, Sonny, I got nothing left to lose. I'd like to do one decent service to the world while I still got the chance.
Grandpa, no. No.
Sorry, Irma, honey, but putting Ellis away is it. I hate killers.
The star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Perhaps you read about it in your newspapers. The young man we call Ellis was tried and convicted of first-degree murder, 3 counts. His wife, Irma, and her grandfather, Harold McCabe, are now serving sentences for grand theft. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case, based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. As you remember, Clark Kent, acting as a special Secret Service agent, discovered that the new headquarters of the Leopard Society in Oriental Spy Ring was located in a waterfront house. He also learned that the Leopard Woman, ruthless, cunning leader of the spy ring, was operating a shortwave radio sending set from the house and informing enemy submarines of the location of American oil tankers. Together with Major Campbell, chief of the Espionage Division, and 10 Secret Service men armed with Tommy guns, Kent closed in on the hideout. As our story continues today, Kent, Campbell, and 3 armed agents are slowly mounting the back stairway of the house. In a dimly lit room, the Leopard Woman is surrounded by her Japanese henchmen and a German-American radio operator named Brower. Listen.
Bring me that black box, Cato. Be careful. It's heavy.
What are you going to do?
There is only one honorable defeat, Brower. Death. Set the box down here, Cato. Gently. Now attach a fuse to it. You will find them in the leather case on the chair.
What's in that black box?
Enough powerful explosive, Brower, to blow this house and everyone in it into oblivion.
They're coming up the steps.
That is our one consolation. We will take some of them with us into the Valley of the Shadows. Light the fuse, Cato.
Wait a minute. Pull that fuse out.
They must never take us alive, Brower.
Pull it out, I said. There.
Why did you do that? There's no escape.
Yes, there is.
You said the house was surrounded, that they carried Tommy guns.
There's still a way out.
Open up in there.
Don't answer.
Can't you see there's no escape, Brower? If they capture us, it'll be disastrous to the cause. There is far more honor in death.
You can have the honor. I want to live.
Open up. We blow the lock. You can't get away.
Now what, Brower? How can you answer them?
I'll answer him. Go ahead and blow the lock. We're ready for you. That'll stop him for a while. Long enough to get out of this trap.
How?
The rear of the house faces the water of the harbor, doesn't it?
Yes.
We can get to the roof through the skylight, can't we?
Yes. But what good would it do us?
It's a dark night. They'll never see us if we dive off the roof into the water.
Dive 2 stories into water that may be shallow?
I'd rather do that than sit in jail for the rest of my life or be blown to pieces.
We're giving you one last chance to open up.
Come on. We've got to work fast.
Cato, you and the rest will follow us.
Wait a minute. That won't work. They'll have to stay behind. Their splashing in the water will attract attention.
Don't be a fool, Brower. Do you think for one moment...
This is correct. I will replace the fuse in the black box and accomplish all that was planned.
But, Cato, you mean...
It is a sacrifice for which we shall be well paid in the glory of our ancestors. Not so?
You speak with great courage, Cato.
Come on. We have much time.
Farewell, Cato.
Farewell, and may good fortune be with you.
Leaving Cato and the other members of the spy ring to perish in the impending explosion, Brower and the Leopard Woman climb through the skylight to the roof. Meanwhile, at the door, Major Campbell is preparing to blow the lock with a pistol.
All right. Let me have your gun, O'Hara. Stand back, Kent. One shot should do it.
Wait a minute, Major. I hear something.
What?
Sounds like the sputtering of a fuse. That's what it is. We'd better get out of here. Hurry.
But Kent...
Don't argue. They're setting a bomb off. This house will go sky high. Hurry.
Kent! Where are you? Kent! O'Hara, did he go outside? I didn't see him, but chances are he did. Well, see if you can find him, will you? Hurry up now.
Good thing it's dark on this stairway. Made it easier to get Campbell to slip. Now to get back to that door, break in, and find out what's doing. Sir, that's a fuse sputtering all right. This is beginning to look like a job for Superman.
One good shove should finish the door. Here goes.
Great Scott. A dozen chaps seated around a box of high explosive. I'm too late. It's going up.
Swim faster if you can. That explosion set fire to the house. We jumped just in time.
I can't go any faster. These clothes weigh me down. How much further is it?
Not far. My speedboat is anchored near the end of the breakwater. There it is.
Do they see us?
No. They're too busy watching the house. The whole roof blew out.
Poor Castle.
Here we are. Tread water until I climb in. Hold on to the gunwale. All right. Let me have your hand. Lift yourself up.
I can't.
As I pull. No. A little more. That's it. Okay. It won't take long to get us started. And then across the harbor.
Across the harbor?
Yes.
But...
to get hold of a car that'll carry us to freedom.
I tell you, Kent was trapped in the house, O'Hara. He never came out. He's somewhere in that blazing inferno.
Well, at least, Major, you might make an attempt to rescue me.
Kent! For the love of heaven, man, what happened to you?
Nothing very exciting. I walked out behind you just before the explosion.
Oh, I was certain you were caught in it.
No, not quite. But most of the Leopard Society was, I can assure you.
What do you mean, most of them?
Those who were in the house at the time. You won't know who until that fire burns itself out, and even then identification may be difficult.
The fire department should be here any minute now. Call went in. Oh, incidentally, I want to apologize, Kent. You were 100% right this time.
Oh, forget it, Major. Well, I've got to buzz my paper. After all, this is news, and I'm still a reporter. I'll be back.
Daily Planet.
Carmody, editorial room. Clark Kent calling.
One moment, Mr. Kent.
Thank you.
Hello?
Carmody, Clark Kent.
Oh, brother, are you in for it?
Yeah, why?
The chief's been stomping around here like a bull in a china shop.
He has, huh?
So far, you've been fired 9 times.
Good. Tell him to make it an even dozen.
Say, what's up, Kent? Got anything hot?
Yes, sir. Red hot. A violent explosion and fire destroyed the Front Street hideout of an Oriental spy ring 10 minutes ago. The explosion was a suicide gesture on the part of the Japanese agents who made up the ring. Trapped by armed Secret Service operatives, they took the traditional Oriental way out, self-inflicted death. There is still no accurate count of how many perished. I'll get back to you later with more details, Carmody. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Here comes Major Campbell. He looks excited. Maybe he's got something new. Hold the wire.
Kent, they got away.
Who got away?
The leopard woman and Brower, I guess.
How do you know?
The police, they held up a car.
Wait a minute. No sense holding on, Carmody. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Now, just what happened, Major?
I just spoke to one of the state troopers.
Yeah?
A man and a woman stopped a car on the highway just a few minutes ago, slugged the driver, and rode off. They were both dripping wet. And the woman answered the description of the leopard woman.
Well, now, we mustn't jump to conclusions, Major. If Brower and the leopard woman were in the house, how could they have gotten out before the explosion? Your men were guarding all the doors.
I know, Kent.
Wait a minute. Did you say they were wet?
That's what the state trooper said.
Uh-huh, that begins to make sense. We should have thought of that.
Yeah, thought of what?
The roof. The rear of that house faced the water. Brower and the leopard woman might have jumped off the roof, landed in the water, and somehow reached shore. Come on, I want to talk to that state trooper.
Where are we going, Brower?
I don't know yet. Is that car still following us?
Nope. Turned off.
Switch on the radio. See if you can pick up a news broadcast.
All right.
We might find out if they know we're missing. Takes a few seconds to heat up.
So don't forget. Go to your nearest bank or post office and put all the money you can into United States defense bonds and stamps.
Get something else.
And now for the latest news.
No, wait.
Contrary to first belief, The explosion and fire in the Front Street headquarters of a dangerous Oriental spy ring did not take the life of the ring's female leader, the Leopard Woman.
That's it. Listen.
Police have just admitted that the Leopard Woman and a German-American espionage agent named Brower made good their escape, but are confident that they will be under arrest shortly. An 8-state alarm has gone out and all roads leading from Metropolis are under armed guard, since it is believed the spies are attempting to escape in a stolen car.
That's enough.
Major Campbell,
Turn it off.
Chief of Detectives.
He said all roads are being guarded.
I heard him.
What will we do?
We'll get off the roads.
I don't understand.
Look, there's a private seaplane base a mile or so from here. We'll have to take over a ship and head out to sea.
What good will that do us?
If we can contact one of our submarines, it'll do us a lot of good. Sooner or later, they'll catch us if we keep riding this way. They won't catch us in the air.
And what if we cannot contact a submarine?
We'll fly until our gas gives out. Then you can enjoy that honorable death you were talking about. But don't worry. Both the U-21 and the U-27 are offshore. We'll raise one of them.
Once again, the Leopard Woman seems about to slip through the fingers of the law. Can Brower put his plan through? Will he and the Leopard Woman escape? The story comes to a smashing climax in the next episode, so don't miss it. Tune in and follow it with the Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
From New York City, we present Gene Hirschholt in another Dr. Christian story called The Guest of Honor, presented for your enjoyment by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Now, here's something that surprises a great many people. The skin has a lot to do with the fact that a man on a polar expedition and a man sunning himself on a Florida beach have practically the same body temperature. For one of the skin's most important functions is regulating body heat. It also helps the body get rid of waste materials and is, of course, our first defense against infection. That's why every mother owes it to her family to have Vaseline jelly in the medicine cabinet to give first aid whenever anything happens to the skin. Vaseline jelly takes the hurt out of minor burns, irritations, and scalds, promotes the healing of cuts and scratches, relieves tired, aching feet, and soothes the rough, chapped conditions that cold weather and housework itself may bring. Vaseline jelly is really wonderful for the skin because it does three very important things. It forms a protective film that helps to keep infection out when the skin is broken. It softens and lubricates by supplementing the natural oils. And it promotes healing. Never be without soothing Vaseline jelly. A jar or tube costs only 10 cents. Teach the family to use it always for the many minor skin problems that need prompt attention. In this evening's play, you will hear Gene Hirschholt in his customary role of Dr. Christian, Miss Gloria Holden in the role of Esther Denby, and Eustace Wyatt as Sir Thomas Beaton. The curtain here in the Columbia Playhouse is going up now, and the scene is the warm, dimly lit kitchen of a remote farmhouse on the back mountain road miles from River's End. On a cot bed in the corner, someone is coughing and gasping for breath. The door opens, and Dr. Christian enters.
Thank heaven you're here, Doctor.
What is it?
It's Esther. She can't get her breath.
Where is she?
She's there.
Has she had many of these attacks? There now, you feel a little better, don't you?
Yes, she's had them several times a day. What is it, Doctor? What makes her choke like that?
Doctor, I get so scared when I begin to choke like that.
Well, that's what I'm here for, to take that scared feeling away. Now, I'm going to take a look at the nose and throat. Open wide. That's right. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to start you coughing again. No, not a thing there.
But it's got to be something.
You're right, Mark. Now, I'm of the opinion that it's some sort of a tumor in the larynx or voice box. It's a little ball hanging off a pedicle and obstructs her breathing, and that's what gives her these spasms.
Yes, but how?
Oh, wait, I'm coming to that. It's a ticklish operation. That is, if my diagnosis is right. What we'll have to do is to get her into the city to a throat specialist.
I'd never be able to afford a specialist.
I don't want to go to the city, Doctor.
But wait, you've got to go. You see, Esther, these attacks are having a bad effect on you. You're afraid to eat.
I know, but
Well, that runs you down to skin and bones.
But isn't there anything that you can do for me, Doctor?
No, not a thing. It'll take a throat man to tackle this.
But won't I ever get better if I don't do that?
No, you'll get worse. It's something that's got to be taken care of, and you see that, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, but it's like I said. I ain't got no money set aside. What I had's all used up, and...
Well, I'm going to see to it that Esther gets to the city. That is, if she'll go. Now, stay as quiet as you can.
Yes, Doctor.
Come along out to my car with me, Mark. I want to talk some more to you.
Goodbye, Dr. Christian, and thank you for coming way out here.
Goodbye, Esther. I wanted to start for the city before we get a bad snowfall, and you're snowed in, understand me? Mark.
Yes, Doctor?
It's absolutely necessary to operate on her throat as soon as possible.
You mean...
I mean any one of those attacks may be her last.
Is it as bad as all that?
Yes. There's no telling when the larynx may close tight, and then all the cards are dealt.
Well, I'll try to get her to go right off.
You've got to, Graylock, to go right off.
Well, she's awful sot in her ways, Doc. She's again going to the city, and she's again my running up any more bills, and she's again...
Well, you want her to live, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, then don't wait another minute. I'll see that she has proper care when she gets there, and your job is to get her there.
It's good to get off duty and relax for half an hour.
Yeah, you said it.
Better take your feet off the desk, Bob. The head will be along any minute. You know how he is about hospital discipline.
Okay.
What's absorbing in the Center City Union tonight, Bob?
Oh, just the usual thing. Oh, hello. Well, Gardner's been elected president of the Steele County Medical Society.
Oh, he has, huh?
Uh-huh. And there's going to be a convention in the Oddfellows Hall.
Big doings in Center City, eh, what?
Yeah. Hey, say, here's something.
Yeah?
It's under the social news. Now, listen. Mrs. Jeffrey H. Churchill of Fox Hill Farms will have as a January guest her brother, Sir Thomas Beaton of London.
Beaton? Coming here? To Center City?
Well, it says so.
Let's see that.
And there it is, right there. See?
Say, we ought to do something about this.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, we don't often have a big shot like that in our midst. Golly, I'd like to meet him, wouldn't you?
Oh, the greatest surgeon in England? Oh, you bet your life.
I'd like to hear him talk about any old thing. Look here, Summers. Let's get up a dinner in his honor.
Hey, do you think he'd like that?
Sure he'd like it. It's in his honor, isn't it?
Well, maybe he wants to spend all his time with his sister.
Well, he's not going to. He's going to spend part of it addressing this hospital staff and the local medical society. Yep, that's what we'll do. Tender him a dinner.
Okay.
And for the toastmaster, say, I know just the man.
Who?
Christian.
Oh, of course. American country doctor toast great English surgeon. Say, it's perfect if he's willing to do it.
He'll do it. Why wouldn't he?
Well, you know how he is. He's the sort of a guy who likes to be seen and not heard.
He can make a great speech when he gets going.
I guess so.
Anyway, he's the most popular doctor around here, and he's just the man to act as toastmaster at that dinner.
Hey, you're right.
Did somebody say dinner?
Hello, Dr.
Speaking of the devil, here he is. Hello, Doc.
Yes, I'm here, but not for long. I'm on my way home. I just made my rounds and found all my patients disgustingly healthy, and now I'm off to enjoy some of Molly's stew.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to sit down here.
Oh, not on your life. You don't know Molly stews. She has pieces of salt pork and little chunks of meat simmering all day. Then she tosses in potatoes and onions and salt and pepper and adds a bay leaf. Oh, you see, that's darn important, that bay leaf. And then she lets them simmer some more. It's the smell of it as you walk in the front door that makes up for all of life's shortcomings.
Now, look, Doc, never mind the stew. Sir Thomas Beaton's coming to these parts on a visit.
Sir Thomas Beaton?
Uh-huh.
You mean the great English surgeon?
That's right.
But why would a man like Beaton come out here?
Well, because his sister lives here. She's Mrs. Jeffrey Churchill. You know, the lady who bought Fox Hills Farms last year?
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, but I can't hardly believe
here it is in the Union. See?
Take a look.
It's the biggest news that's hit Center City in a month of Sundays, and we're going to make the most of it.
Betcha.
What do you mean you're going to make the most of it?
Well, now look, Doc. How often do we get to see a man like Beaton? Well, never. So we're going to make him talk, only it'll be at a dinner given in his honor.
Well, now, that's a fine idea, but how can you get him to come?
I think I know of a way.
Well, anyhow, that's our worry. Now, look, all we want you to do is to be the Toastmaster.
Me? Oh, no, I'm no talker.
Well, never mind. You're unanimously elected to be head of a glad hand committee when the train hoves into sight, and to escort him to the dinner and then to pick up the Toastmaster's gavel.
Oh, but why me?
Because you're the man to do it, Dr. Christian.
Sure. The chief medicine man in the district, why, he ought to be the one to hail him when he gets here.
You mean that I... Oh, no.
No, Doc, you've got to. Look, all you have to do is sit next to him and turn him loose. Oh, you can do that much for the rest of us. Now, can't you, Doc?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Now, look, Dr. Christian. On the night of January 9th, 1939, the Blue Flyer is going to make a special stop at River's End. From it, Sir Thomas Beaton will descend bag and baggage. On the platform will be Dr. Paul Christian, the famous country doctor, to meet him and escort him in person to the dinner, which will be held...
Hey. Just where are we going to hold it, anyway?
Well, never mind such mundane details. Leave it to Anderson.
Well, you young fellows certainly moved fast.
No, you will help us put it over. Won't you, Dr. Christian?
Oh, of course I will.
Swell.
And I'd like to meet Sir Thomas Beaton myself. Why, he's the greatest throat specialist in the world.
Don't you want to come inside the station, Dr. Christian? It's a terrible night.
Yes, it's bad, Joe, but I was just standing here looking down the tracks.
Can't see a thing through the snow, and the train's 10 minutes late.
Oh, is it? Well, I'll come inside then.
Got a good fire going in the stove. You'll find it a heap sight more comfortable inside than it's here on this platform. You're meeting that big English doctor, ain't you?
Yes, Sir Thomas Beaton.
Well, I hear they're giving him a dinner tonight.
That's right.
Or to be giving you a dinner instead.
Oh, come now, I'm not famous.
Well, you are in these parts.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Joe, but just doesn't happen to be true.
I don't know if no man gets his name taken in vain more than you do, Doc.
Well, that doesn't make you famous.
You ain't never been like no other doctor. You've got the whole of River's End on your mind, night and day, rain or shine. And speaking of the weather, did you ever see it snow harder than this?
Oh, it's been coming down all day.
A regular blizzard. I wonder how your English doctor from London is going to like getting his feet wet in snow that's snow.
Well, I hope he won't have to get his feet wet. I've got my car backed up right under the station platform under the shed.
Well, it'll do him good. I don't hold with the notion of making such a time over folks just because they hail from way off. A prophet is not without honor, saving his own country is the truest thing that ever was writ. And they got the biggest doctor of them all right here in front of them.
well.
But do they give you dinners? They do not.
Is Dr. Christian here? Oh, there you are, Doctor. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, Sammy, this is a bad night for a little fellow to be all over looking for anybody. What's the trouble?
Here's a letter for you.
And are your folks sick, Sammy?
Oh, no, it's Mrs. Denby. She's took awful bad.
Yes, this is bad.
You mean Esther Denby? Well, I heard tell she's a goner.
Yeah, I told her a few weeks ago that the only chance of saving her life was to get her to the city for an operation. Oh, but I'm afraid they waited too long.
Well, I gotta get right back. My uncle's gonna drive me out as far as the crossroads. Well, what'll I tell Mr. Denby?
Tell him I'll be there as quick as I can get there.
You can't get over the back mountain road to Denby's tonight.
Well, it's open as far as the crossroads where the filling station is.
Yes, and under 4 feet of snow the rest of the way. Now, look, Sonny. You go tell Mark Denby that Dr. Christian is going to a banquet tonight and he can't come.
Sammy, you give him my message and I'll be there.
Okay, Doctor.
Now, don't be a concerned idiot, Doc. Nobody in his right mind can get through to Denby's tonight.
Well, there's the train.
Now, you ain't going to spoil this here big dinner by plowing out there to Denby's and like as not getting stuck in a drift and freezing to death, are you? You're too valuable to the rest of us. Risk your life digging your way through snowdrifts? Now, you owe it to us, and you oughtn't to...
Jove, what a night. Well, I put all the bags in the back, Sir Thomas. Will you sit in front with me?
Thanks, yes. Never saw so much snow. Does it always snow like this out here?
Well, not in summer. Car's pretty cold.
This is the worst storm I've been out in years.
No, we look for weather like this time of year. By the way, have you got any of your instruments with you?
Instruments? Yes. I always make it a practice to take along a few things for an ordinary examination. Why?
Because I think you're going to have to use them.
Use them? I don't understand.
Well, Sir Thomas, this is a terrible greeting, but I have a patient who has the most severe choking spells and only gets her breath again after she's just about choked to death.
What has that to do with me?
Oh, I'm coming to that. I've been trying to get her husband to bring her into the hospital for an operation, but he's a slow-moving, slow-thinking individual, and...
Do we have far to go?
Oh, a mile or so.
The road's pretty bad.
Oh, the road's all right. Snow plow's been through it a couple of times today. It's the state road. You ought to see the roads we are going to go on.
The road we are going to go on? What on earth are you talking about?
Well, while I was waiting for you at the station, I got a call to come to her at once. She's choking to death, and I've got to go. You see, there's no one else here to take care of her, and since you're with me, you've got to go, too.
I haven't the slightest intention of going. You better let me out if you don't mind.
Well, listen, man, I can't let you out in this storm, and I must see my patient. So I guess you'll have to go along. Fortunately, it's in your field, this case.
I never heard of such a thing.
I know it's an imposition, but we may be able to save her life, and of course, on the other hand, may be too late. You know how it is.
I know I consider this a great piece of impertinence on your part, Dr. Christian. I haven't come out here to practice. I have no intention of practicing.
I know exactly how you feel, but when you see her, just a bag of bones, gasping her life out, you'll feel different.
You don't seem to understand me, Doctor. I tell you, I have no intention of visiting any of your patients tonight. I'm here to attend a dinner to be given in my honor.
Oh, I know. I'll get you there. We may be a little late, but they can't start without us. You see, I'm the toastmaster.
What right have you to assume that I'll even look at this patient of yours?
You look at her because you're a doctor. And a doctor's duty is to relieve suffering whenever it's possible. And believe me, Sir Thomas, this woman is suffering as no woman ever suffered before. It'll tear your heart out to see her.
But I have no intention of seeing her. I thought I'd made that perfectly clear.
Seen her husband have a little truck farm on the back mountain road. She's been a hard-working woman all her life. And why, they're as poor as Job's turtle.
I'm not interested in that history. I want you to turn this car around and take me to the dinner.
Well, we are halfway there. If I turn back, she may die. And I can't let her die.
For the last time, will you turn back?
No, Sir Thomas. I won't turn back.
We have a brief intermission now before the next act of our Dr. Christian drama. And so we present a guest who has something to say that we think will interest you.
My oldest son is a freshman at college. When he came home for his vacation, I noticed that his hair looked dry and that he had dandruff scales on his collar. Now, I believe that neat, good-looking hair on any man is important. So I bought a bottle of Vaseline hair tonic and told Jim to use a few drops of it every morning in place of dousing his hair with water. And I made him promise to massage his scalp with Vaseline hair tonic before his weekly shampoo. Here's what he said about it in his last letter. Mom, that Vaseline hair tonic sure is great stuff. My hair stays put now, and it has a nice, healthy-looking gloss to it. I caught my roommate using it the other day. He's keen about it, too. Says it's better and different than any tonic he ever tried. Well, that's okay by me, provided he buys the next bottle.
Jim's roommate is right. Vaseline hair tonic is different and absolutely will not dry the hair. In fact, Vaseline hair tonic actually supplements the natural scalp oils. If you are troubled with dry scalp, start now to use Vaseline hair tonic. It comes in shaker top bottles at 40 and 70 cents. The curtain is going up now on the next act of our Dr. Christian drama starring Jean Hirschholt. As the scene opens, we find Dr. Christian and Sir Thomas Beaton, famous English surgeon who is visiting in Center City, struggling on foot through the worst snowdrifts of the winter towards the isolated farm home of Esther Denby.
How much farther do we have to go through these confounded snowdrifts?
Oh, it isn't far now. See that light over there?
Can't see a thing. Snow's in my eyes and ears and nose. How do you expect me to? And it snows almost up to my waist.
Yes, it's bad right here.
Bad everywhere. I'm soaked to the skin. My feet are like blocks of ice, and I'll probably die of pneumonia.
Oh, I hope not, Sir Thomas. As a matter of fact, snow is a tonic. Sets your blood to circulating.
My blood's congealed. I'm not up to this. I wasn't prepared for it.
Oh, it won't be long now. The house is in plain sight.
Couldn't you have driven the car in here instead of making us climb through all this?
No, that was impossible. I had to leave it where we could get out again, back to town. Remember, we were due at that dinner.
You'll never see me at any dinner tonight. If I ever get away from here, I'll sit in a mustard bath with half a dozen hot water bottles and a hot toddy. Holy Christopher, but I'm cold.
Oh, we've only got about 100 yards more to go.
You do this often, Doctor? Come to these outlandish places in the dead of winter?
Well, I come whenever they need me.
Then you're a fool.
Oh, I think you're right.
You don't suppose they appreciate this, do you?
I'm not concerned with their appreciation. I'm only concerned with the sick bodies.
No wonder you never got anywhere in the profession. You've used up your time running around like this.
Yes, I've used up a lot of time running around.
Help me up these steps, will you?
Yeah, give me your hand.
Here's this blasted suitcase you made me lug along with my instruments in it.
You don't know how glad I am you brought that.
Well, can't you knock on the door and let's get inside? Get ourselves dried off. I'm freezing.
Oh, you did get through all right. Yeah, we got through. How's Esther? Oh, she's took awful bad, Doctor. Sir Thomas Beaton is here with me. He's the best throat man in the country. Yeah, he'll fix up if anybody can.
I'm the one who needs to be fixed up. Where can I get a little warmth in my veins?
Right in here. And I've got coffee on the stove.
Good. Let's have some of it. Give me all you've got. Hot coffee.
I'll go in and take a look at Esther as soon as I get this overcoat up. And you drink your coffee and come along afterwards, Sir Thomas.
Nothing ever sounded so good to me as this promise of hot coffee does.
It's a mighty bad night. I didn't think Dr. Christian could get through.
I can't imagine a night when he wouldn't get through.
Well, Esther, you look all in. Had a tough time, haven't you?
Yes, Doctor. I can't stand much more.
You won't have to. I brought a great man to see you, Esther. The greatest man in this field. Sir Thomas Beaton. Oh, he knows everything there is to know about troubles like yours, and he's here in the house, and he's going to take care of you himself and make you well.
Oh, really?
Yes, you haven't got anything to be afraid of anymore.
Is this the patient?
Yes.
Very well. I'll examine her.
He's going to examine you, Esther. This is the great Sir Thomas himself.
Oh, why, I can't get over your coming way out here to see me. It don't seem like I'm with it.
Yes, well, I came because my colleague here, Dr. Christian, he persuaded me to come.
Well, we want to get you up and around again, Esther.
Well, thank you so much for coming, Sir Thomas. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, neither shall I. You're right in your diagnosis, Dr. Christian. There is a growth in the larynx. Papilloma of the larynx. Mrs. Denby, I doubt if you can survive another attack. And what's more, I don't intend to let you risk it. If your husband and Dr. Christian and myself can convey you to Dr. Christian's car, I'm taking you tonight to the hospital in Center City and performing a tracheotomy.
Oh, what?
Oh, don't let the big name frighten you, Mark. That merely means that Sir Thomas will put a little tube in Esther's throat, down low, there in the windpipe, below the tumor, so she won't have any more choking spells.
Oh, I won't choke anymore.
No, you won't choke anymore.
Oh, then take me to the hospital, quick, please. Please, take me there, quick.
That will be a temporary measure. After that, I'll arrange for you to be sent to the hospital in the city. There you'll have the best of care, and the growth will be removed once and for all. Now, better get her dressed, Mr. Denby.
I'll help you, Mark.
I'll go back to the kitchen and help myself to some more of that black coffee, if you don't mind. That is, without doubt, the finest drink I ever came across in my life. Hand me that towel, will you?
Here it is.
Thanks. Well, that's over.
Yes, and it was mighty fine of you to do it.
At least she's comfortable and safe, and there's no chance of her air being shut off anymore.
And you think in a few days she'll be able to go through with the rest of it?
Oh, yes. Once she's used to this tube, we can do the other operation and fix things up for good and all. Oh, I want to give a few last instructions to the nurse. I haven't any idea of what time it is, have you?
Yes, I have an idea.
It must be late. I'm famished.
It is late. It's 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock? Did you say 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
My dear chap, it can't be. What about that dinner? Holy Christopher, we've forgotten all about it.
Oh, when you come right down to it, you can't beat this lunch wagon for food.
By jingo, these hamburger things are good, aren't they? How about having some more of them, eh?
I don't mind if I do.
Well, this lot's on me. I say, 2 more of the same thing.
Right. Yes, and some hot coffee.
Yes, sir.
I just wonder what the Medical Society is dining on tonight.
They've probably dissected you and me with professional skill, laid bare our perfidious souls, and...
Oh, no, I guess it's not as bad as that. As a matter of fact, I phoned them while you were washing up after the operation. They understand the circumstances.
There's your coffee, sir.
Thanks.
Ah, that smells good.
I suppose I ought to propose a toast to you, Sir Thomas, seeing as you are the guest of honor at this banquet tonight.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm going to do the proposing, and the toast is to you, because you've made me remember something I'd forgotten.
Something you'd forgotten?
Yes. What it means to be a doctor.
Oh, but you're a great doctor yourself.
A doctor is one who gives all of himself to his profession. So here's to you, Dr. Christian. I'm proud to have known you and followed in your footsteps. Even if it did mean floundering in snow up to my blasted chin.
Well, we did flounder, didn't we?
Yes, didn't we?
And so we conclude another Dr. Christian drama. Gene Hirschholt, our star, will be out in front in a moment to tell you about the story as selected for next week's play. Meanwhile, I have a word about the products that make the program possible. You get a lot for a dime when you invest it in a jar or tube of soothing Vaseline jelly. For this favorite is the finest product of its kind that can be made. A product you can depend on to help you care for literally dozens of everyday skin problems. What's more, it's a preparation the whole family can use from baby on up. For Vaseline jelly is absolutely safe. It contains no drugs, acids, or irritants of any kind. It's so pure you can eat it. In fact, plain Vaseline jelly has proved so wonderful for the skin that it has been made the base of several other family standbys. Vaseline Carbolated Jelly, Vaseline Borated Jelly, Vaseline Camphor Ice, and Vaseline Lip Ice. They all carry the famous Vaseline trademark. Look for it when you buy. The name Vaseline on any package is your assurance of absolute purity. Heard in tonight's drama were Miss Gloria Holden as Esther Denby, Jeffrey Bryant as Mark Denby, Eustace Wyatt as the great English surgeon Sir Thomas Beaton, Stanley Harris, Barry Kroger, Lucille Meredith, Frank Butler, Bennett Kilpack, and Jackie Grimes. And now, here is our star, Gene Hersholt, as Dr. Christian. Would you tell us what kind of a story you're planning on for next week, Dr. Christian?
Well, our town of Rivers End is full of interesting characters. So next week I thought I'd tell you about the time I got Grandman Nelson to help me cure a patient. The play is called Back to Youth, and I recommend it to everybody who enjoys a chuckle. Until next Tuesday evening, then, I'll say good night.
Don't miss Gene Hersholt's Dr. Christian drama for next Tuesday night at this same hour. It is called Back to Youth and features Josephine Hull, Broadway star, in the role of Grandma Nelson, and Charles Webster as the man who thought he was old. Your announcer, Andre Baruch. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.